Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie. And Connie, it's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite a impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you. Even there and again, Crusaders have had a wonderful run of form so far in the last month, where they have reached the grand final already. This tees them up to set up for another grand final again today, Quinn.
Great storylines developing all across the board. Getting us to this point, though, I mean, 2 teams with very, very different paths. You talk about Destro, who's been on that lower bracket run for a while now. They're very, very comfy down here. They bounced down in the second round to guess who? The Speedy White Men. It was 3-2. They kept things close, but unfortunately, the namesake for this tournament was bounced down into the lowers. They beat Earn Your Medal. They're coming off a 3-0 win over Elation, and now they're trying to finish that run, head back up to the grand finals.
What's more impressive as well, Quinn, to sort of draw back the curtain a little bit, last time me and you together was 434 days ago in the season 1 of WXC, and it feels like those 400 days have just sort of flown by now that I'm back with you again in this sort of setting, in this sort of environment, our home, our palace. And the biggest thing as well, which in terms of numbers you have to consider heading into this one, is that in terms of head-to-heads, in the sast 2 weeks, we have seen Speedy White Men and Crusaders play against each other 3 times. All 3 times, it has gone the way of Speedy White Men, and the key pattern here is that in 66% of those series, it's gone to map 5, and it's gone down to a clutch factor where Crusaders just can't get it over the line. So maybe this could be one of the conditions in which maybe Destro could exploit.
I mean, you talked about it. They've kind of got the monkey on their back if you are talking about the Crown Crusaders. When it comes to the Speedy White Men, they got the best of them on land. They've started to get the best of them online as well. I mean, it's really a boogeyman kind of scenario here. And especially when you take a look at how the Crown Crusaders got to the winners finals, they didn't drop a single map leading up to it. It came down to the winners finals. They got bounced 3-2. Very similar scoreline compared to Destro. It has been close for the Speedy White Men, but they're awaiting in the grand finals. We still have to get through the lower finals and send one of these teams up there. We're kicking things off on Karachi with some hardpoint Invasion S&D and Invasion Control. Man, if anybody's been on the broadcast while I've been casting, you know I am not a big fan of the back-to-back Invasion, but it's perfectly fine because these 2 teams are definitely down to bring us the distance. We've got Vista Hardpoint, High Rise S&D waiting in the wings. And talk to me a little bit about that Karachi Hardpoint, getting things started. What do these teams really have to do to set themselves apart, Connie?
It all comes down to the set nades of spawn. Most times you'll see it in the S&D as well for Karachi, but the high lines and high geography across the whole map means that projectiles tend to be undiscovered until the final tick. And if you run together as a team for a lane, you can see a nade get 2 or 3 kills collectively, ruining your initial break onto the first hill, even a chance to set up for better side and rotations. But realistically, the biggest thing really which does set apart a large portion of Crusaders from the rest of the talent pool is the Vista. They've got an undefeated record on the map for the last 2 months. They've beaten Speedy White Men in it already, and hence why we see it in their series. It gets figured out so often. So I can see already one map being, a definite given. And the Invasion back-to-back is obviously, again, in agreement with you as well. I don't really like to see it so much, albeit, again, when it comes to floating in controls. I mean, Invasion now has changed in a meta sense where round 5 attack actually is becoming very successful for lots of teams. High-Rise S&D, this is the 3rd time in 2 weeks we're seeing that map in that position, and every single time in which we've seen Crusaders play it, they have not done well. So very interesting to see if they can hold off the fences to that map 5.
I mean, it really feels like it's going to come down to those respawns where Crown Crusaders typically do shine, especially you talked about that Vista Hardpoint, a real potential cementation, and it's going to have to be that for them. Feels like the Invasion Control also comes very, very big in the mix of this as well. Obviously, again, when you have that respawn prowess, you look at that map, you might have some confidence going into it, but nonetheless, come down to that S&D, you start to get maybe a little bit scared if you are the Crown Crusaders as they try and make their way on in. For Destro, it's about getting the jump on them. They've been a little bit more of an inconsistent team to this point. Need to start off hot, need to start off fast. Karachi, hardpoint, as you said, with the nades. There's a lot of verticality as well, so you can get crafty. You can start doing some fun stuff on this map to kick things off and maybe catch the team lacking if you're the side of Destro as well.
And just to mention again, the impressive pull record that was shown there by Crusaders, and similar to matching in Destro, I mean, listen, they're top of the grid in both their pulls, undefeated record, and a positive KD. So collectively, again, in terms of head-to-head, very similar in terms of matching pace for pace and pound for pound. But when it comes to at least a series where you have two titans clashing, things can go wrong, Quinn. It's been very much proven across all the Call of Duties in all of existence where nothing really can be a given when you head off into the playoff bracket. And now we are going to eliminate one team and a grand final awaits for another. There's a bit more pressure to align it, considering that LAN has fed so much information to me about how well Crusaders are in the lower bracket. They've been here before many times, and they've known the exact route and energy levels in which it takes to get to a grand final.
I mean, you said it. It's a clash of titans at this stage. And I mean, when you come down to the final three teams, it's bound to be that only one of these teams can advance. Again, you talked about it. It has to come through that wits. It has to come through one of these teams stepping up in a way we maybe haven't seen before. Because when you have two teams that are on such even keel, on such even footing, it's very hard to find those edge points. It's very hard to find that room to breathe and room to separate yourself, I guess you could say.
I think that's probably the biggest thing, Quinn, and there's only really one other factor that can sort of match it in terms of win condition, and that really comes down to how well the IGL of the team, either or, can impose his will. But at the same token of gratitude, again, we are seeing one key difference between these two sides. And that is the fact is we're not going to see the full roster which debuted for Crown Crusaders in North Carolina. But the core three is still there, but with another player in the system, they're putting a lot of trust in themselves to make sure that the core is so strong, the fundamentals will just sort of roll out themselves.
Yeah, we had some roster changes during the LAN, and still, again, Crown Crusaders, regardless of who they field, it feels like that namesake kind of stands to tell the tale. But you do have Conwa, I do believe, returning to the roster, and you have Marco joining with the Speedy White Men for that side of things. And you talk about it, it kind of is an exchange, but how big of an exchange really is it when those are typically the two top fraggers for each side, trading those out? You got Conwa back in, who, remember, when I was casting him, this man just absolutely took control of every single map that he was on. So really, really fun to look out for him. And again, on the side of Destro, you talk about them a little bit. Who's a player that you might want to be looking out for on their side of things, Connie?
I feel like when it comes to Destro, maybe Stu could be a player you could mention more often in your vocabulary. Very aggressive, impressive entry sub as well at times, but more or less somebody that will actually give your team a little bit more energy when the wins and the sales might just fail. But with more or less Conwa coming over to Crusaders, very interesting. He already beat them in the grand final at LAN. He's also, again, been a player that's consistent across Call of Duty for the last 2 years, easily a top 3 player inside of College COD, and somebody that hasn't really gotten as much love as maybe he should deserve in Call of Duty for the last few years, especially in the North American Challenger circuit.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, this man on the AR is scary. Very, very scary. You do not want to cross Conwa by any stretch of the imagination. Stu as well, though, can be that player to kind of mirror him out. It's probably going to come down in terms of the gun department to those players. Who gets off to the quicker start? Who is ultimately going to lead their team in terms of that gunny to really cement themselves in the early stretch? Again, Karachi hardpoint kicking things off. It's all about getting off to that hot start. Again, when you have two teams like this, where they're so even-keeled, where they're so close to one another in terms of what they put on the board to this point. And again, even getting knocked down by the Speedy White Men into the lower bracket in the very similar 3-2 scoreline. Speedy White Men will see them in the grand finals. Of course, this is a team that you do not want to mess with by any stretch of the imagination. But even then, they still had to fight tooth and nail against these two teams to even make it there in the first place.
And the tooth and nail is actually only really exaggerated in an instance where they don't find as much success in their original setups. Maybe it's a question of trust as well, Quinn, where at this portion in the tournament, most of the strategies are already out there, most information is accessible, and VOD review is at an all-time high. So you can see counters more prevalent, and the players in which they can adapt on the fly in the heads-up situations to counter actually do impose a bit more of a power dynamic in the team. And it's also opening up more windows where you'll see teams escalate a lead so quickly, especially in the respawns.
Yeah, and again, we talk about those respawns. Crown Crusaders have definitely proven that that is where their domain kind of lies. The S&D has been a little bit up and down, as you alluded to a little bit earlier. The high-rise S&D is not necessarily the best look. So for Destro here, it really comes down to, hey, how can we get them to the high-rise S&D? For Crown Crusaders, it's saying, hey, we need to stay away from that map. We don't want a tango for the full 5 games. We want to close it out, use those hard points, use that control to be the beneficiary factor in all of this. And again, you talk about the Vista hardpoint. That is a clear win condition for Crown Crusaders. They go up 2-1, even 2-0 in the grand scheme of things. It feels like they have their path solidified. For Destro, it's going to maybe be a little bit longer of a path, but they definitely have one in this grand scheme.
Maybe Destro have actually sort of been the third wheel in the wedding between Crusaders and Speedy Whiteman, if you will. The bridesmaid, but never the bride, because it always changes around that third position so far in the Premier Circuit. Because, I mean, only until recently, and WLG's involvement, it has really been Speedy Whiteman at the top, and everyone below then is just sort of fighting in their own little mini bracket to try and take the silver medal. But maybe Destro could have an answer to many questions that we haven't seen yet against the favorites in this tournament. Maybe they also could already break the form, break the hype train of Crusaders in the last 3 weeks.
I mean, you said third wheel. Could it be an open marriage, though? That's the question. Destro trying to prove that it is very much that, but that they might be the one that's favored ever so slightly. Again, a longer path to potentially do that, but we've seen this team have their pop-off moments. We've obviously seen them perform in pool play incredibly. And to this point, again, they have completely dominated every other team that they've come up against outside of the Speedy White Men. And again, it's just been that constant factor with the Speedy White Men taking control of this playoff bracket up until this point. For Destro and for the Crown Crusaders, they've proven by every metric. The thing about it, though, is these teams have not faced off, not in the bracket, of course, but not in pool play either. So there's a little bit of a non-factor here that we have to ask ourselves, hey, you don't have any precedents to go off of, so what can we potentially pull there?
The biggest pull, I think, actually comes down to the already accessible VODs out there, especially from the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where Crusaders were in essence shown all throughout their bracket run in the lower bracket and already have lots of information given in their map selection. I mentioned Vista being their favorite hardpoint and floating it in as much as possible, albeit, again, whoever's Team A and Team B in this instance, they know already, again, that Vista's kind of a map that's been improved gradually over time with lots of teams across all tiers of Call of Duty because of its accessibility to information and its accessibility, again, to very fast pacing. Not a lot of teams can pull it off, but I think Crusaders, in the way in which we've seen them, do have an essence where on the smaller maps, you will see the submachine gun players have a little bit more of a twinkle in their eye than if they were actually composed around the system of an IGL who wants to slow things down.
Yeah, and you talked about it. The Crown Crusaders, once they get firing on all cylinders, it's a very hard team to keep up with. They're, again, going to try and outpace Destro when it looks at this 5-map bracket, though, not bracket, excuse me, 5 maps that we have set out here. It's all about outpacing Destro if you're talking about the Crown Crusaders, and it's all about getting off to those hot starts. It's all about keeping that momentum and really riding it. And again, you talked about the SMGs. When they start to fly, it gets very, very hard to contend with by all measures of imagination. For the Crown Crusaders, again, it's just going to come down to all of that melted into one thing, it feels like.
And that's the melting pot of Call of Duty. And that's the biggest implication of just what needs to happen for victory. Because at the end of the day, it's always going to be a keys to victory, especially if you're in the losers finals of an end of season tournament. And there is no real relegation of which that you can't accept your team underperforming at this stage. So I, in essence, am more centered around the first few instances of the series and the first map. I think Karachi will be a massive talking point for exactly what we're going to be seeing here today, Quinn.
I do believe we are just about ready to get on into the action, kick things off, and close things out for the Destro showcase for the Premier Circuit. And kicking things off with the Karachi hardpoint again. It's going to get mixy. It's going to get vertical. I absolutely love this map to kick things off. Nades out, stuns out, guns out in a matter of moments. We are ready to send one of these teams to the grand finals for a date with the Speedy White Men. But first, they've got to get through each other.
And there's no better way that you can impose yourself if you are Destro, coming in as the underdog and having a strong P1 and trading that P2 as fast as possible. The sides only tell one story, but truly it's the way in which we paint the picture around who is the best. And that is why it's more or less, in essence, going to be one of the more impressive and imposing figures. And I really have a good instance when you come to the first set rotations. Maybe Stu could have a lot to say about it. We already highlighted players across both sides that do have a star factor about them. But I think, again, if you're at home watching and you want to get more involved in it, just follow the players and follow everyone that you see and just really have a good look around how things can be improved in your own personal game alongside just what talent we have on display on here in the Premier Circuit.
I mean, it's a ton of talent. We had a ton of talent at the LAN. We have a ton of talent here online, ready to go for the rest of the day here today and late into the nights as well. Lots of great Call of Duty action. I always say it. When you come to the Premier Circuit, you're going to get nothing short of that. Again, between these two teams, it feels like the team that goes up into that grand final against Speedy White Men, regardless of who it is, has such a good opportunity because, again, those matches have all been incredibly close in the grand scheme of things. Speedy White Men had to fight so very hard to get to where they are. We'll be seeing them later today as well. And we'll stay away from talking too much about them because there's a lot to talk about with that team. But nonetheless, whichever team does make it out of these lower finals is going to give them absolute hell.
I don't think that we actually will. I don't know. I've actually got kind of a counterpoint to it because I'm not really sure if Speedy White Men's reign of terror will continue as long it has. I think lots of teams are actually catching up to them in quite a convincing fashion. And even at the LAN, again, they only really showed weakness in hard points in the first map. I mean, the biggest sort of contingency is that they can close out 2 to 4 in any instance, and they always start off super slow. But once teams, I think, especially around the 2nd to 5th place bracket, bring up their S&D, yeah, I think that actually will be a turning point. And I don't think there'll be answers from Speedy White Men's court as to maybe how are we going to work this one out like they have done for the past few months so far in the Premier Circuit.
And when we start talking about that, I mean, that makes things so very interesting whenever you fit the puzzle pieces together, because if you get Crown Crusaders versus Speedy White Men, it's going to come down to those S&Ds, but who is going to take them? If you get Destro, maybe that's their key to victory against a team like Speedy White Men. We have seen them get really, really hot on those respawns in the past. And again, when you have players, I know we talked about it, we're not going to talk too much about them, but when you have players like Marco who can absolutely fry, living up to the Stallion namesake himself, it's a lot that you have to contend with. It's a lot that you have to deal with. So it really could be one of those instances where S&Ds could win championships, and that's exactly where Destro might be positioned.
And the positioning, I suppose, is going to have to really center itself around, okay, the S&Ds improved so much. If the control is there as well, hey, you don't really need it so much when you have got 80% of the map pool under lock and a hardpoint and S&D combination. Maybe we'll see now coming up to the Esports World Cup as well, lots of maps change around the pool because only really now we're seeing 6-star and Vista. Again, they weren't really welcome when they were introduced Quinn straight away, but they become the most loved maps so far, especially when it comes to the respawns. Maybe again we'll see a resurgence, maybe Invasion Control will actually still remain where it is because I think the biggest improvement has to be, again, around deepening the control pool.
Yeah, the Invasion Control has kind of become that center point within every series. It feels like every single time you go into a best of 5, you're going to see the Invasion Control. I can't really remember the last time that I didn't see that in the middle of a series. And again, I've made it very clear. I'm not the biggest fan of Invasion Control, but there's a reason why it's there. There's a reason why it is that kind of consistent force. But that being said, let's not stall. Once again, we are ready to go. Karachi Hardpoint kicking things off. A great bout to come here as one of these teams will try and punch their tickets into the grand finals. The other is going to go home and have an early night.
And what a better date of Destiny, or a date with Destiny, than in Karachi. A map in age that is very close to taking its driving test, Quinn, and that's one of the more funniest stats that I can throw around at the start of any series. But here we go. Let's get things rolling. How the set day is going to fly from Crown Crusaders as they're on the better side to kick things off.
Here we go, P1 online. Which team is going to start off with the hot hands? That is the question. When you get the answer, it typically has been Crown Crusaders who's gotten off to those early kills. Obviously, don't want to sell your soul for that P1, but you definitely do want to get those rotations. So far, so good for the side of Crown Crusaders.
Destro in a spot again where they can even play for 10-15 seconds here without being contested. And it's more or less positioning that is the big focal point here. Setting yourself up on the high ground to then allow your teammates to run through for rotation. And if you've got players like Conmore and Millie that can really pair together with the sub and the AR, it opens up the entire middle of the map. The rest of the players can funnel through the exits, catch a player lurking and blocking to make it even more of an easier challenge to rotate, which Destro have done.
Speaking of rotations, it's now coming down to that. Destro early on the jump. It's going to have to come down to Stu, that marquee player that we talked about, to start to fortify things and get things going and moving the way of Destro, as Crown Crusaders did get quite a bit of time off on that P1. Now tasked with the break, though, and slowly but surely trying to move their way in. Destro's cutting them down every step of the way, at least to this point. Stu's going to drop, though, and that's maybe the opening that they need to get in on this time.
They're throwing nades as well on the respawn, as it's really hard for Destro to hold, but I really think B-Man's done a great job there. Also setting himself up with teammates to actually, I was going to say allow for a streak in the near future. But so far, going Quinn, neither team's actually playing for streaks early on. More or less playing for positioning and time, which actually is improving Crown Crusaders as the map goes on.
Millie currently 4-2, looking to build on that, continue to fortify, and he has Noisy in the hill to help him out in that cause. Crown Crusaders have full fortification that they desperately need for this hill. Now we turn our attention a little bit, though, towards the rotation, and once again, Destro is going to have their number, and the thing that gets a little bit concerning, obviously Crown Crusaders off to the early lead, but you want to start those rotations a lot earlier than it feels like they're starting them, because ultimately you can get outpaced if Destro can get a hold here.
Big kill onto B-Man, opening up the south side of the map, and of course it will be Stu's touch time first. Now you're opening the real tin of worms here for Crown Crusaders. They have nobody forward beyond the midway line in the map, but then maybe I got a position for Choco to team up with Noisy and just funnel their way through, distract the original crossfire that Destro have in place.
Conwell with the first kill on the board, though, is going to give things a little bit more room for Crown Crusaders to get to operating. That being said, as they get aggressive, they start to fall one by one. They drop. Last player standing in the hill. It's going to be Millie. Has to contend with this player on in. It is Stu continuing to gather the time. Luckily, Crown Crusaders going to be spawning very close to the hill, so they'll have the opportunity to make the re-hit real quick.
I love the way in which Crown Crusaders are actually playing around the extremities because they've got 4 dead right there, Quinn. And now look at the spawns for Destro Gaming. South side of the map. Who's dead set it up? It's Millie straight away.
Oh, Millie as well has the crews to go, and he is starting to get active very, very early at the stretch of this map. Still not getting shut down quite yet. He's starting to make his way on over, now switching on to the AR, finally gets shut down, but that gives a little bit of room for the Crown Crusaders to potentially make some work unless B-Man has something to say about it. He absolutely does. Kills matriculate the way of Destro. They have an opportunity, but no, Crown Crusaders in the backlines.
I know, Destro Gaming ruined their spawn setup. Number 8, Millie, first to spawn up in the back. And Destro haven't got a setup or position to defend this. It's 2 lots of 2 coming from either end of the map, meaning that no one can touch time straight away, Quinn.
This is such a mixy hill when you try and contend for it, as Crown Crusaders are getting ever so close, but they're not getting the kills to justify. You have so many Destro players to deal with up on the high ground and the low ground as well. Noisy will find 1, Noisy will find 2, and that might just be the opening that they need. Noisy with the 3rd as well. Finally got taken down by Choco. And again, when you're going off on those 3 sprees, you eventually need your teammate to kind of step in and take you back. We turn our attention now over towards the next hill, and Crown Crusaders once again have the spawns for it.
They gave up all of that scrap time on the previous hill to have a full 4 ready for the new, and Destro fighting from the front side. Choco positioning, that's a really important kill to get if you're Zadam, because nobody will actually be able to spawn back from Crown Crusaders, and they've put themselves out now. So 10 seconds uncontested, and kills are going to line up for every single player in purple.
Adam Savage kicking things off when this man starts frying. It gets very, very scary if you're in his crosshairs. Crown Crusaders trying to make their approach on in from the upper deck. Conwa trying to provide the support from down below, but you just don't have any clearance if you're on the side of the Crown Crusaders, unless Conwa has something to say about it. He does. First kill on the board. Dello trying to hold his own, but not going to be able to, when the swarm of Scoob and the gang enter into the hill. Crown Crusaders will finally break in, but how much does this break really matter when there's only 20 seconds left on the board?
Especially now knowing that on the outside of the map, Noisy is already setting himself up near red, watching the bus, and ready for loads of Destro Gaming players to realize the urgency now in the situation. Rotation's going to be fully in control of Crown Crusaders, and a spot again where now they've got to split up and try and find a way through the map.
Crown Crusaders going to have the opportunity to parlay into P1 now and really start to get things moving. Still, only a 6-point differential between these two teams to this point. We talked about it. It's a clash of titans living up to that namesake and then some. Stu not going to be spotted out. First kill on the board. Adam Savage will help him out with the second. Stu with the third. That's going to give Destro Gaming the opportunity to make the break on into the hill with 42 seconds of time. Now they just have to fortify, but the question is, where is Crown Crusaders coming in from? Maybe not expecting them to hit from this side of the map.
Stu already has the impact, not just 2 kills there, but 2 necessary kills, and a player already in D-low to retake the position, so they still have full control of a punishing setup on this P1. Though what's interesting is that Crown Crusaders, already having the lead in hand, can sacrifice the scrap time, set up for new, and play for a full 60. So really, it's not out of the woods yet for Destro Gaming.
Yeah, Destro's getting that good time on the board, but how much is that going to matter when it feels like Crown Crusaders have the map control step in, step away? E-Man's going to be on the hill looking to fortify for the last 6 seconds, but the rotation's not starting quick enough for Destro. They're going to try and make it from the bottom side of the map, play the long route, but Chaco's going to be there for the first, not going to be able to find the second. Instead, it's Crown Crusaders all the way over towards the hill, and Destro is completely spread out all across the board.
They haven't actually found a way through, but D-Lo has actually played the timings well. The check was completely offsetted from Crown Crusaders, so Destro can just funnel in all the way in a pinstripe kill feed towards the hill. But the setups, again, are very much played the bunker setup, and it really punishes Destro Gaming when they try and break on. Crown Crusaders have got 35 seconds left of this hill, and I can see it going all their way.
Oh, here we go. Destro coming on in. It's going to be Dello and Stu putting the work, putting the hours, and taking what is theirs. Conwa, though, will be responding with bullets in kind. He's finally able to take down 2. Gets a little bit of a lactacular affair going, but it's not going to matter when he has the kill to go on to Stu. And this is, again, where the Crown Crusaders get very, very dangerous. When they have those bunker setups, they can really fortify. They can really just focus on their gunplay, and that is where they want to be positioned. But you talk about the rotation, Destro is all over it.
The rotation is actually down to 1v1, which Choco has. Now, again, with Destro Gaming spawns, look at where Stu is, nowhere near. It opens up Conwa and Noisy to run through the middle of the map and actually touch time.
Now they have the opportunity to fortify if they can get these kills up on the board. That is the question. Noisy will find one. Noisy with the second one as well. Adam is going to be taken down from his backwards advantage. Destro still spawning over towards the hill, so they will have an opportunity to maybe catch Crown Crusaders ever so slightly by surprise, maybe get a couple of kills on the board and find their way right back into this hill.
Play it very well here. That's what Destro are trying to do. But it's down to 1v1s because everyone's trading out each other, and that final kill from Stu gives them 20 seconds, gives them scrap time, and it's enough as well to bring the series level. The rotation, again, is the same pattern we see so often. It is Crown Crusaders already running across the map in units to make at least their setup more punishing.
It's going to have to be B-Man, who's maybe going to open things up. No, Noisy is just going to completely shut him down. Now look for Dello to maybe find an opening here. Stu coming in from the front is not going to be able to find more than just one. But you do have Dello lurking. The backline's already found himself at the hill, and now for Crown Crusaders, how the turns have tabled. They've got to find their way right back on in. Those spawns very far away. Now the spawns for Destro have been completely flipped. They have the opportunity to continue to fortify in.
Love it. 40 seconds left on the hill. Nobody's touching it just yet. But Stu is playing the long game here, waiting for players to run around, but Millie's already low, Crossfire's set up, and now again, this is not just an important 1v1 to win, but actually to touch time and get the trophies down, it does no favors to Destro Gaming. Crown Crusaders are actually still, again, repeating the same pattern here, not really getting or absorbing hill time to the fullest effect, but they are controlling the map in kills, so you really can't see Destro Gaming have more than 3 players, 2 players alive at any given time here, Quinn.
Destro is already rotated over towards P5. You have Adam all the way over there. He's going to find the kill off on the lurking player and is going to continue to keep things looking good for Destro in the down stretches. They also are able to catch some time on the hill. That being said, they're going to be down a couple of men as you do have that player over towards the flush side of the map, and that's just going to give Crown Crusaders so much room to take control and make their way on in. With 53 seconds left, the break is just inevitable. Now for Destro, they're once again tasked with a break despite having the rotation.
Not just that, Stu, 23 and 14. A solid start, a solid map thus far for Destro in terms of their star player really shining. But Crown Crusaders are actually sacrificing at least anyone in terms of getting out there and being that impact, because the units and the system and the play, it's just beautiful to watch. It's just an impressive hold, and scrap time will go their way. An additional extra few kills will also be added to the tally.
I mean, the door is just getting shut every step of the way for Destro. They can't even get by a kill at this point. Stu, their star player, will fall as well. Chaco will finally be dealt his deck, but it's only Dello who can really make anything happen here, and he will do that. 7 seconds left on the board, but you question Destro's fight into this hill with only 3 seconds left. You already got to fortify. You already got to turn your attention over towards P1. Crown Crusaders are set up and ready to break into that 200-point barrier. Only need 50 more.
I don't think anyone spotted Billy yet. So actually, this is just, playing a nuisance, playing the wall-to-walls, risking more for Destro to break on this hill, and giving Crown another free 20 seconds. They're only 30 away from closing out this map, but Destro are so hesitant to make a move because they're clearing everywhere but the hill, and it's just Millie playing every single angle you can think of that Destro wouldn't check.
The lack of urgency here, but Crown Crusaders are going to find the kills to justify. They're going to get things going on this map. They can win it here, and they're again getting those kills on the board that they need. Destro just can't get anywhere close to the hill. Crown Crusaders, it doesn't matter if Destro is going to hesitate their approach on in, because Crown Crusaders are going to cut them away from the short angle, they're going to cut them away from the long angle, and they will take map number 1 for the losers finals, and they're setting themselves up real good on those hard points.
Not just an impressive map, but a textbook P1 hold, if ever you were to see it from Crown Crusaders. Destro had at least a window in the first 20 seconds to break through and actually send themselves onto the hill, but they were just way too hesitant. It's repeated so much between us, because what more can you say or take from that? Despite Stu's impressive performance, Crown Crusaders were not deterred by it. They played the system so well, and the extremities were just top class.
Again, we talked about the hesitance. It kind of was forced hesitance from the side of Crown Crusaders, where you have so many different setups. You have that one player in on the hill gaining the time, but you also have the players from up above in the deck who are just completely gunning you down. Those ARs anchoring the fortification in the hill for Millie to just select that time and go. I mean, for Destro, it was forced. They had no opportunities throughout that entire hill to get on in. They weren't getting any kills. They weren't getting any map control. And Crown Crusaders, again, as you said, picture perfect on that P1 to close. Again, this is going to have to be the path for them. These respawn game modes for Destro, the S&D is going to have to be a big factor, but they're going to have to take a control now.
Biggest thing which I noticed from that map is, above all else, it was actually a very even game up until the end of the first set of rotations. It was around 150 to 150 for both sides, and Destro had the lead at one point. The biggest factor, though, in that time in which it was so close, is that we didn't see Crown Crusaders get much time. They were actually playing positioning and kills to get full control of the map. It's sort of the system where you're grinding down something into paste. And I felt like Destro in this situation, when it got to the latter end of that map, they had nothing left to give, because we could literally see the style in which Crown Crusaders play Call of Duty. They wear their opponents down with heavy barrages of kills. They let things slip in terms of, oh, well, maybe we can give up this time here and just focus on rotation, because once we consistently employ a heavy rotation style Call of Duty, the ending is just easy to close out. And that's why Destro was so reluctant to even make a move, because they know, right, well, okay, we've actually been outplayed in the most important parts thus far in the ending of that map 1.
And to expand on that, I mean, we talked about it very briefly in the early stretch. Crown Crusaders, they were getting the breaks, but they weren't getting those early rotations to go. Once they had Destro where they wanted them, they started with those rotations. I do believe it was the quick rotation from P4 to P5 that we saw once again. It was kind of customary for the side of Crown Crusaders. They were able to get that quick rotation. They were able to get that quick break as well. And that's really where things started to kind of fall off the rails for Destro. Again, up until that point was very close, but you could see the wear and tear starting to come in. You could see that Destro was having problems with the breaks. Once Crown Crusaders started prioritizing those rotations, they were able to just take full control.
And the biggest thing now that is going to have to set this, well, at least set the table for Destro, the Invasion, Search and Destroy coming up. And it's also a map in which you do see Crown Crusaders play. And are they good in it? I think in terms of win rate, they sit around 60 to 70%, which is still a number, and a fearing number if you're a Destro player, because you now have got to go against one of the best S&D players on that team, Noisy, a man who has earned thousands and thousands of dollars playing Call of Duty for the last 4 to 5 years. And it's his bread and butter. He grew up on Search and Destroy, so we're definitely seeing a lot of shot calling coming out of him here on the next map.
I think you could get very, very interesting with Crown Crusaders because you do have those players like Conwa, like Chaco, who love to get very, very aggressive. I've seen some crazy hits out of these teams on the Invasion S&D very specifically, where you just have one of these players charge straight down mid. The other team might not expect it. You get very aggressive early on, and if you can get away with that, you really set that tone. I feel like for Crown Crusaders, if it comes down to anything, it comes down to setting that early tone, maybe notching the first 1-2 rounds on the board, and then Destro starts to feel maybe a little bit of a quiver in their boots in the grand scheme of this, because you're already down in the hard point. You already let that kind of get away from you. If you let the S&D get away from you, that's a complete entry for Crown Crusaders to really take control of this series.
And that is going to have to be the cherry on top of a well-layered cake, right? I really can't see Destro in a situation where we're going to be seeing, you know, a strong heads-ahead here against probably the second team, or one of the top two teams thus far in the circuit. But I have a lot of faith in the ability in which Stu has shown the last map. I mean, listen, the highest KD leading for Destro in that map 1, and maybe you can also apply it here into Search and Destroy, right? I really think that maybe this will carry over, given already that now in this sort of interlude, they're already talking about the side they're starting on, what the strat should be, and who's carrying the bomb.
Yeah, and again, you talk about that player to really step up for Destro, because you have a lot of fraggers on the side of Crown Crusaders. That Gunny is very, very overpowering. For Destro, you definitely saw Stu step up. You also saw Adam Savage step up. You really look to those two to really get things going if they want to have, I guess, their place on this cake. I mean, we did call it a wedding before. They do want to be the bride or the groom or whatever you want to call it at the end of the day. They don't want to be that third wheel that we alluded that they might end up being. So you're going to need those players to start to step up a little bit more. You're going to need those players to really showcase that macho and stack up to the Crown Crusaders, because again, you look at any of these Crown Crusaders players, scary. You don't want to be 1v1ing them.
I know, especially Noise, which mentioned already. I mean, if you look at his overall earnings in the last 5 years, he's earned $220,000, or just a little bit north of that. In
Bro's pocket watching over here. Damn.
I know. And that's across tournaments, that's across challenges. Yeah, storied history. And you can't not, take it away from him, but you also have to be in the complete mindset now of this row. Like, you have to get rid of him. He is the win condition for that team, and he's going to be doing the most because he has the playbook in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, and again, it feels like he can be the coach that kind of guides them to victory here. We already talked about it. Crown Crusaders has shown a little bit of hesitancy on these S&Ds. Can they use this S&D, though? If they can cement themselves in this series, it would be coming through this. Here we go. Destro on the attack to kick things off.
And look at Choco already. Has an idea in which Destro might like to play this setup, because they've got to carry bomb all the way over to the forklift, and Noisy gets the first blood drawn.
Again, you talked about Noisy, who could be the wrench in this for Destro. Things are getting very, very active over towards the side of the B bomb site. Checkerboard things out in the feed. Conwell will find the cutoff as well. It's just going to come down to Adam Savage, who can't really do a whole lot there. And it really did start with Noisy, again, being that wrench, finding that back angle, and taking out the back play player.
And again, the two most experienced players remaining in the 2v2 for Crown Crusaders was not going to spell a very good story for Destro Gaming in that situation. But I like their approach, though, in the attacking round, because they actually sent 4 players and timed those 4 players well onto tank. It's just that Noisy, again, had the cut-off. So that wasn't maybe the situation. The first wasn't drawn. Crown Crusaders would have been overwhelmed on the site. They also then would have had to give up a plant. So I now want to see, on the flip side, just how can Crown Crusaders play this one. And it's a very similar strategy towards B.
Question is, will Destro see similar aggression? The answer, absolutely. They are pushing, and they are pushing so far up. For Noisy here, could potentially be caught on the back foot. You have Adam Savage sitting in the building, have the opportunity to really play spoiler. The way that Destro has pushed so far up, will Crown Crusaders be able to predict something like this?
There's 2 players in between the large block of 3. And again, it's down to B-Man and Adam Savage to find an entry. But Steve, that first blood not only sets up Crown Crusaders here for failure, but they also, again, have got to play this post-plant to perfection.
Millie's going to be that main player over towards the B-bomb site. Starting to see a pincer develop, though, with number 7 and number 5 on the back stretch here. They can attack. If they can plan this thing out, this could be very, very difficult for Destro to combat their way out. Millie lines them up, brings 2 down. Hold on, wait a minute. B-Man and Adam Savage, though, will respond in kind. Destro swinging back for their first round on the board.
And I like the way in which Destro closed out that attacking round. They actually trusted Adam Savage to just play patient in his position because he didn't really leave that quadrant of the map until, of course, the kills started flooding in. So really, it's a response and a reaction play that does benefits because Crown Crusaders are already so committed on muscling the way over towards the site just to check. That's why Adam Savage can just play the lines and shoot him in the side.
Did that to perfection. Now, all things tied up here and seeing some very, very aggressive defensive rounds here out of both teams. Again, you have Noisy, who just ran it straight down mid, got that first initiation. Then you had the entirety of Destro just completely playing so far up, taking full map control. Now for Crown Crusaders, the question is, how do they want to respond to the aggression that was just almost even more palpable?
Gotta slow it down. That's the main thing. Crown Crusaders have actually opted out just to send 2 towards mid this time.
Crusaders. Oh no, Noisy is not going to anticipate the hit from Destro. Straight on in over towards that A-bomb site where Conwa is going to be awaiting all of this action. Destro, slow and steady still nonetheless. Even after gaining that middle control, they're going to send their players, separate out. Conwa's not going to be able to center for the shots. It's going to come down to Millie and Chaco, 2v4. Bomb going down.
Behind it though, I look at Millie and I look towards Choco. Regrouping for support. Can't cross as deep as he likes because Adam Savage has set up the crossfire at hand. And crawling is one of the more innovative ways to take this one. But you have to make sure the shots are very well placed. But B-Man can just about find it to make that 1v4 all the more challenging for Choco.
And for Chaco here, it's just about doing what he's done all the way through. It's getting those kills. Going to find the first, not going to be able to find much more. Again, the win condition there wasn't one. Destro really, really looking hot. And again, Crown Crusaders, they are a very aggressive team, but when that aggression doesn't work for them, specifically on the S&Ds, things can start to fall a little bit off the wagon. That's what ended up happening there with Noisy going down early.
And Noisy, again, is the key thing that you have to keep in mind if you're watching at home in the audience. Because this player's got thousands of dollars from this game mode. So this is really trusting your teammate and his ideas the most. And Crown Crusaders going to have mixed results in the start of this one. But as the rounds do go on, it become more and more consistent. The same crossfires, though, will actually give more information towards Destro. Only now can Crown Crusaders say there's 3 over, but Destro can commit everyone over straight away and have the crossfires ready if we were to see a plant or even a move towards the B site.
So much map control gain just from that early information. How Destro and now Dello can get so aggressive in the backline, just running straight up. Hello, goodbye, Chaco. Gets completely shut down, back and forth, bobbing, weaving like he's Mike Tyson in the ring. 2 kills on the board for Dello. Has completely shut things down. Crown Crusaders now running around like chickens with their head cut off. And it's just very tough scene starting to develop as you have that split as well.
I mean, listen, really difficult for Millie to hold this position, especially now that bomb's down. Noisy. Doing God's work through the smoke at just the right time to get out of there. So Destro have no idea where he is. Well, I say it, and again, the curse lives on. So maybe you have to respect the fact that the single play from D-Lo has actually opened a can of worms that Crown Crusaders can't put back in.
And now for Destro, I mean, you have so much macho, you have so much of an ego here that you can kind of lean on because, again, Crown Crusaders, you had Noisy trying to do something very similar to what Dello just did. He couldn't get away with it, but Dello absolutely did, completely ransacked them in that round. Now you're starting to feel a little more comfortable if you are Destro, especially if you take this round here. Things start to get a little bit out of hand. Crown Crusaders feels like they really, really desperately need this round if they want to keep things on the track.
Interesting to see that nobody from Destro's crossed mid, so that's already just putting a question mark towards Crown Crusaders as to what the next strategy should look like, Quinn.
Now here we go. Bomb flush straight towards mid. Stu in the backlines. Once again, Destro on the attack, Destro on the defense. It doesn't particularly matter. They're going to catch you from behind. They're going to gain that player personnel advantage still. Bomb flushed over towards the A side of things. Noisy, first line of defense over there. Be up to bat.
Difficult for Noisy. He's playing a position where audio cues are so prevalent. Nobody from Destro has checked too far in position. But I think the heads-to-heads and the 1v1s will have to really sort of put a big old crown on Crown Crusaders because Destro Gaming have overloaded the north side of the map. And it's another situation now again in the 2v1. Needs to get an AR if we want to see Noisy get the shots off.
Poured out in the feed. It leaves Noisy as the last player standing. Smokes are down, and it's going to make things ever so difficult unless he is Batman trying to come through the smoke. Finds the first, but is not going to be able to center the shots for the kill, and now just has to play around the tank. bobbing and weaving our Destro, and they're eventually going to shut him down. Destro rattling off the last 4 rounds, and it just feels like all the momentum is shifted over towards their side.
Absolutely have to credit Destro for the 4-1 lead. I mean, coming into this one, I didn't really have much of an idea in their strategy, but New Crown Crusaders were so good. I think Destro got such a great team cohesion here in the Search to Destroy. A great reset after that map 1, and it really has put a difficult spot onto Crown Crusaders now to bring back 3 rounds and tie it up 4-4. You can't really expect much more than maybe a strategy change. Maybe a float towards A will be a good idea on Crown Crusaders when we attack, because towards B, again, you got the gamble. You have such a huge gamble on who's going to stay alive.
So far, haven't seen anybody hit over towards A. It might be time for Crown Crusaders to make things happen over there. Millie is going to drop the bomb, though. It's going to put things in a little bit of a precarious spot as the kills continue to matriculate the way of the Crown Crusaders, but Conwa will find one through the window. We'll find that bomb pickup. Chaco over towards the other side of the map, trying to set up the pincer with his teammate, but he's going to fall to Stu. It just comes down to Conwa, 1v2.
And Conwa's actually played the lines really well here. Free B site. Although the check wasn't registered by Stu, so this would be an afterpart situation. All that's needed maybe is a stun for a check, because listen, Destro got full utility here for a retake.
Conwa's going to play very far back. Wisely so is going to potentially nullify out that stun check. Destro's not going to be able to gain a whole lot of information, but he's going to make his presence known, just going straight out into the field. But B-Man's going to fall, and hold on, wait a minute, 1v1. Stu flushed over towards the bomb side, but time ticking away for Conwa. It's just about playing that time. You can win this round so easily. Stun goes out, but nobody is home to receive it. Conwa! Doshi doing it! He's got the kill to go! Crown Crusaders back up on the board, and they desperately needed that one.
I feel like in a situation where Stu had those headshots off, I was just looking at the nade left in his utility belt, and definitely should have cooked it up after the shots were rained. Never chased the kill in that situation. You're making the 60-40 a 30-70. You know, the percents just whittle away from your side when you are trying to play the post plant. So that was Conwa, again, just getting out of harm's way. And more important, round for Crown Crusaders, because they had lost 4 in a row from the very beginning of the game. And maybe Conwa there has instilled some life that really could carry them forward.
Yeah, and again, that was such a good recovery out of Conwa as well. He had the stun cook, didn't land, and was able to regain himself, get those shots to go, and now very aggressive over towards this A-long side. Just going to send a ton of shots. Destro, nobody home. They're going to make the wise rotation towards that B-bomb site. First line of defense will be Chaco.
A much more passive round from both teams, and I actually like to see this one because as we get into the later stages, the utility and the streaks actually have more of an impact. Delo's first blood's drawn right there.
Now Chaco has to go big for his team, has to gain some sort of map control here because it feels like Destro is just swarming on in like a bunch of bees on in, but they don't have a whole lot of room for the plant to clear, and that's just going to give Crown Crusader so much time to make the hit back on in. Millie with the first kill on the board. Adam Savage will drop as well to the Renetti of Millie, who just cannot be stopped. Millie is just completely rocking them. B-Man, last player standing, and it's almost assured Crown Crusaders found their way back into the mix.
I know. Not just a great setup, but B-Man's already been spotted. That was a call there from Noisy. So, yeah, you really are stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Rock a bunch of rubble and your own nade at the end of the day. Crown Crusaders.
Don't give him the streaks, Quinn. Don't give him the streaks.
Oh my goodness. they're going to take the streaks, and there's not a whole lot that you can do about it if you are Destro. Crown Crusaders coming back into the mix of this again. They lost out on 4 rounds straight. Finally found some footing, it feels like. Bringing us back within 1.
This next round has to be more of an indictment towards Crown Crusaders and just how we want to spend it. I think this round actually might have a bit more of a subheading towards it. I think Destro want to try and bait out as much utility as possible, all while, again, they'll give away information early on, which has failed. Not just 2 tags, but 2 easy reads onto Destro Gaming. Now it's down to Adam Savage at least being the person not to get first blooded.
Crown Crusaders making so much noise over towards the B side of the map, but they have the bomb flushed over towards the A side. Millie is trying to get active over towards A, is going to have to deal with Dello. Doesn't know it quite yet, but he's going to have to be that first line of defense as Crown Crusaders gaining that middle control. A lot of control over towards the B-bomb site. Finally, the bomb is going to head over there as well. So no, Millie is not going to get aggressive, but Stu in the back lines is going to find 2. Makes it a 2v2.
I mean, great trigger discipline and wonderful patience to actually line up the kills. Now, this makes it more challenging because look at where Destro are. They're blocking off both sites. And it's not easy, unless, of course, you time the overload perfectly. Delo's retained all utility.
Oh, no, Delo, you gotta check the floor. You gotta check the floor, B-Man. Last player standing will find the first, but not going to be able to do much more than that. Crown Crusaders made it a game once again. We're tied up 4-4.
Bait and switch there in the final 2v2 was perfect. I do feel so bad. But Millie, I mean, in the situation, again, where you have got the view model, I think there it was just a awfully timed challenge, if you will, to say it in sports terms and Leighton's terms. Now, Destro again, I mean, losing 3 in a row. Streaks are out of the picture, and Millie's on for a cruise missile, so that really can turn the tables here quite drastically for Crown Crusaders here, Quinn.
You can start to see Millie has really found his footing. He is currently 9-6 if the Codcaster is correct, and you're really starting to see him have his way with the map, get a little bit more comfortable on the SMG, starting to roam a little bit. Destro making their way over towards this B-bomb site, but they don't have a whole lot of control to work with here, at least in the early stretch.
Nobody spotted each other yet. Only person in position is B-Man. But even then, I don't think it's enough to make a play call here if you're Destro Gaming. But all three really have sent themselves towards B, and they're putting a lot of trust in Millie, Crown Crusaders, to actually spot this push.
Going to be a matter of who spots who first. 4v4 as Destro's made their way on in. Got the opportunity to get this plant down unless Chaco has something to say about it. He does have the cross. Playing on the head glitch. It's going to give Destro a little bit of pause to their strategy here. You still have B-Man in the back stretch who finds that first kill to go. It's now potentially baiting out Millie, who get a little bit more aggressive. But now this gives Destro a lot of room to reign.
I know, Crown Crusaders made a terrible mistake on the B. They spammed all their utility, all their nades early on. All Destro had to do was just dip out the way. Now they've got more arsenal to hold on this post plant and give themselves a comfy 4v2.
Conwa's going to have to go big straight through that door. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot as he dies off screen. Comes down to Chaco, 1v4. Will find the first kill off onto B-Man, but it's only a matter of time. Destro doesn't even need the plant to go. Match point now online for them. 5-4. Again, they were up 4-1. Crown Crusaders coming back. But Destro trying to prove, hey, S&D is our domain. You're going home.
And this is a very, not just penultimate round, but very important round for Crown Crusaders in this situation. They're going to be starting off directly on that the attacking side, excuse me, at home. But Crown Crusaders are in a spot now where they have to make sure, again, that they're not spamming utility straight away, but they're finding the time like Destro did over towards B, because that strategy just wasn't good from the original side.
Talked about just how important this map in the grand scheme of things can be for Crown Crusaders. If they take it here, if they can somehow find their way back in, really gives them full control of the series moving forward. Defense for Destro still very aggressive. B-Man, wisely so, is going to back up, knowing that there are a couple of Crown Crusaders players towards this B side of things. Starting to make the approach, trying to gain that middle control as they try and make their way on in.
Not just Millie failing to find the first kill, but it opens up the middle of the map. And not just that, Conwa, retain bomb, taking out Delo has had the most impact thus far for Destro. The 3v3, B-Man's got so much to do here to hold the line, but also information. Then Adam Savage is the next person up for the bats.
Such a clutch play there. B-Man will find the second on the board, and now things for Crown Crusaders and Conwa and co. It starts to get a little bit dicey. You have Chaco towards the B side of things, and you have Conwa flushed over towards A. 26 seconds left on the board, and they're trying to figure out what they want to do with this bomb. They might have a little bit of clearance to work things into A, but you have the pincer starting to develop here. Stu, it's only a matter of time until he starts to get aggressive, and it's timed out so perfectly. Conwa will fall before he's able to get that bomb down. It comes down to Chaco. Not a whole lot he can do. Destro respond in the S&D, and we're tied 1-1.
Beautiful, beautiful search and destroy. We said it. 4-4. Different levels of excellence displayed from those two teams in the first 8 rounds, but we really saw Destro have more comfort in really playing out the extremities and waiting for Crown Crusaders to go off-site, re-clear elsewhere, and open up the whole map. That right there is just how you play S&D to a T.
And again, we saw Destro catch absolute fire in the early stretch of the map. It was only a matter of time until they refound their footing, got things back under control. Crown Crusaders, though, proving that they do have some fight on S&D, but how much does it really matter if you can't close on the S&Ds? And now things, again, start to get very, very interesting, and it really does feel like this invasion control that's coming up is the penultimate map in this series. Whichever team takes this is set up so well, because you've obviously talked about map number 4, the Vista Hardpoint, favoring Crown Crusaders. But that map number 5, the high-rise S&D, definitely favoring Destro. Whichever team takes it has the clear walkway to victory and a grand finals berth potentially on the cards.
To everyone at home, the reason why we say map freeze is so definitive is because a team can truly take control of the series from this position. They also have the absolute ability, again, to just provoke in a situation and sense where if you win the control, the hard point is up next. At 1-1, we've already seen respawns look a lot better for the likes of Crown Crusaders. But they don't want to go to the search and destroy. And again, it's a pattern that reoccurs. So you put the most pressure on them in the situation. It opens up more wiggle room for Destro to be more relaxed and free-flowing on the map.
Yeah, and again, you talk about Crown Crusaders as this team that does have that respawn prowess, but that's really going to have to show here because we talked about the Vista Hardpoint definitely favoring them, but if they don't take the invasion control, Destro has a full wheelhouse here that they can just kind of ride to victory. I don't know if that's actually what a wheelhouse is. I don't think you ride a wheelhouse, but nonetheless, you get the point that I'm a wheelbarrow. There we go. They can take the wheelbarrow, ride it to victory. Again, it feels like, as you said, the invasion control, a lot more important for Destro, or excuse me, Crown Crusaders than it is Destro.
Oh, don't worry. Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right there. I think that it doesn't really open much information out of what we've already seen across both teams. So I would have to give a bit more of a relaxed approach and assessment because, you know, we're going back to the same map for control. I really think, though, a team that loses an S&D on this map and it goes into control tends to have a bit more of an edge, and that really comes down to the horsepower they've reserved. That is where Crown Crusaders are really going to have to start to at least unleash a few players, allow Conway to get through. I think Shocko as well has had some good moments on the AR in that map, but at least is very nervous and tentative when the pressure's put directly onto him. So I want to see exactly how explosive they are out the gates. That's going to be the biggest thing for Crown Crusaders.
Yeah, and I definitely think the mode switch gives them the opportunity to get a little bit more explosive on this map. We saw a little bit of it, but unfortunately it did get shut down to some degree from Destro, who was just amazing at reading things out, reading out the plays from the Crown Crusaders. But now the aggression with that respawn factored in is going to have a little bit more room to potentially work for the Crown Crusaders. And when they can get aggressive, I mean, very, very scary. Have to shut them down some way, somehow. Again, for the side of Destro, they have a clear path here. They just have to close out this control, take a respawn in this, and the S&D could potentially win the championship for them, or not the championship, but get them to the championship grounds where they could win against the Speedy White Men. Lots and lots of action here so far, Connie. This is a really, really good series we have developing. It's given us everything that we could possibly want out of a lower final.
What more would you ask for? Absolutely. That's the point you've got to get across to everyone at home. This is more or less a situation that really is familiar for Crown Crusaders because you have to go back to North Carolina a couple weeks ago. I mean, listen, in the lower bracket, they absolutely smashed everyone free up. I think they were on a 12 map on Beacon Street in the lower bracket. That's when Form truly outperformed Class that day. But they have at least got a good control up their sleeves. And I think the last time they were in North Carolina, they won 3-0 on this exact control against WLG, which on paper is a team that's more versed and experienced in the Premier Circuit. So I would say that unless, of course, Vodafone View has been heavy in the Destro camp, I would expect them to have a lot going into that one.
Yeah, and again, you talk about this control, it feels like such a comfortable spot for this team where you, again, can kind of just let your players fly. You can let players do what they do best and frag out. So invasion control obviously has kind of become the namesake. It's kind of become that middle ground for a series. Both of these teams very, very accustomed to it. Both of these teams have the opportunity to really cement themselves here and now. And it, again, really does feel like this is the moment to make your mark because we go into the high-rise S&D. Obviously, Crown Crusaders not necessarily on the favorable point. Would be really cool, though, to see them potentially right the wrongs there. But nonetheless, ideally for them, again, we've said it time and time again, it's going to have to come down to this control.
I think... See, I don't really want to sort of resort to the script so much when it comes to control because there is no script for control. It always is just sort of chaos and free-flowing Call of Duty every single time you watch it. I think it's a play-by-play, Quinn. That's why you have the most fun. And I'm going to let you have the most fun because I can't seem to find any enjoyment sitting there and just rinsing the washing machine and then putting it up to dry.
Hey, man, somebody needs to clean the clothes here. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. But yes, Invasion once again for control. We've already seen the S&D go the way of Destro. Will they be able to close it out with the Invasion control and gain the series control? Or will Crown Crusaders gain the series control? This is really living up to the namesake of the game mode. Let's get it going. Crown Crusaders on the attacker side to kick things off, and it's obviously going to be a customary B hit.
Already, Delo, first blood's drawn. Who's in position there to watch over it straight away? Choco and Noisy having the most impact to at least halt any sort of hold that could happen from Destro. We see again just how you want to play the first few instances on attack. Crown Crusaders opting again to send players over towards B, but the execute actually wasn't the best. You think after the first 10 seconds they'd send everyone there and then play for trophies to hold down the line, but now Noisy actually can have that role, that instance, and that allowance of pressure to be put on his shoulders.
Back and forth we go. Destro is going to shut down that push once again. And as you said, Crown Crusaders a little bit slow to get the action over towards this B side of things. They're not even going to be able to get that first tick on the board unless Conwa and Noisy have something to say about it. They finally do ring true in the feed on 51 seconds. They're able to touch on in, get that first tick of progress on the board. Now Dello just trying to add insult to injury, trying to get active in this side of things. Destro is going to wipe them straight off the hill.
Very impressive. But not just that, if B-Man can win this 1v1, Destro have got more wiggle room to actually flood players over. Because already, it's not a good look for Stu. Choco there can break out the spawn trap, start committing players towards Bus Station if you are Crown Crusaders. As lives are equal, the ticks really have been quite lackluster from Crown Crusaders.
Information overload has to be the strategy here because they're not really gaining a whole lot of control of this map. Destro has been relentless to this point, getting the kills to justify as well, but now they have the opening to make the hit on into A. You're starting to see some pressure flush towards the bottom side of the map. Luckily, the respawn's going to be there for Destro to contest, and they're just going to get those kills to further justify. Choco will find one, but one is not enough as he gets done. Destro has just completely showcased a masterclass on defense.
Not just that, with 5 seconds left, B-Man can play for streaks. It all comes down to playing your life. Oh, well, there you go. That's one silver lining for Crown Crusaders. It's only the smallest, sort of pin on what was a really bad round from the get-go when we can't beat around the bush and really watch them been played there. You would expect them to keep a life or two only down in the feed to then take the first capture point. But it really was just no organization, no trust in the system for Crown Crusaders in the attacking round. It's got to change drastically going into their defensive round.
I mean, they just got way too pretty with it. They were trying to take all of this middle control when they should have just made their way on into B and just said, hey, we are here. Fight us here on the hill. Instead, they were trying to gain so much control of the map in the early stretch, and Destro just took all the 1v1s, the 1v2s. They took them. Now Crown Crusaders have to really have a defensive masterclass of their own, it feels like.
And really intelligent plays from Adam Savage to put a trophy on the cars. That really is sort of the secondary or tertiary way you'll die on Invasion, bar, of course, a high rise if we were to see that floated in. Not just Destro actually having a really good start, but they had a great first round previously. So carrying us on to a round in which where you play for B, Crown Crusaders have got a lot to respond with here. They've got a lot to respond with, but the weaponry has to be matched with the AR for the AR.
Now the information overload strategy is starting to develop. You have a player flushed over towards A. You're not going to get that player onto B, but it might not matter with Destro having these spawns so very favorable over towards this A side. They can really contend. Crown Crusaders here, it's about getting them off of this hill here and now, not sparing any time to do so. As Adam Savage does get dropped, and you see the Crown Crusaders convoy come on in over towards A side. Doesn't give Destro any time to make any progress over towards B. Now we're starting to see the same thing in a different font here.
Loving the actual teamwork we have from Destro in this instance, because despite the life count not being on their side, they've actually got positioning and control of the map where we can see all 4 players collectively push through the middle if they were to so desire, then play for heavy team deathmatch style control.
Wow, everything going right for the Crown Crusaders, but just as we say that, Adam Savage found his way on into the hill. Destro is going to have the opportunity to secure that extra minute of bonus time, unless Noisy has something to say about it, which he does at least for the time being. Dello will be able to get the refrag to go, gets back into things, and now Destro, extra minute 45 left on the hill. No progress was made over towards A, but they've already chosen the opportunity to conflict things over towards that side of the map. Can they do it again?
Wonderful spawn control we saw from Crown Crusaders there in that exec, but it really has been a situation now where Choco not really is involved in the map and is actually playing the lines in which the spawn trap failed to show. So Destro got 3 players now, easily can break onto the point at any given time, want a few extra kills to make sure that pressure's alleviated from Crown Crusaders, and now again with Noisy on the respawn, he's got any real last crossfire here to eliminate the players from Destro to take A.
So much map control for Destro. It really is going to have to come down to this cutoff here because Crown Crusaders could get their spawns flipped if they don't get these kills to justify. Noisy with the Kobe will do exactly that, though. Crown Crusaders very, very quick to respond once again over towards this A side. Minute left on the clock here for Destro. They do have that player in the backline, though. Dello could completely turn things on its head. If he can get a couple of kills, if he can swing things, he's completely in their spawn. Things are about to get very interesting.
I love this positioning as well. D-Lo's taking the pred option of playing this setup and hoping that one funnels through Garage and it's a free 2-piece in hand. But Crown Crusaders have actually played this almost in a formation that you will get an easy isolated 1v1 every single time here, Quinn.
Yeah, everything turning up yellow in the feed. Crown Crusaders just winning every single exec out. Destro not having a whole lot of room that they can really gain here, and tied up in terms of lives, things very, very close. But Destro, it feels like with the time being the added factor here, are going to have to make a close. Millie in the backlines as well with the 360, but not going to be able to hit the shots. Now, Destro, once again, they have an opportunity to make the hit on into the hill, but Choco with the cutoff is adding insult to injury. This is Destro's last stand. 5 seconds left with the touch. Here we go.
Now, that is not fair. That's not fair, Quinn. I have to let it play out the way it is. Crown Crusaders, a 2v1, nobody from Destro to get their time. And you have to just sort of let the game breathe there a little bit and just understand this sort of tense situation that would have been for Crown Crusaders in that spot. Because Millie was at least a player there to help funnel in a crossfire. And it's easy for Noisy there as well, just to create fear for Destro Gaming in a situation in where they played the overloads perfectly across both sides of the map where Destro wanted to attack. The biggest difference, though, is that Destro Gaming have got more ticks on the board. So if it plays out the way it has in these first 2 rounds and it goes to a 5, Destro have the advantage going into the penultimate. I can't even talk English there. God's sake, I'll say definitive round.
Yeah, Destro, again, set themselves up so unbelievably well. Crown Crusaders doing kind of the same thing that we saw them do before, but they're going to be a little bit quicker to get onto this B side now. We talked about it. They have to make this hit, and they have to make it swift, because last time it did not go well for them. They're luckily able to get a couple of kills to fortify. They're luckily able to lock things down, at least to this point. Stu trying to add a little bit of a interesting twist to this sandwich that we're starting to build out here, with Destro trying to make their way back on in.
And look at the high ground in which Destro has taken here, Quinn. It's created a situation in where it's a distraction now for Adam Savage to play a terrible trap in Palace. But the kills need to be found in very good fashion. And it's easy to deal with now knowing that Conway's got the call to say, look, nobody's pushed over to A yet. I'm going to start flooding it. And then will Stu start to respond in convincing fashion.
Stu all the way over towards their spawn side is getting very, very aggressive. Finally does get shut down by Millie as Crown Crusaders trying to make a little bit of an approach over towards A. Again, the information overload strategy, once that B hit kind of falls apart, you have to distract, you have to deter Destro, get their presence off, and give yourself a little bit of room to operate with here. Crown Crusaders starting to get men over towards that side of the map, and Millie with this kill has the opportunity to make Destro choose, hey, do we continue to contend with B or do we start sending players over towards A? They're going to do exactly that. And that's going to give Crown Crusaders so much opportunity for map control.
Oh, definitely a convincing portion for Destro Gaming right now. Mentally, how they're adjusting to the pressure in which Crown Crusaders have started to woken up and scale into the game. Because they've really convinced themselves here to take B, equal life count, an important 1v1 as well between Conwa and D-Lo to actually control the spawns for either team. So yeah, I really respect in which how both teams are approaching the end game here in round 3.
Destro getting very, very aggressive over towards this right side of the map, trying to set up a potential pincer from behind and shut the Crown Crusaders push down as they try and make their way over towards A, but that kill is going to continue to justify their presence on this map. Now they have the opportunity to make the hit on in. Obviously, Destro going to still be spawning over towards this side of the map, so they will have the opportunity to contend pretty quickly. But Crown Crusaders have the opportunity to get these trophy systems down. They have the opportunity to continue to get that time on the board. Millie is bobbing and weaving in on the hill, trying to get that second tick of progress. It's finally going to get shut down, but very, very good progress made. Still a minute left on the clock for the Crown Crusaders to continue to call this assault.
They've all started to flood now, the north side of the map, for at least a re-hit onto the other side. But Crown Crusaders here are trying to take at least a long route here. With 2 convincing wins, make it a third for Noisy.
Woo!
Nobody left to respond unless Stu can get an easy crossfire.
So much going right for the Crown Crusaders as they try and make their way back on in. Adam Savage is still in the hill, but no longer. Conwa and Chaco are going to get the kills to continue to justify. Second tick of progress being made. Crown Crusaders have the opportunity to cement it here and now and bring us in to that next round with a W on the board. No respawns left for Destro, and that will just about do it. Crown Crusaders take the attacker side, now looking very, very pretty as they enter this defense.
Such an impressive showing there in that round, and Crown Crusaders just played patience well. Didn't have the life advantage they would love to have had, 10, 15 plus, to really close out this bus station, but they actually instead opted for lots of trust on Destro's pathing. I feel like every single player knew exactly the lane in which Destro are going to pop out of and try and retake, so the crossfires were so easy to set up. The wall bangs as well were even more impressive, Quinn. That's just exactly the difference you need to win a second round like that.
And that's where Crown Crusaders just make their business, make their money. It's on rounds like that where they have so much of their gunplay that just allows them to fully take control of a map. Now looking to close things out on this defense, set themselves up very pretty for that Vista hardpoint and potentially send themselves in to the grand finals. Early kills continuing to justify as Destro hasn't made a hit towards either side of the map. You do have Adam Savage flushed over towards A, but that's not a whole lot of progress as he's just trying to fight for kills, fight for control of this middle ground. Crown Crusaders, though, so far so good. Kills starting to swing the way of Destro, though.
It's a careful look here, because Destro can at least get 2 players confirmed. We're seeing now Adam wants to join the stack because you're going to really start to accelerate away. Takes 9 seconds to fill this one up, and Destro have played those seconds perfectly.
Oh my goodness, Destro with full control, but no, they don't get the trophy systems that they can put down. Crown Crusaders will put them down. 2 kills on the board will completely nullify things out. Destro did get those first 2 ticks. Now trying to turn their attention over towards this B side of things, but they're not able to get a whole lot going in terms of the kill department. Stu, the only player he's not going to be able to touch. That just gives Crown Crusaders the opportunity to rotate back on in, but every step of the way, Destro's getting the kills to justify as they now have the opportunity to take B.
Oh, I love this actually from Crown Crusaders. See, what really kind of inspires me here in this particular portion, Quinn, is that they are trying to fence away any sort of upper ground Destro might have. But it's still just too powerful, and the positioning can be almost perfect. That's only unless Conwa, Noisy, and Choco can find 3 important kills here to break open a hole and just finally set up the end game portion and the punishing setup to keep them behind tank.
They're trying to hit the Olympic sprint, but it's not going to be enough. The Crown Crusaders are going to take the invasion control 3-1. Dominant fashion out of them in those last 2 rounds to do it. And now, as we've talked about it, this invasion control, it felt, oh my goodness, wait, the trick shot out of Millie is so good. But going back to it, I mean, I feel like I just watched a phase, like, cross-map tomahawk play there. That was really something. No, nonetheless, again, we talked about it in the grand scope of this series. This control feels so very important. Crown Crusaders able to stash it. Now the Vista hardpoint, not only do they have the 2-1 series lead, they have the momentum going into it, and they definitely have the edge on this map.
Absolutely, and ignore the graphic there as well. It is 2-1 to Crusaders, but don't worry, it's absolutely fine. This is one of the more interesting sort of scopes in terms of Vista, because I've already said it right at the start, and maybe this could be the dessert on top of what has been a fantastic 3-course meal for Crusaders, but their favorite hardpoint in map 4 feels almost too poetic, Quinn, to not mention in what could be the match and the tickets to the grand final.
Yeah, Destro might be kicking themselves in the shins a little bit here for not vetoing this Vista hardpoint. Again, we look at it. They already looked so good on the Karachi hardpoint. Expect them to look even better here on this Vista. For Destro, it's a very, very improbable trek to the grand finals. Now, obviously, with the high-rise S&D still in the cards, though, they can take this Vista hardpoint in a miraculous effort. Destro would still have a route, but it really does feel like Crown Crusaders are just knocking at the doorstep to punch their tickets on in.
I think that's going to have to sort of settle things in a way, but it also will lead to quite a impressive look. I don't really have any words to describe exactly what it means here for Crown Crusaders to be here in another grand final, but I do have at least kind of, a nostalgic throwback to a couple of weeks ago when they were in this spot in the lower bracket. Although it was a 3-0, not on the cards here again if you were to stick a bet on this match. It is more or less one of the interesting ways that you can assess just how comfortable they are in the backs against all situations here in this lower bracket, Quinn.
Yeah, again, Crown Crusaders, they've been one of those teams that you've had to look out for, going back even into pool play where they went 3-0, have been a completely dominant force outside of their matchup against the Speedy White Men, where it was even there very, very close on the precipice of having an opportunity to take it right back to them. And again, so much history between these two teams and this three teams as a whole. It's starting to look like Destro might have to be that third wheel when all is said and done. Vista Hardpoint coming up, Connie. It's looking good for Crown Crusaders.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The words should never be rewritten. Rewritten?
We wouldn't?
You can tell it's definitely late here in the UK because even now I'm
You're a trooper, man. We appreciate you.
But no, the general point which I want to get out is, yeah, this is actually scary, the scariest point in the series for any sort of player against Crown Crusaders. Best hard point in their pool. Map 4. Whatever side we get, though, I mean, listen, it's not as powerful as sub-base, but maybe if you can churn out some strategies from the first P4 all the way through to that second P3, really the sort of meat and potatoes portion of the free sets of hardpoint you might see here in this map, that's where things change the most in terms of predictions, pathing, and blind counters. That's where Destro have to at least really sort of instill a lot of confidence. So, yeah, that's the only way really I can see them taking down a team that's just so well versed in this map.
Feels like it's kind of become like this David versus Goliath kind of scenario now with Destro on the back foot of that invasion control. Again, a lot was riding on that for them and their hopes here. With the general setup within this series, this Vista hardpoint has now put them in this very, very tough hill that they're going to have to trek their way on up. For the Crown Crusaders, it's just about doing what they do best. It's just about flying, letting players like Millie rock the Destro Gaming players and really start things off hot. Because again, this is their favorite map. This is where they make their money. This is where they make their macho plays. That's what I was also going to try and say. I kind of like got all to this scrambled up, but let's get going. Let's get scrambling on to P1. Crown Crusaders, Destro Gaming could come down to this.
And already, Crown Crusaders have sent more players directly towards the south side of the map to try and fend off Destro Gaming's hit, because it's easy for them to break through. They've spent so much utility, though, Destro Gaming. Crown Crusaders and the respawners can easily take this one back because they already are reserving or at least consummating ideas around winning the gunfights, then spamming nades and the chokes.
Back and forth we go for control, but so far so good with Destro's setup here towards the bottom side of the map. Very easy to parlay over towards P2. They're also starting to collect some time in P1 off the back of B-Man, but he's eventually going to be shut down by Millie. Now that gives Crown Crusaders the opportunity to, again, soak up some time, not trying to sell your soul for P1, but it's going to have to be a frontal hit into P2 for them, unless Noisy has the opportunity to sneak on in, which, hold on, wait a minute, couple of kills, swing the way of the Crown Crusaders. They might have this rotation.
Impressive to actually see a rotation that Noisy and Stu have got a 1v1 to decide who gets the initial, but Stu's only opting now to start touching time, and again, it's really bad for the spawns because Crown Crusaders, unless Stu was on point, would have spawned so much further out.
Now, here we go. Crown Crusaders with the hit on in. Millie 2 kills on the board. It's going to give the Crown Crusaders the control of this hill. Already starting to mount that early lead. Destro trying to hit in from the left side, trying to hit in from that upper deck. Adam Savage is going to try and do the execution. Is not going to be able to hit it. Gets that first kill to go. It's going to give Destro the opportunity to get the break on in. So they're keeping things contextual here.
I love the way B-Man's actually just taking fights on the extremity here to make sure Crown Crusaders are distracted from the next play, because actually that call would come through, but no call really matters when you get killed straight off spawn. And I really have to respect Destro here, closing the gap. We'll take the lead here on scrap time. 1v1 between at least Adam Savage and Millie.
Adam Savage is going to get it. Millie doesn't anticipate all the way. The rotation has gone for Destro. Adam Savage is continuing to fortify. Wisely so is going to pull out the Renetti, wait for his teammates to rotate on in, try and give him control. Chaco's not going to chow it out. Chaco's going to hold the angle. So going to find one, but not much more to be found there as Destro is going to get the quick break on in. 45 seconds left of time for them to soak up.
Really impressed, though, to see Stu holding down at least the main sort of flux point between both teams where they can cross through onto time. A lot of trust there in Dealer to hold point. 1v1 now, especially between Noisy and Adam Savage again. In a similar situation to hold time for Destro, where they now can start to accelerate away from Crown Crusaders, looking for at least a 35-point gap here. And it's a good start to Vista, where really at the start you can't focus too much on the lead, but rather how they're playing around the pressure.
Not only that, they're going to have the rotation over towards New as well with these spawns. Finally, Crown Crusaders are going to get the break on in, but with 8 seconds left on the board, they're going to have to hit the left foot, right foot express. They're going to have to start the rotation in towards the New hill, get those kills to fortify as well. A couple of mixy spawns here for the side of the Crown Crusaders. For Destro, it's just been the breaks that have seemingly been effortless.
And now they can actually hold this with 3 players. The line's really far up, though, for Crown Crusaders. It will spawn B-Man out, so in terms of numbers, the break's really easy for Crown Crusaders in this situation here, Quinn.
But Destro is going to continue to hold. Adam Savage and Dello are going to find so much control of this map. In some way, somehow, keep things very, very manageable. As they're continuing to potentially be in the cards for a full 60 on P4. Also, turn your attention over towards B-Man, who's making his approach in towards P5. That's going to be a big, big engagement on your mini-map between Noisy and B-Man as the time is contested for the current hill. B-Man with the quick rotation spots him out. Oh, not going to be able to get the kill to go. Oh my goodness. B-Man finally gets it, though. That's going to give so much map control for the Crown Crusaders that they're going to have to contend for.
Impressive, especially in the Crown Crusaders now have got an important few kills there to actually control this next hill. And it really, on the spawns, Destro Gaming have got to post up and try and watch this crossfire, where Noisy can just lie down and set a trophy up and reclaim some time here. The long route, though, which Adam Savage wants to take here, might be a play that could break the hold.
Crusaders have the opportunity to really set their tone on this hill with this rotation, with the kills that they are getting to justify as well. It's a hop and a skip into P1 as well. So much can be gained. So much wrongs can be written right. They can really get this hold to go. So far, so good. Conwell on a 5 spree as well is absolutely popping off. Finally gets shut down by Adam Savage. Is going to be denied the cruise missile. So far, again, so good. And Destro, nobody is home for this hit.
And that's really, really punishing now for Crown Crusaders. They've played for streaks now on at least 2 attempts here, shut down by Destro Gaming. It's a frustrating point now where they have to think of the heads at play constantly, where Destro are more relaxed in the situation, and they've already sent 2 players to the south side of the map, ready again if we were to see Crown Crusaders overextend their setup and make the incorrect play.
Destro's going to have the kills to justify. Now P1 coming online, and there we have it. Destro has so much control of this map now. Crown Crusaders spawning on the back foot, trying to make the approach right back on into the hill, but feels like Destro now has the opportunity once again to get in that driver's seat and kick things off, unless the kills go the way of the Crown Crusaders, which they do.
Listen, look at Millie right now on the minimap. Has got to time this perfectly to break through. And has to read the spawn so well, because B-Man on the initial will allow, again, positioning and call-outs where Crown Crusaders can get naded off this hill at any point. You've also sent as well B-Man, not just to support Stu on that deep lurk, but listen, this right here is just enough fluid Call of Duty for Destro to hold on to a little bit of a lead. But Crown Crusaders, again, have to fight scrap time. That goes the way of Destro. Still in the initial, again, it's just Destro Gaming in full control here in full swing.
Destro with full control. They're going to start the rotation over towards P2 as well. Con with the long range. It's going to give Crown Crusaders a little bit of an opportunity here to make their stake on in. Back and forth in the kill feed to go. Crown Crusaders will have the opportunity to start soaking up this early time. But again, the question just becomes, with the pacing of this map so far, when will Destro make their break?
Not to be at least exaggerated by the spawn control here, Quinn. You can't say map control hasn't been their forte. They've really instilled a great setup across 2 groups of 2 to really punish Destro on their attempts to break through to important power positions.
So far, so good. Crown Crusaders Still holding strong, but they're going to have so many players spawning in. They're going to have to get these players into this hill quickly if they want to avoid the break out of Destro. Just feels inevitable at this point. The late break is in. Noisy still continuing to fry. That was beautiful, but nonetheless, Destro is going to get those final 20 seconds. Rotation starts to begin over towards P3, where Crown Crusaders are going to be flushed. They're going to have the opportunity again to keep things very, very close. Just 3 points separating these two teams to this point. It's a battle of Goliaths.
Not just that, 3 players, very much a muscle-in setup and a great break for Destro. Not just to at least find a way through and get the important kill onto Noisy. Now Destro Gaming can start to really accelerate here from this 156-159 game and close it out, because Crown Crusaders here are spawning all the way on that side of the map. Yeah, this is a great block as well that you'll see B-Man try and hold to get 60 seconds here.
Billy's not going to be able to do anything. It's going to have to come down to Noisy, who's going to have to make this hit start to gain a little bit of control for this team. Destro have the opportunity to take it this point forward.
And not just that as well. Let's queue it up here and see how they're looking in at Destro Gaming. Listen in.
Right now, mid. He's going new. Going new. Going new.
Yeah, could go new. Just live on new.
On noise. Yo, he's already on new, bro. And then play music. Play music.
Let's go. I'm in music, bro.
Yeah, just stay music, bro.
We're gonna be pillars in the back, okay?
They're already gonna be in the back. Just play new.
I'm getting some front picture, bro.
They're gonna play through old, bro. Playing through old. 2.
I'm looking at the D-back. I'm looking at the D-back.
I'm
Hold team now. You hold short.
The D-back heard you.
Hold on, pitching hold. Give me a second. He's holding.
Millie, pillars hurt.
No, he's gonna go pillars.
Hey, it's on mid. I hear missteps. Heard you.
He's missing Choco.
He's in the back of me. Yeah, he's in the back of me. Choco.
I spawned P2.
I hear missteps. I don't hear missteps.
Yo, 2 in the back. 3 in the back, maybe, bro. Choco, Millie.
When the top
Pillars noisy.
I spawn out.
Noisy, one shot pillars.
I have mid pitch in 2 seconds.
Get the cross.
back music. He's
I'm
in
in the
music.
That's one front.
Dead.
Nice. Noisy was there.
Crossing 2.
Another one cross music.
No. To your right. He's on the pillars. On music. Pillars on music.
On the steps.
First steps. Dead.
Nice.
Nice, good on. Just leave. You guys can double chow.
Pillar half.
I'm going new. You guys get that time.
Go.
Pull my arrow out.
You have P1?
Yeah, I got you.
Interesting sort of look there, and some comms from Destro, which really have started to fade away from their impressive lead. Not just now in the driving seat in this one here, Quinn, but they actually could either close out here on this one perfect hold.
Crown Crusaders with a very heads-up rotation here, and again, we talk about the importance of this chain hill, P5 to P1. If Crown Crusaders can really lock in for this next 60, they will be very, very close to that 250-point barrier, and they will just be a hop and a skip away from taking this map and taking this series here. Now kills continuing to justify as well.
Very impressive here. Crown Crusaders will look to hold this 30 seconds. Can't afford again to rotate to a new setup, because at this point, again, Destro Gaming needs to be punished as much as possible, given how strong they were at the start. It's the only way they can really put the nail in the coffin and make this at least a death-defying attempt.
Back and forth we go. Still so far so good for the Crown Crusaders. They're, again, not going to be able to win it here. B-Man trying to make a last-ditch effort to get some time on the board for Destro. Not going to be anything done there, though. Crown Crusaders have a little bit of a lead going here, and the lead feels very, very sizable at this portion of the map.
Not just that, Destro. Only one player left in hill. Important rotations here as well from Stu and Adam Savage to support on this cross, because they need to get players flooded in here to hold a very bunker-like setup. That's the way Destro can only really hold this hill.
Connell being such a rat as well is completely preventing Destro from getting any sort of hit back in. They have to take the front approach. They will do exactly that, though. Now on for the time, but you start to feel the pressure. You start to feel every angle starting to close in on you from the side of the Crown Crusaders.
Just that is a contest, which is won by Crown Crusaders. Now in 15 seconds left here, it's one last push from Destro Gaming.
Destro trying to find their way on into this hill. Crown Crusaders looking so good. They want to punch their tickets in to the grand finals. Just need one last sweep, one last set of kills. They will do exactly that. The Crown Crusaders have a date in the Destro Gaming Showcase with the Speedy White Men.
It's a matchup which we saw 2 weeks ago. It's a matchup again we're going to see in just over half an hour. And I'm more than excited to understand exactly how Crown Crusaders are going to face up to their bitter rivals in what has been an electrifying season thus far in the Premier Circuit, Quim.
Again, we talked about it. The Crown Crusaders, they have this monkey on their back. They so desperately wanted this opportunity to take it to the Speedy White Men once more. They have unlocked it for Destro. His commiserations. They brought so much to this series. They brought so much into this tournament landscape as well, putting it up a very, very, very good fight to the bitter end, but it's going to go ending in a 3-1, going the way of the Crown Crusaders.
Not just an impressive series as well, but it feels like, again, that S&D is a huge improvement we need to see from Crown Crusaders now they're going to the grand final. Or maybe they might just float Invasion out of the pool completely. Again, this is conversations for the coaches to have with the respective referees.
Yeah, that was a fantastic series. Now the Crown Crusaders have punched their tickets in to the grand finals. It was a very, very quick detour into the lower bracket to send Destro home, and now we have our official grand finals matchup. Again, we'll be back with you guys in a matter of moments to finalize and cover the Destro Gaming Showcase and the grand finals between the Speedy White Men and the Crown Crusaders. Don't go anywhere. This is the Destro Gaming Showcase from the Premier Circuit.
Run over to
Folks, it comes down to this. The Premier Circuit Destro Showcase has its final two. Only one will stand when all is said and done. It's a rematch of the winners finals with the Speedy White Men taking on the Crown Crusaders. Welcome into the show. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined by Connie to close things out here tonight. And Connie, we've got still a lot ahead of us. Potential for two best of fives between these two teams.
I know, and it sort of encapsulates what has been an exhilarating showing of Call of Duty so far in the Premier Circuit regular season, but in playoffs, things really have been raised. The stakes, the anticipation, the emotion, just about anything you might conjure up in the mind. It really is going to be a special one, but more or less the series itself is having at least something to say around breaking normal traditions here, Quinn.
Very much so. I mean, we've seen a normal tradition develop between these two teams. It's been the Speedy White Men show. All things considered, it has been pretty close. It's never been a clean sweep, but the Speedy White Men have had the Crown Crusaders name. They've had their number to this point. So very interesting proving grounds for Crown Crusaders if they want to take this.
Not just that, but 2 Rios to start things off here is actually leaning a little bit towards Crown Crusaders, especially given their records on the newer included maps here in the pool. They love a good showing on a fast flow map, allowing the submachine gun players, especially Noisy, to pair up and create damage where things might be looking a little bit bleak. The lane control and map control is always their point of focus. Going back to invasion control again, of course, that is the non-moving variable for this series and for larger series that you see in Call of Duty. Just the hard point, though, again, is sort of a difference in the series that is good again for Crown Crusaders. They didn't get it in the grand final of that North Carolina LAN just 2 weeks ago, and if they were to go to map 5 again, it would be an invasion, which sort of kind of sets the scene for a little bit here. They've already lost an invasion S&D to this team, and it is actually a little bit more lenient towards Speedy White Men if they really can play the picks well.
Yeah, things shaping up pretty nice when you take a look at those maps for the Crown Crusaders. Again, team that likes to get very fast, but different from what we saw in the losers finals between Crown Crusaders and Destro. Speedy White Men can very much match that pace. Starting off in Pool B, they were number 2-1 before they absolutely ran it through the playoffs to this point. The Crown Crusaders from Pool A were number 1. Record of 3-0. So on paper, heading into the playoffs, the Crown Crusaders were the favorites. Speedy White Men, though, they got the surprise on them. Now have the extra cushion of having that two best of 5s needed for Crown Crusaders to win. Only need 1 for the Speedy White Men to win.
They're also dealing with 2 separate team changes from that North Carolina LAN, albeit Conwa actually was on the Speedy White Men to win that championship for the green and white, but now he's over on Crown Crusaders. The biggest difference over Crown Crusaders is Marco coming into the picture in direct replacement, and just sort of kind of sets a little bit of a scene as to maybe, well, I think, you know, we already have some inside information that Conwa might be delivering already for this matchup towards the team, and more or less expecting kind of at least a good read going into the first Rio.
Yeah, the players you mentioned there, Conwa and Marco, feel like the anchor beings for these teams, you know? And now that they've switched universes, things are going to get very interesting. Shout out Deadpool if you've seen it already. Absolutely fantastic movie. But nonetheless, obviously you do have Marco, who is the SMG. You know, he just runs around. He absolutely fries. This man is so much fun to watch. Conwa, a very different anchor in that AR role, is able to hold things down for his team, able to kind of frag out, but also fortify and lock things down in terms of map positioning. So 2 very different players serving very similar roles. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see, hey, what changes with the switch around?
I think the biggest change is only going to be visible in how much does it affect the core 3 players, because that's retained across both rosters, and maybe it will actually give a bit more of an insight into what can be done across any sort of head situation that will occur, because that was the biggest condition for both teams in that LAN Grand Final. There wasn't really a set play or a set piece. There wasn't really anything called off spawn, but when it comes to head-to-heads, they just played their hearts out, and Speedy White Men, for some reason, for consistency's sake, have always taken it to a map 5, and they've always managed to convert it on the map 5. The only difference being in the recent grand final where they won on the hard point and they actually lost the initial. So I think they have got more or less to prove at the start of matches rather than the end, given their current form.
Yeah, again, you mentioned it. Speedy White Men started off a little bit slow on LAN, folded it up with the gentleman's reverse sweep 3-1. So if, again, they can get that quick start, if they can live up to the namesake, be speedy, be swift, it feels like kind of a crux point for the Crown Crusaders that they'll have to navigate their way out of. It makes things very interesting for them because they have to find their win conditions. They have to find their path if the Speedy White Men just come out firing on all cylinders.
But it's not going to be an easy task for them. They haven't proven it so far across all 3 head-to-heads against Crown Crusaders, so you do have to put a lot of pressure on them in this stage now to actually start waking up. And I think maybe, again, there were some external factors going into that LAN maybe we don't know about that did cause the slow starts, but hopefully it's going to improve now. And the addition of Marco will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Checkerboarding things out in the feed, but so far so good for the Crown Crusaders as they gain that early map control.
Stewie already is the only person left from Speedy White Men actually playing the nearest to Hill, but it's easy enough to say that Crown Crusaders on their initial setup really didn't set up well near the spawn of Speedy White Men. Put a lot of pressure on Millie and Noisy just to hold the front line, allowing Conway now to slip through the cracks and maybe set up a nice little trap or flip the spawns.
Very much so, have so much map control potential here, and now those spawns have indeed been flipped. Crown Crusaders have the setup over towards P2, don't really have to fight much more for P1, but they're still going to, because again, you want to instill your will early, you want to let the Speedy White Men know that, hey, we're getting the monkey off the back here today and now.
Important 1v1 here as well, not just between Stewie and Noisy, but for at least an immediate play call and pressure. As Marco spawns up right in front of Noisy, again, it creates a nice little split where pressure and overload can be really well adjusted to Speedy White Men.
Now, Speedy White Men trying to task themselves with the early break on in, checkerboard things out in the feed, but the Crown Crusaders are able to hold for the time, at least for the time being. Back and forth we go for kills, and still, things start to look good, but then they fall apart at the seams. Speedy White Men back into the hill for time.
I know, Crown Crusaders though are all on respawns and they can start spamming util. And Stewie's in a very hard spot to recover from, relying on Marco to watch the cross. But then and again, when the players overload, it's easy to see that Speedy Whiteman and numbers alone will win this hold, get scrap time of 20 seconds, put Crown Crusaders now in a position where they have to force a rotation.
Crown Crusaders with the early rotation, they're going to have the opportunity to keep things looking solid over towards P3, but Speedy White Men are winning so many engagements, so many gunfights that are going to give them a little bit of map control, a little bit of an opportunity to make their way in with time coming online with for P3.
Although Millie has slipped around the back, I mean, listen, Mansions already has the information to hunt and at least make a play call. Because there's no time to go in the way of Crown Crusaders in this position. Speedy White Men now can overtake, and Convoy is left all alone in a position now where you have to find 2 quick kills and allow room for Choco and Millie to push through and support.
It's really going to have to come down to Marco, who's getting this time up on the board and is waiting for his teammates to get the rotation on in. They do exactly that. Back and forth we go. Speedy White Men, though, are going to fire things off early, and Crown Crusaders now tasked once again with the break, but with 27 seconds left on the board, they could also just start to hit the rotation. Only problem with that is the Speedy White Men have so much map control towards the bottom side. They have those spawns over towards P4 as well.
With all these kills and this time going Speedy Whiteman's way, they've got at least 2 dead silence and 2 trophies to choose from when it comes to rotating over to the next hill. And Crown Crusaders have been fighting with 10 seconds of hill time across the last 2 hills, meaning that Speedy Whitemen are on course again to cross 100 points in the next 2, making it even harder to climb that mountain.
Speedy White Men now trying to make the assault on into the new hill, with the Crown Crusaders having these spawns as well. It's not going to do a whole lot for them, as these spawns not very favorable now. They're going to spawn on towards the other side of the map, and I do believe that we didn't hit 250. We might have a couple of tech-related problems, but that's just what happens, you know? It's just normal at this point. It's Call of Duty. Game, please fix.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, devs, if you're listening by any chance, send us a spare server. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate any sort of donations you might have in mind. I think... Yeah, no, I have to agree in terms of like the start for that one. Not going to be a good look for Speedy Whiteman now, knowing that it's going to be replayed, especially given that start as well, that they might take a bit more of an initiative on the P1. Just so much time was absorbed already from Crusaders. But the P2 and the B3 just simply was not at least feasible enough, because they were getting isolated and they were getting 2-pieced frequently by at least all 3 or 4 players across Speedy White Men.
Yeah, Speedy White Men looking like they're starting off hot. And again, we talked about it. That's really where they need to be starting off, because again, they can take the downstretch of a series perfectly fine. They don't want to leave that opening, though, for anything to happen that would potentially jeopardize that backstretch of a series. Crown Crusaders, again, early information gained. Obviously, we only saw, 3 hills there? Might have a couple of things they want to workshop and get back into that.
No, I'll completely agree on that one there. Aside from unmuting for the moment, you just have to listen to and understand how can Speedy White Men at least adjust from the start, because I think, again, when they give up that time, they're playing for setups in the first few instances of that hard point, but they're also, again, capitalizing on shutting down the win conditions. Con was not really as active. Noisy's not really as active in those spots. And yeah, Crown Crusaders have got a lot to answer for, though. But the only real fortune and silver lining in that situation was that it's going to be a little replay. I mean, albeit, again, though, they have to really make sure that the P2 to P4 is going to be spotless, given that we've really seen the strength so far from Speedy White Men.
I think, again, we're starting to see kind of how this matchup setup is going to go. Within the landscape, it feels like the Speedy White Men are the team that's most equipped to handle the raw gunny from the side of the Crown Crusaders. You have players like Mansions, player like Marco, who can just absolutely take control of a map, very similar to players that we've outlined from the Crown Crusaders. Players, like Conwa, like Chaco, who have gotten very, very active, who have done a lot of damage, Noisy as well. It feels like Speedy White Men are that team that stacks up with the play style of the Crown Crusaders more so than anything else. And we're seeing what that could look like early on.
Maybe it actually kind of feeds well into the rest of the maps we might see here today. I mean, any weakness so far which has been noted from seeing Crown Crusaders on camera is the search and destroy, especially in that Karachi. Is it really a copycat situation across onto Rio? And will it really be a very challenging order to even restore any sort of chance? Because this is not going to be one of the more interesting concepts to explore, given that this is kind of a very different best of 5 than what we originally saw them last in the grand finals over in North Carolina. So they're really banking on a completely fresh wipe here of some brand new maps and maybe at least a change over for Conwa to come back into the roster. Yeah, I think that maybe is their two changing parts in hope of taking down finally Speedy White Men.
Yeah, but the aspect to that, though, is you gain Conwa, but you lose a player like Marco. And again, Marco has this very similar potential that Conwa has to completely take over a game. So it feels like an equal exchange when all is said and done. It feels like, hey, nobody necessarily got better. They just maybe have a little bit of a different look when all is said and done.
No, I think a different look actually is a concept that can be really explored. Well, I'd say at least now in the grand final for sure, because this is the most pressure that you can ask for either team really to perform their absolute best. Although regular season stats, like you mentioned right at the start, have always favored Crown Crusaders, and we actually have got more or less the second best finish possible for Speedy White Men. And maybe now again they're a team that really shines in playoffs, doesn't really have much luck in the round robin phase or in the league phase, and I don't really think it's much of a hindrance to them as they might think. I mean, listen, the IGL is so centered around player performances being the absolute epitome of their best showing, then absolutely you don't have to worry about so much expecting, a solid group finish when you know that the other two teams in your bracket of the top 3 are not really beating you yet. I can kind of understand exactly why, because not every team can win everything in this situation here, Quinn.
I do believe we are going to get a full replay, and that kind of makes sense. I mean, things were very, very early in that map, so not a whole lot, but it does add an interesting wrinkle to everything where it's like, hey, what do you want to potentially right the wrongs of going into the mix of this? Crown Crusaders especially kind of off the early back foot at the very least. Again, it was very, very early goings in that map. So it's going to be interesting what the approach will be from these two teams heading into our replay of the Rio Hardpoint. But again, as you talked about it, I mean, very, very interesting goings in the early stretch, though.
No, it really was a case of Speedy White Men actually getting really comfortable on P2 all the way for P4, which is a lot faster than expected. Given their last few matches, they really have not just done well until the final stages of a hardpoint in the first iteration of the series. But this one, they actually look really good and comfortable. So yeah, I think maybe they have just taken some vulnerability of their own from the previous few matches they've had. Even the LAN itself, despite winning it, there's always room for improvement across all tiers of Call of Duty. And they have actually done a really good start. So yeah, I think that's a solid adjustment and just makes them even stronger. It bolsters their attack, if you will.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the difference in these teams from the LAN heading into the online portion where, again, you do have that roster switch. You expect the Speedy White Men to get a little bit quicker, and I think that that's what we started seeing, at least in the early part of this. Again, Conwa is a absolute fragger, but he also is on that AR. When you look at Marco, he's a player that gets very, very active, can really give you a lot of map control and very unique in different areas. When you swap that player in, again, Speedy White Men look very, very fast. And it's the start that we talked about them needing. They need to start quick. You can obviously go back to the fact that they did get that gentleman's reverse sweep, but you don't want to leave it down to chance. You want to have everything secured. What is secured is this server. Let's get it going. Back to Rio Hardpoint.
Impressive look, though. Speedy White Men have actually adjusted to send 4 players, especially towards the center to north side of the map. It means you win the immediate head-to-head straight away, and not just 3 dead, but no response for Choco in a situation now where they're spawning on the south side of the map.
Gonna have those P2 spawns, but how much does that really matter when the Speedy White Men are absolutely taking it to you in the early seconds of the map? Back and forth we go, but Snappin is really living up to the name, snapping on those players, taking them down one by one. They fall. Speedy White Men want to gain the maximum amount of time off of this P1.
Event, crucial 1v1 to win there, well, not just for Mansions, but also for Noisy. You're dicing up the map now to a portion where Crown Crusaders can at least run through the middle, but the spawns will favor Speedy White Men every single time. Rotation's key here, though. Millie's got no one to greet the front door.
Millie could really turn this on its backside, and you really do need some opening to be created here. Get crafty, get early. Nope. He's going to get completely shut down, all green in the feed. The Speedy White Men are set up for success. P2 coming online.
Mansions already has a cruise missile locked in.
Oh my god.
So now this is all Speedy White Men's control.
Oh!
And everyone is just in free-flowing flow state, my friend.
I mean, we talked about what the Crown Crusaders might do different. We didn't anticipate the Speedy White Men to come out with even more firepower. Things looking so good for them as they continue to fortify into this hill. One player does drop, so they are taking off of time. And hold on, wait a minute, Millie, with the opening that they so desperately need, Stewie is still alive in the hill, though they have to deal with him.
Noisy has got a very small angle here to adjust, albeit Mansion's in a better spot to not just support the front side of this attack, but Crown Crusaders have to at least sacrifice the scrap time here. Based on spawns and rotations, is the play call on Choco, which might swing the game back in their favor, because they already have to face the front horde and Speedy White Men's aggressive submachine gun players.
They just need a hill to stand on. So far, it's just been the Speedy White Men absolutely taking it to them full force. Will P3 be that hill where they can make their moment count? That is the question. So far, so good, as the Speedy White Men still haven't been able to make it out of the blender towards the bottom side of the map. Mansions will find one to do exactly that. Now the long wrap begins.
Not just an important win there for Stewie. That opens up the north side of the map. But then again, Mark has got a lot to ask for here. Crown Crusaders, a lot of trust there in snapping in Mansions. Means that everyone's going to spawn super close to the hill, and they've got time to set up against Crown Crusaders. Have to throw every bit of utility into all those trophies, Quinn.
Such a good break there from the Speedy White Men, looking to fortify as well. Noisy is still in the back lines, though, looking to cause some mayhem, but from the front line, so far, so good. As Marco Stallion still reigns supreme. Noisy and Choco trying to find their way in for the scrap. They will get that first kill on the board, but so many Speedy White Men right around this hill. Turn our attention over towards the rotation, and so far, so good for the side of Conwa, who's going to have the early time on the hill when it pops.
I know, but Luke is watching the cross as well. Conwa and Choco. Trophies down just in time means the Crown Crusaders can at least avoid 2 or 3 nades. And Speedy White Men are spamming utility into nothing, so their breaks to be a little bit harder to actually convert.
Speedy White Men trying to break in from the left side of the map into the garage. We go. Marco Stallion with the kill, and Mansions is going to pull the cruise. And that's just going to continue to add insult to injury. Speedy White Men are on for the time. 37 seconds left on the board. As the Crown Crusaders still trying to fight their way on into the hill. 2 kills on the board. Mansions will fall as well, and it just comes down to snapping. Not going to be able to get it to go. Crown Crusaders on for the time.
And so much room to breathe here, Quinn. Speedy White Men are way too slow to the mark here. And it allows more time to adjust if you're Millie. And important too, but listen, the spawns are so split here all the way from Conwa's position, meaning that Marco's right behind the rotation. And it's actually going to benefit Speedy White Men a little bit more, but can Conwa read this and play the pressure well? Because you have to take our 3 players against 2.
Interesting thing here is the Speedy White Men are not going to go towards Conwa's side. They're going to go towards Noisy's side. Noisy will find one, but gets stuck on the door. And now Conwa from the left side. Can he maybe catch them by surprise? They're starting to piece them apart on this hill. Time pops online for P5. So far, so good for the Speedy White Men as they have the control, but the Crown Crusaders breathing down their neck.
Not just that as well. With Crown Crusaders in this position here as well, they need to get trophies down as fast as possible. Speedy White Men on the respawners with a nade and the stun in hand, so it's easy to muscle off. A lot of trust here in the map geography, but Marco can just play around the time and at least utilize utility here as well from Crown Crusaders' own spawn.
Marco's doing so much for this team, trying to continue to extend into the backlines for the Crown Crusaders, just taking it straight to them. But that aggression is not going to be warranted. Crown Crusaders will find 3. Will have the opportunity to set down those trophy systems. Mansion will fall as well. And now you talk about the rotation. It's literally right there. And Millie's going to be setting things up. Gets that first kill on the board. Noisy will be able to follow up. And now P1 online. Crown Crusaders with the setup.
I'm noticing as well, Crown Crusaders are taking fights at 50 HP. Goes to show you how confident they are against Speedy White Men, albeit though it's actually causing them to get traded out fairly quickly. And it's only in moments of genius, such as Millie there in the last hill, where they're breaking through and taking away Speedy White Men's sort of, plot armor. They're throwing them kryptonite. But in 40 seconds, 20 of them gone to Speedy White Men already, and Crown Crusaders are fighting from the north side of the map here with no real look into the next hill.
Crown Crusaders setup into P1 was very, very light. They didn't have a whole lot to fortify, and Speedy White Men took full advantage of that and then some. Now you see players start to extend even further out. Mansions and Co. are looking to lock things down.
Absolutely, but it's only fair now that folks were listening this early on to kind of get a feel for how the teams are feeling, but not just that, how is the game in their own perspective.
On the back door, I don't see him.
I'm holding phones.
Make it a bridge.
Yeah, I slipped out.
I'm flipping old. I'm
trying to help.
brother.
Yeah,
Old
man, he's ending of old, yeah.
Going to the back.
Nice.
Give my time, I'm running through phones.
I'm going around
Down
deep.
front. Where's phones
Something
front?
Nothing deep on me.
Out gate.
Got time.
Probably back
You
gate,
on
right?
back gate.
Back gate.
Stu's
Oh,
on
Humvee.
Stu's
Humvee.
good gate. I'm one shot.
I'm on the Humvee.
I
spawned out.
I'm behind him.
Yeah, I'm getting
I
up
got it. I'm going gate.
I have garage. They can go my back. They can go my
I
back.
have all the mid wrap. They have to go short.
I stun one close here. Nade one close here.
Nothing's on me mid at all, bro.
Sure, they're weak.
all
There's
hitting
two.
time.
Two in gate. Two gate. I got
Stunning in gate. I'm stunning in your gate, bro.
Watch out.
Front of the back. Front of the back.
All dead.
Have gate. Gate weak.
Nading.
Two gate.
Eight's one shot mansions. There's one on pillars as well. 2 on time. They're playing it from the
Yep,
front.
there's
They're
one behind
playing
them.
it out.
He's close right time.
Phones,
Shelling
phones.
off time. Snapping. Shelling off time. Close.
Yeah. Callie in front. I'm
Phones
dead.
Marco weak. Phones Marco.
Heals. I'm coming through old with you. Buy me time.
There's one more challenge you old, I think.
Okay.
Probably on
Nothing
Humvee
now.
or something.
Marco, phones, dead.
Coming close ramp.
Can we get up bridge? Yeah,
I didn't stun.
Great comms there out the side of the Crown Crusaders, who are trying to find their way back into this map, but Speedy White Men starting to run away with it ever so slightly here, up by 50 and with the control into P3.
And I can already sense the Crown Crusaders are a little bit deflated from all this effort they've put in so far, and Speedy White Men are in more of a flow state. They actually are playing and coordinating this game to a T, but nobody really is facing too much anxiety. So it's a very, very good instance, aside from all perspectives, to say that Speedy White Men can easily close it out if they can continue to allow Mansions and Snap In to fry.
Crown Crusaders are not going to go away without a fight. 3 kills enter the feed. Things starting to turn ever so slightly their way as they try and collect that scrap time. But unfortunately for them, that scrap time is not going to be able to do a whole lot with 15 seconds left on the board, and they're going to be taken off of it. But back on we go. Speedy White Men will have the opportunity to hit that left foot, right foot express over towards the rotation point. Now have the opportunity once again to be in the driver's seat.
Billy has got lots to work with here. One last 1v1 against Snap In to control the first few powers on this next hill, but it actually is allowing Speedy White Men to set up at least a rebreak of their own. There isn't really anyone in control as far, because Choco has got full control over the white van. So now Crown Crusaders have got a little bit of contention time here. 20 seconds will go to neither court, but now Speedy White Men can finally touch.
Speedy White Men on for the time, but the question is, when will the Crown Crusaders be into collapse? Snappin's trying to prevent it. First kill on the board, takes out Conwa from the front, now trying to turn for behind, but Noisy will find the kill to go. Eventually does get shut down. Speedy White Men looking to fortify, but they have to deal with Chaco, who's found himself in the backlines, found a little bit of room for the Crown Crusaders to breathe, and that room is going to give them control for the scrap.
Impressive. Look at the spawn for Choco as well on the north side of the map. It's actually completely out of sight from Speedy White Men. So this is a lot of power to hold, but you have to call the biggest shot here on the rotation. And now the last gunfight will actually go their way. So it's all 4 dead, and not just an impressive wipe, but nobody from Speedy White Men can go closer and has to give up scrap for an easy rotation for Bleed to get a few kills. That's if it can happen.
Now this is such a great opportunity for the Crown Crusaders to continue to fortify. Conwa with 2 is going to do exactly that, extending so far up. It's just going to give his team even more time to breathe. But now Mansion's coming straight on in, takes down Chaco. Noisy has to go big for his squad with so many Speedy White Men players swarming on into the hill, trying to get the time up on the board. Millie will be the last player who can really make anything happen, and he's holding for the time.
Such an impressive move from Millie, also as Conwa in support on the long cross. But nobody from Speedy White Men can actually adjust to this, and it's a real first look into how to close the deficit of the Crown Crusaders.
that they are starting to breathe down the neck of the Speedy White Men. It's starting to look very fast from the Crown Crusaders, and this is where their bread and butter is made. This team gets fast, and it's very hard to keep up, even if you are the Speedy White Men. They finally break on for some time, but it's only 3 seconds to be gained. They've got to hit the rotation on in. It's going to be a contention into P1, and so far, so good for the Crown Crusaders.
Loving the actual angle in which Millie's taken hit, but needs to call immediately for the hit so Noisy can get in. And then maybe if utility is spare, because they spent all of it on that first rebreak, they can get Speedy White Men out of the picture.
Crown Crusaders with the kills to justify. Now Speedy White Men once again tasked with the break. Crown Crusaders so very close to tying things up and even entering the lead with the driver's seat in hand. Can they take it? Can they push to that 250-point barrier? Kills will continue to justify.
Loving the way Choco got those kills, because now Speedy White Men are out of the driving seat here. The lead will go to Crown Crusaders. And really, Stewie's got to change the pacing here for the entire team. Just playing around with not just a rotation, but also sacrificing so much here. Maybe Snapping can actually get that rotation back. 15 seconds will go their way. One last 1v1 between Millie and between Stewie will decide the next duel.
Speedy White Men, 3 dead in the feed. They've got the opportunity to make the rotation on in. You do have to deal with Millie, who is eventually dealt his deck. Now the Speedy White Men starting to extend into the spawns of the Crown Crusaders, trying to take them out, but no! Noisy is going to find 2, and that gives so much room for the Crown Crusaders to try and make their break.
Such an impressive look thus far. Choco finds another. And now Speedy White Men have got 2 players left standing up. The spawners are so far north. Thanks to Noisy's position, they will be so far out. But look at the control here. A few more nades, some trophies might help too, and Crown Crusaders are in the clear.
222 to 224, Speedy White Men are on for the time, but the Crown Crusaders, it feels like they have so much, but no, it gets vanquished in a matter of moments. Speedy White Men, they can win it here and now. They've just got to get a couple of kills to fortify.
Combo can only do so much, but none of the teammates are near to help. Trophies will finally fall down. Crown Crusaders can actually adjust this well, and it's a really good exit, but Marco's got a lot to say.
Marco's got 2 on the board. Can he continue to help his team fortify? Snappin is soaking up the time. One last hit for the Crown Crusaders as they try and make it in straight through main. Conwell will find 1, but that is all she wrote. The Speedy White Men off to a hot start on the Rio hardpoint.
Not just an impressive look, but Speedy White Men find a way to get themselves a first map win. The first one in a few series against this beautiful head-to-head we've had in the last couple of weeks. And maybe that's a change in tide. Maybe Speedy White Men with Marco in this instance are having a great time, because 4 players, 3 players, no matter what, we are seeing confirmed multiple 30 bombs drossed across Speedy White Men. And it's just a beautiful transition into that S&D where they're so strong already.
Oh, Connie, how the turns have potentially tabled here. I mean, we talked about it. On LAN, the Speedy White Men, after the first map, took full control of the series, but now they have full control of the first map with the series the rest of the way in the cards here. Only need 2 maps to close for the Crown Crusaders. It's gotta have to go down to that map number 4. Luckily, that map 4 is a Vista hardpoint, so there is still very clear win conditions for them, but they've also got to force the bracket reset. They've got to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s, and it feels like the Speedy White Men have the marathon going their way.
I mean, again, this is what we love, 2 best of 5 bracket resets. You can potentially get 10 maps of Call of Duty, but in the same token of gratitude, you're asking so much for a lower bracket and putting so much praise in the winner's bracket. It feels everything's in order, and you're more rewarded for doing the best possible thing you can in the overall bracket. And Speedy White Men have been doing that consistently, not just at LAN, but also in your online tournaments too. So yeah, it's very deserved, and it's also in a situation where you do attach consistency with it.
And this could be the sign of problems yet to come for the Crown Crusaders. Again, we've touched on the S&D not necessarily being the prowess point. Typically, it is the respawns for them. It's how they got to this point now from that lower bracket that they got bounced into by, guess who? The Speedy White Men. So now the Speedy White Men, not only having that first map, they have the setup going into the second one, which we're staying on Rio for the S&D. Things for the Crown Crusaders might be getting a little bit mixy.
No, absolutely. They've been completely changing. They're in a state of flux constantly, these 2 teams. But the only consistent thing that has occurred is Speedy White Men have always found a way to beat them. And even so, the map 5 might not be even be on the cards this one. Given the form in that hard point there, the search and destroy is probably going to have to be a wake-up call, more or less, for Crown Crusaders. We already established that in the last series. And even in this one now, they do have to show something special. You can't just come back from 4-1 down. You have to consistently showcase some beautiful strategy and let Noisy be noisy, for God's sake. It really has been the condition now that they've got to make sure they're protecting at all costs.
Yeah, they are very lucky that they have a player like Noisy, as you alluded to, who's won hundreds of thousands of dollars, and his S&D is definitely, and it's not stopping anytime soon. The S&D is definitely his pinpoint that you look to him and you say, hey, you got to put this team on the back. The thing with the Crown Crusaders that felt a little bit concerning is the fact that, hey, we talk a lot about their gun prowess. We didn't see any of their players really shining in that big way that we typically expect them. Instead, it was the speedy white men. Instead, it was players like Marco, like Mansions that were constantly on our lips throughout that entire map.
I know, and Marco's only come in this moment, especially after a land that Speedy Whiteman have already won, with the weight on his shoulders, being the new guy, it feels like. But it also kind of sets the table that, listen, Speedy Whitemen have been doing the most so far in the Premier Circuit, and they do want to continuously take titles. They're kind of like Phoenix, as you will, in WXC, a team that hasn't lost a championship in all of its instances and iterations of the league. And Speedy Whitemen now are sort of being that dynasty roster in a situation now where the next thing that topples them is going to be the biggest news possible in the league.
Yeah, I mean, speedy white men have set themselves up so well within the landscape of the Premier Circuit, and it is through players like Mansions, it is through players like Marco, despite the fact that he was a Crown Crusader for the LAN, he has been a mainstay within the Destro showcase for the speedy white men. He's definitely a player. Again, Conwa is fantastic, but Marco is a player that you always would love to have on your team, really putting up the dividends there. Again, this is such a well-rounded team, and it feels like it was destiny to be these two teams when you see all the pool play out, when you see the playoffs bracket shape its way out. It's these two teams, the absolute gun prowess out of both sides, that stands to tell the tale. Only one of them is going to win it all, though.
I know, and it's just such a tall order, especially given Crown Crusaders and what they have to do to win it. It feels like Speedy Whitemen have also been watching the lower bracket and just had all this time to sit and prepare and counter everything. So it's just more or less the already added instance of a lower bracket, knowing that Speedy Whitemen have basically concocted all these plans, gone back to the lab, watched the video, watched today, and just know already what could happen, or visualize and conceptualize what might happen across all the maps today. It would also mean if they lose maps in this situation, they're not really going to take it as hard in the situation. So it actually benefits them overall in a potential 10 maps here today.
Honestly, Connie, it feels like the Crown Crusaders have to win an S&D. It has to be an S&D. And in fact, mathematically, they have to win an S&D. And it feels like this Rio S&D could be that best opportunity to do so. Obviously, a smaller map might play into that quicker methodology that they do have. But again, it also plays into the Speedy White Men's methodology. So it's so much going against the Crown Crusaders right now. Only time can tell. They'll be able to tell the tale.
Marco, stun checked already, but so is Millie. And already, Speedy Whitemen populate the site. It feels like a trade is almost on the cards, and Noisy's got no support here in a situation where you need to get a kill. 3v2 is established.
Crown Crusaders, the opportunity to close things out in the first round here. Snapping, getting very aggressive, but it again is Noisy. He's really putting in the work for his teammates, but Stewie's going to turn it to a 1v1. Noisy has done enough for Chaco to close. Crown Crusaders' first round on the board. It was a mixy one.
In 1v1 as well. So, on such low HP, I wasn't sure why Stewie challenged that. Wait time, play it out. But again, I understand the instance. There was no utility left in the belt to even delay the push. So it's again a situation now where Crown Crusaders just played the long game and they're winning even by the trades and the standard set already in this beautiful matchup. Now listen, when it comes to any sort of potential streakage, don't look now into any sort of expectations, because we saw it in the last series. Crown Crusaders don't really play for as many streaks as the usual teams. They play for map control and play for kills and heavy man advantage.
Now on the attacker side, they have the opportunity to try and take some map control again. The customary hit straight over towards the B bomb site. Millie with the first, Conway with the Kobe as well. It's going to completely open things up for the Speedy White Men, and now it comes down to Mansions to really put the team on his back. First two kills will go. Stewie with the third, and how the turns will table once again. Chaco in the 1v1 against Mansions this time.
And look at the patience here, Quinn.
So good, but no, he's going to be caught. No, he gets baited out. Speedy White Men will respond and respond in the form of a 1v1 win.
Not just that, Mansions got so lucky here. And I feel like, again, in a situation where Choco was playing, he couldn't hold that position for too long. You're exposed from too many angles, so that was the right adjustment. It's just maybe if you're taking the angle from longer range further back by the pillars, yeah, it's definitely more of a safety net. But I feel like Yeah, we're kind of seeing already early on there's two mistakes being made from either side. And it's a situation in which now where Crown Crusaders have got to kind of change positioning, but Speedy White Men need to hold discipline.
Speedy White Men now with a really good opportunity. Both teams exchanging on those defensive-sided rounds. Speedy White Men so fast, so quick into that B-bomb site. Trying to get that first kill on the board, but Millie's able to escape with his life. Crown Crusaders playing back. Bomb goes down, 4v4. Mixie mosh pit. Here we go.
No trophies down just yet, and it makes it even easier for Crown Crusaders to hold any sort of util they want to throw. But listen, Speedy White Men are playing so close to the mark that it's easy to break this setup, and Mansions has got a lot to ask for in a 2v2.
Mansions is getting collapsed on into as well. You have Conwa coming in from the backside, Chaco from the front. It's just too much to deal with. The body shots out as well. Folks at home, if you look at these teams and don't think there is bad blood, I don't know what to tell you. Crown Crusaders with the second round on the board.
Never seen Rey Mysterio get bodied like that in my whole life, my word. That was a beautiful execute, if you will, from Speedy White Men. But no, maybe not enough. Crown Crusaders in a 2v2 had the best crossfire I've seen so far in Call of Duty. AR was positioned over long, sub could close in at close range. And yeah, that maybe is already just sort of telling the tale here that Crown Crusaders are here to play, and they've already woken up from that last series, forgotten about that S&D result, and they're showing up here again today against Speedy White Men.
Crown Crusaders looking so very good to kick things off now. Speedy White Men, how will they respond? Again, both teams exchanging for the defensive rounds. Who will be able to take that first attacker side round?
Not just that, Marco has an idea, but nobody else is budging from both teams. Maybe, if you can push around and get a first blood. Mansions can support as well. It's just not the right idea. An entirely free site for Crown Crusaders. Their 2v4 post plan. Now Stewie's got to really make the next play call here. Either that or snapping, who are so close to the site.
Oh my goodness, so much going on. Crown Crusaders just getting demolished, though. Every step of the way is going to have to come down to Conwa. 1v3. Bomb is getting defused as well. He's nowhere near it. He's just got to make the chow on in. He's not going to be able to get anything to go. Things look so good out of the Speedy White Men on that defense as they exchange blows.
Nah, it's just a liberation here. I can't really see anybody here in equilibrium to try and get a trophy up next. But I think at this point as well, Speedy White Men, take all the time you need and just talk about the round and talk about the next round. It's more annoying to Crown Crusaders. Now we're starting to see the slow glimmers, the light glimmers, if you will, of the psychological warfare that Call of Duty presents in all its different iterations.
2-2 now. Neither team able to take an attacker side round to this point. Question is, it feels like it's going to come down to which team will make that mark, will break that glass ceiling.
Neither team, though, is actually showing any sort of will to do so just yet. It's been situations, now it's in 2v2s, it's in 3v3s, but nobody's really making hero plays, and that's a really good thing in this stage of the tournament.
Here we go. A hit now. Now the Speedy White Men. A little bit of a different look, and they're going to get very, very aggressive into the garage. Chaco gets shut down. That continues to fortify for the side of the Speedy White Men. As the bomb goes down, and now they just have the opportunity to play around that time. 36 seconds left for the Crown Crusaders to try and make their kills on in. So far, so good. Speedy White Men getting the kills to justify.
Impressive to see now that Crown Crusaders, even though they're 2v3 here, they're showing signs of life. Speedy White Men have just employed a punishing setup with no smoke needed. I mean, they're solely trusting their gunplay, and it's just a beautiful close to what was an exquisite round for tactics, for setups, for play. And that's Speedy White Men taking control, the lead in the series.
So far, so good. Speedy White Men now have broken that glass ceiling. Now, by all accounts, are going to have the momentum as we switch sides once again on the defensive side. And now they have the opportunity to really run away with this map.
I think at this point, though, it's just more of an indictment. Mansions is 7-2. Right. Definitely is on a confidence form and a dopamine hit where streaks are always going to be lingering in the back of his mind. But it's very much a spread out setup from Crusaders to try and dodge the early utility from Speedy White Men.
Speedy White Men going to get very aggressive over towards that B side. So much utility being dumped, trying to suss out the Crown Crusaders and prevent them from making the hit. But nobody is over towards A, and it looks like that's where the Crown Crusaders are going to want to take the action. First line of defense will be Mansions, and he's going to be met with some heavy resistance.
It's perfect movement from Noisy. It's an easy pop and an easy first blood to draw.
First kill on the board. Crown Crusaders are going to be able to get that bomb down. Back and forth we go. Millie trying to fortify, but Marco is going to find 2. Chaco will respond with 1 to even things out 2-2. Crown Crusaders now trying to set things up. Speedy White Men now trying to play the wraparound game. Spots out Noisy. Noisy through the door, though, is going to take down Snappin', and it comes down to Marco. He's got to ace things out with 25 seconds left on the board. Trying to make the hit on in. Checking all the corners, spots the first. Now getting aggressive around the corner, but no, Noisy is going to fall. Marco with the teabag to cement it as well. Bomb defuse coming through. Speedy White Men, my goodness.
Didn't even use the stun there, Quinn, and earned himself a cruise missile in the process. It's beautiful to see after 6 rounds. There's 4-2 lead for Speedy White Men. They have score streaks available. They have specialists available. And it's just Crown Crusaders scratching their head, asking questions as to how things are going so drastically wrong. But in situations in a 2v1, I mean, Marco is in prime position there to execute the best possible chance of converting a 1v2.
I mean, that was so good out of Marco. And for Noisy, you just questioned the aggression. It wasn't necessarily needed. You had the bomb down. You could have just played the time, but no. Marco takes full advantage of it. Now the approach on in over towards A. We saw this before. It got nasty. Crown Crusaders are going to fall in the early round.
Very impressive understanding of the game as well from Speedy White Men, because they actually are retaining man advantage in most situations. And Crown Crusaders now are in a spot where they're getting bombarded with so much utility, they're just forgetting about throwing their own. They focus more on the gunfights and holding those nice pre-aims, hoping someone makes a mistake.
Oh, but the Speedy White Men are going to make a mistake there. Conwa caught Stewie with his pants down. Now 2v2, bomb is down. Speedy White Men have to play the recovery game, and this is exactly what the Crown Crusaders want. They're going to try and set up this pincer. Chaco from behind has the opportunity, if he times this thing out, to throw it completely on its head.
And Manchester's just playing with fire here as well, and Conway's holding discipline. And they both see each other at just the right spot, but the movement in a 2v1, no idea on Choco. Although Choco respects the play call here. We saw this at round number 2, a similar setup to take care of a 2v2. And that's just, again, an understanding, an adjustment for Speedy White Men to not give it away.
7 seconds left. Chaco spots the first through the door. Mansions drops 1v2, but now knows where he is. Doesn't know where Marco is either. Marco just holding strong. 17 seconds. Can play around the bomb. Just needs 1 stun check. Just needs 1 check. But it looks like Chaco's going to read him through and through, and Marco's not even going to be able to play it out. Will he be able to get out the bomb in time? He will. Crown Crusaders, Chaco, able to clutch out the 1v2, get the round on the board, bring him within 1.
Don't like the idea and the behaviors that we do see from Speedy White Men in that situation. They're holding too many corners, and at the speed in which you can play this map, it's easy to clear them all in the 1v1. I feel like maybe just some minor adjustments and some movement around to the other side of the map through Maul. Yeah, I think that's more of a safer way to play it. But I know in a situation we've got no util and you're relying on at least your teammates' information, you just want to hold it and hope it doesn't check there. But now it's 4-3, and Speedy White Men haven't spent the score streak just yet, Quinn. But on the defensive round, they've got a nice read here onto B.
Yeah, it feels like that. It's just being saved for the perfect moment where you really kind of need to hit the panic button, swing things right back the way. Speedy White Men getting stunned out, gunned out, Noisy. Gains a little bit of control into the hill. Bomb is going to go down.
Careful now to call it in. Onto your own teammate, though.
No!
Definitely not intended. Friendly fire is never accepted here in pro play. But it's more to the benefit of Crown Crusaders. In a 1v2 post-one situation, and there's Stu with a full utility belt.
Stu's not going to have the player anticipated to his right, not going to check that. A very unwinnable spot there as things just completely fell apart at the seams, and they're going to want that cruise missile back. Definitely Mansions will. Now, all tied up for the Crown Crusaders as they come screaming back down 4-2. Now tied 4-4.
It's just beautiful Call of Duty. A Speedy White Man. I've had no answer to that last round, and the last 2 rounds, in fact. The cruise missile was wasted. Crown Crusaders now got all the momentum to try and get some of their own. And with a situation now again, where Noisy's getting plants down, I mean, listen, on the defensive half here, has to be the same thing for Marco.
Speedy White Men on the attack. Slow and steady. A little bit uncustomary, but no, Stewie is going to get shut down over towards the top side of the map, and that's going to give Crown Crusaders full reign to try and play the pincer. Snappin' will fall as well. It comes down to Mansions and Marco to swing this thing back. Kills going either which way. Mansions is the last one standing in a 1v2. has that bomb down to play around, but he's just going to be spotted out. Millie has the shots to go. Crown Crusaders now have come back and put us on map point.
And it's just an impressive way to clear that one. Although Marco had to play the extremities, play outside the power positions. Crown Crusaders there were just watching from the center. They're watching Marco circle, and it was an easy kill to get. 5-4, and now they're on to at least make it 1-1 in the series.
I mean, we talked about how improbable the S&D was for the Crown Crusaders, making us eat our words ever so slightly. Unless the Speedy White Men have something to say, obviously, to win this out, Crown Crusaders are going to have to get it through an attacker side round, but they've been on a little bit of a streak here. Speedy White Men on a little bit of a skid on the other side of the coin. Now the question becomes, do we go to a round 11 or do the Crown Crusaders close?
Crown Crusaders, though, giving no information away early on. And everyone's throwing a nade, stuns are left. So lots of checks here coming up onto the next execute will be a huge thing here for Speedy White Men.
Speedy White Men, very spread out, not wanting to let the Crown Crusaders sneak on in. Now Snappin has the information, but he's not going to have the shots to go. Instead, Noisy is going to send him right back 6 feet under. Speedy White Men able to prevent the bomb plant with the positioning that they have, but it just continues to fall apart at the seams. Mansions falls, Marco falls, Stewie 1v4 to keep things manageable, not going to be able to. Crown Crusaders come back, make it 1-1.
I mean, that right there was perfect assimilation. As Crown Crusaders, simply put, held their nerve, and didn't miss a single bullet. Speedy White Men were taking 1v1s against the clock. So they had no chance really to adjust. They were put in spots where the movement was just too much. And I respect that. What a way to make it 1-1. But also, what a way to make it at least a look into a very, very interesting series, because it's always been map 5s. S&D, though, has been greatly improved from the last one for Crown Crusaders. Speedy White Men now going into control on that invasion. We'll have loads of talking points to try and dissect, I'd say.
Yeah, very much so. At the very least, Crown Crusaders now have a way back into this. Very much so. I mean, we talked about it, that S&D, very suspect for this team, but they're able to come back and they're able to rally back in such a big way that it feels like, hey, this team could very easily take it into a bracket reset right now. That invasion control, as you alluded to, lots to talk about there. Very up in the air between these two teams. But we talk about the Vista hardpoint. Crown Crusaders might have their opening there as well to close the series if they can take the invasion control, which again has been that crux point in almost every series, it feels like.
And Speedy White Men in this invasion control already have a map from the last series to watch over and understand how do Crusaders like to play their attack or their defense. And given how scrappy the last series was on this map mode combination, I think maybe they're going to have to anticipate again that we're going to see a more refined Crusaders on this combination. And we're also going to see lots of improvements because, I mean, with a thing that happens and so many mistakes happen, you can't not take away the fact that with the time in between the series, there's going to be an obvious change.
Yeah, again, there's so much up in the air because both of these teams have had the opportunity to VOD review. Both of these teams have had the opportunity to kind of recenter themselves, figure out what might be able to get the edge over. It's such an interesting reversal of the script, though, because, again, we talked about it. On land, the Speedy White Men, they started off a little bit slow. Then they gentleman reverse sweeped on land 3-1 to close things out with the Bear Claw Major. Now, though, Crown Crusaders potentially having the opportunity to reverse that script obviously would have to go through an additional best of 5 to do that, but they found their way into the series in the most unlikely way possible, the S&D. Now, let's talk about the invasion control, Connie.
Well, the invasion control only really has 2 main points. There's no such thing as defensive cheese anymore, or round 5 defensive cheese anymore. It's just not happened since champs. But at the same time, it's also an indictment, more or less now. Can Speedy White Men take what they learned from the last series of watching and observing Crown Crusaders, and can they counter? That really is the 2 big questions to answer. You're only going to see it when the map resumes, shall we say.
Yeah, and the thing for the Crown Crusaders, obviously they did take one of those attacker side rounds. It was an expert showcase on how to play that information overload strategy as they were able to just completely overload Destro on both sides of the coin. Again, the question becomes between these two teams, it feels like which one will start off with the hotter gunny, And on the S&D, you could argue that the Crown Crusaders started to find their way back into that gunplay. You saw Noisy absolutely popping off. Obviously, S&D is his game mode regardless of the map. Will he potentially be a crux for the control as well? Obviously, you look for a player like Conwa, who we haven't really been saying the name of since the Destro match that they had a little bit earlier. Will he potentially find his way back into this? There's a lot of players on the Crown Crusaders that could really swing things back for the Speedy White Men. Again, it's just about starting off fast, but it's also about not letting that confidence that you build be the death of you, which it kind of felt like in that S&D was the case.
No, I completely agree. And my only real change to that is I think that Speedy White Men have actually looked a little bit weaker against Crusaders in this instance, especially comparisons to a couple weeks ago with the Carolina LAN, because I'm only just sensing now that with Conwa's addition to the roster, I mean, they've found a lot more structure and a lot more of a read on pressure, which was, of course, the biggest struggle 2 weeks ago. They just got out-muscled every single way. They weren't being fast enough with the micro adjustments that have costed so many teams at so many points in Call of Duty in control of a respawn. But with control, yeah, I think it's just going to be maybe putting Conwa on a bit more of a role where you're just sitting back and not really shining as much, because if you let everyone else around you, for the best players, shine a little bit more, then the whole team collectively is going to have the best morale possible. They will actually learn and create new improvisations over the map, which will just be hard blind counters to read if you're Speedy White Men. And you then as well can be the conductor to an orchestra of something of which that is very beautiful.
I think that's the thing that makes Conwa such a great addition for the Crown Crusaders, is not only the fact that he can be that conductor, but it is you can ask him, hey, go out there, start frying, and he will do exactly that. Again, for the Speedy White Men, we talk about the other side of that exchange. It is Marco. And yes, you do kind of lose out on having that anchor player. You do lose out on quite a bit there. But let's not stall. Let's go right on in. These players were really, really real to get on in. Crown Crusaders on the attacker side, already getting time on B.
Much better than their previous first round, only a series ago. They're retaining most of the life lead. They've got all control over B. Forcing a decision early on for Speedy White Men. Do we attack this or we just give it up and play for heavy A? All this time left on the board. Yes, we've seen it been closed out many times in this instance, but this early on, getting this muscled out is a very bad look.
Crown Crusaders set up so unbelievably well. Speedy White Men are just being forced back. So much map control being gained. Guess who? It is Conwa, that anchor who's continuing to extend in. Speedy White Men have to reset. He is gone.
Not a very, very good reset for Crown Crusaders. Everyone's dead, and they're all spawning the north side of the map, and they're playing on positions that don't need to be taken just yet. And a 1v1 between Snapping and between Noisy from middle of the map control will at least open up a new lane of access for Crown Crusaders.
Crown Crusaders are just piecing them apart one by one. I mean, Speedy White Men are winning one fight, but then just getting absolutely gunned out of their shoes. Now, a lot of pressure being felt over towards this A side. Speedy White Men just getting spawned in and getting completely destroyed as Millie has found his rhythm. Crown Crusaders ever so close to contesting over towards A.
Couple 1v1s to isolate the last few kills on Hill. Speedy White Men have full control, 3 life lead, and at least first movements onto a new setup to try and contain Crown Crusaders.
Speedy White Men now have the opportunity to kind of breathe for the first time, it feels like, on this map, and what a great opportunity to do so. They've got to get the kills to justify, though, and you have to shut down Millie, you have to shut down Conwa, as it feels like they're just having their way with this map.
And it's down to Mansions in a spot of bother. Once the kill is found, so much time delayed on a reposition where we are seeing Crown Crusaders here just worm their way towards the next objective. Millie touches time. A trap, though, has been employed for Marco Stallion to not just ruin the flow and state of game, but Crown Crusaders have to deal with this before they can even get towards the hill, where Speedy White Men have already sent players on a mission.
Oh, Millie almost just pulled off the play of the century, but no, Speedy White Men will get in. Only have 6 lives to the 11 lives of the Crown Crusaders, though, so they can just kind of instill their will. With 53 seconds left on the board, Speedy White Men have to play this picture perfect from this point forward. Mansions is going to fall, now down to 5 lives. Speedy White Men, very little room to work with here.
Let the game breathe. That's what Speedy White Men wants. And not just room to adjust, but also time as well to read the pressure and understand the pathing of Crown Crusaders that hasn't been at least addressed yet in the comms. But they've played well here. With 4 lives left, Crown Crusaders, they've got complete control. And they can't afford to play aggressive here, Speedy White Men, without risking a massive decline in lives.
White Man so far extended 16 now. Mansions is going to fall, and Stewie will as well. 2 players left for the Speedy White Men. 9 seconds left to work with here, so if they can stay alive for the time, still very much can win this. Speedy White Men, last player standing is Marco. Now the time starting to be collected for the Crown Crusaders. It's just about done. He has no HP, nothing left to stand on. The Crown Crusaders are going to win on lives.
Unbelievable work from the Crown Crusaders, and they really have woken up in this series. Not just overall, but they've played this control to an original textbook that they failed to in the last. And this round 1 was so convincing, and the timing and understanding of game knowledge to play that slow with only 4 lives left against Speedy White Men, knowing the clock's on your side, is just beautiful, beautiful leadership. But now on a flipped portion of the scoreboard, it's all down to how well can Speedy White Men play their attacking side, whereas already Crown Crusaders had a full 3 ticks of only a life down.
You don't want to be on the back foot. 100%, you do not want to be on the back foot. Off of your first defensive side, Speedy White Men are going to need to put together some heroics. Already making progress over towards this B side of things, though. Snapping, getting the time on the board, but he's going to have to deal with Millie, who's going to give him hell into the hill. Cuts him off, cuts down Marco Stallion as well. It's a one-man band, but the Crown Crusaders are holding time.
So impressive to look at as well. Mansions has actually pulled away from A to deal with the straggling player. On the reset, though, Millie's there with a full utility belt. And it's so easy to break through. No support, though. You'll likely see only a couple ticks go towards the A side. But thankfully, it's just a great defensive position in which Crown Crusaders have given up at least mid-control for at least an interception onto this time and point.
Speedy White Men are going to find their way on into the hill, but the Crown Crusaders are very quick in tow. Chaco with the first kill on the board sends the Speedy White Men back to the respawn screen. Another kill on the board comes through straight from the nade, and now things just starting to go the way of the Crown Crusaders. Stewie trying to play that cutoff roll, but it's not going to work when Noisy comes screaming on in. 2 ticks of progress being made, but it's not going to be enough to extend that time. Crown Crusaders still holding in this masterful defense.
The fight in mid is the biggest fight you can have for lane control, and so far Crown Crusaders have won every single fight necessary. And they've really suffocated all of Speedy White Men in their own spawn. And Mansion's got the only kill here to try and break out of the trap, but will it force everyone off away from their original plan?
Now for the Speedy White Men, it's just about trying to create some sort of space. You don't have any potential over towards the B side of things unless you can get on A, unless you can have some distraction be played. You also have an 11 life deficit. Crown Crusaders are just piecing them apart every step of the way. Speedy White Men just seemingly have no response, and with 11 seconds left on the board, it's surely going to be a round win for the Crown Crusaders.
Impressive Call of Duty, and they have dominated and destroyed
oh my God.
Speedy White Men in the most punishing and brutal way possible. And now as they switch around the scoreboard, and we are seeing 2-0 already to Crown Crusaders. A bolt of lightning is what Speedy White Men needs in only real layman's terms to truly get the energy needed to come back in this map.
And the grand scope of the series as well. I mean, Crown Crusaders, they have the momentum completely garnered here. You head into the Vista hardpoint after this as well. For the Speedy White Men, it feels like they have to get these next 3 rounds. Otherwise, this series is over. We go into that bracket reset.
Oh, trophies too far back. That's what the nades are slipping through. Speedy White Men already have got weakened players on Crown Crusaders. It stalled their push, allowed them to set up on a more aggressive line to find a few first bloods.
Millie is going to find that first kill. Noisy as well will help to continue to fortify. Snappin will be the only player from the Speedy White Men to enter the feed, but so far, so good for the Crown Crusaders as they have completely locked this B side down. Speedy White Men trying to find the hit straight through main, but so far, nothing really going their way. Stewie will find one, Snappin with another, and hold on, they will be able to get on this time. They will be able to prevent that second tick from coming through, mitigating a little bit of a disaster and setting that defensive hold now.
Not only Noisy's time there has stalled any sort of attack from Speedy White Men, but 3 players from Crown Crusaders have just flooded into a devastating crossfire setup. This is beautiful Call of Duty for Speedy White Men, and not only from this position can they set up a spawn trap, it just has to be the life-playing game of Call of Duty.
Mansions is going to be taken down, though, so that spawn trap not looking as good as it once did. Might be the opportunity for the Crown Crusaders to get right back in on this hill. Marco is going to fall as well, and now you can catch for the time. Sending Conwa out to continue to fortify forward. Speedy White Men spawning right back in, but Conwa is going to cut them down one by one. And again, we talked about how important Conwa can be. He can go out to frag, he can anchor this team, and he's anchored them enough time to get this B hill secured.
And this is just a free final few seconds. 131, the remaining time left. Equal lives. Full control of A. Crown Crusaders have seen their window. Seen the opportunity to sprint towards it, Quinn.
You have Conwa already over towards that side of the map. He's looking to continue to fortify. He's looking to find some control into mid, but unfortunately Stewie is going to come sliding in. First kill on the board, second as well. Mansions will find another, and now the middle control is garnered for the Speedy White Men, who are once again trying to fortify. They do have that life advantage as well. 15 to 10, continuing to shorten that as they try to apply the pressure, try to set the spawn trap.
Oh, it's very dangerous play here from Speedy White Men. They're seeing Mansions taking fights on 34 HP. I mean, listen, you can do that in this stage. You're setting up a spawn trap. But when it comes to the discipline, it needs to be tighter. It needs to be a more formed unit. It's Crown Crusaders here on 7 lives to 13 have got at least only a few chances to break through. But thanks to snapping, it's just completely cut the lives down, and they're on the last wave.
Spawns got flipped right there, but the Speedy White Men just continue to add insult to injury. They continue to get the kills, to continue to lock this map control down. Looks like they will be able to notch their first point on the board with just 2 lives remaining, but they still have such a long path that they need to trek down. They want to keep this winnable.
Difficult to read just what can be done here. Choco, so many questions to answer. After a round in which you really could have closed, and maybe even at the start we saw such brilliance, Speedy White Men get their first on the board. And they are in a position now again to start building a train of comebacks and a way to find victory. Because Crown Crusaders, I mean, listen, you can forget about that round. You're going on to defense for next. You can close it out there. But are you letting too much respect through of the floodgates?
Now the Speedy White Men on that attacker side. It did not look too great last time. The Crown Crusaders kind of have a little bit of a response that they have to give after that last round where the Speedy White Men really did take it to them, and that is one way to do it. 3 kills entering the feed, a 4th as well. Crown Crusaders off to a hot start, right back on the driver's seat.
Millie's already just sprinted over there. Maybe it was too early because they've already given themselves a more detrimental position to try and retake B. Or maybe they want to sacrifice it completely for 29 lives. Awkward positioning as well, which Speedy White Men can't read early on. And they're winning 1v1s to really ruin any sort of chance for Speedy White Men to find a way towards time. But Noisy, can you read the pressure behind you?
It's just a one-man band. Noisy reads it through and through, and now for the Crown Crusaders, once again, they have that map control. It feels like the Speedy White Men just can't even get out of their own spawn without losing the 1v1s, without being positioned in 1v2s, that the Crown Crusaders are going to win every step of the way. Now trying to turn their attention over towards A, and they have a couple of kills that might be able to afford them some time into this hill, but how much time will you be able to gain when half of your teammates are still spawning in?
Oh, snap in there. Not much work you can do. Trophy's still active, so that's the only sort of shining light. I think the biggest problem, though, again, is Noisy. Just being Noisy. Farming kills from Palace. And 12 lives against 24 of 20 seconds left. But a complete shutdown for Speedy White Men here, Quinn.
It's just one last hit. They really only have that much that they can be afforded, but even then, you only have 9 lives to go through. The Crown Crusaders have absolutely picked them apart. One by one, they fall. The Speedy White Men come out short on map number 3. The Crown Crusaders have a clear path to victory to reset this bracket.
That is beautiful to watch from Crown Crusaders. I mean, we've seen them in control of series before, but this might be first time in a while we do see Speedy White Men not make it. And it's probably the best look now, given that Crown Crusaders are in such a pole position to take the first series going into a fabled Vista hardpoint. And already we are seeing Conwa truly assert himself as the leader and making some play calls, which are just simply jaw-dropping to allow Crusaders to be so good.
Again, Conwa has been that X factor, at least in that map especially. Really, I mean, we saw moments where he was definitely anchoring his team, but we also saw moments where he did start to go out and fry and showcase, hey, I am the Conwa with the gunny. I am that player that can really take control of a map if I need to. Having that control back in the mix of things has really made good for the Crown Crusaders. Again, you said it. The Speedy White Men have typically had their number, have typically had their card, but the Crown Crusaders have positioned themselves at least to reset this bracket and carrying into that next series. I mean, things look really, really good in terms of the momentum for them.
Now, Crown Crusaders, we can't not take this away from them. I mean, there is still a possibility that they'll lose this series. There is always that. Given the way the records have shown, given the way it's always been a map 5, I can't not take away the obvious fact that it lingers with them. It kind of is attached to them like a symbiote. So they have to make sure that in Vista, they're playing just like they did earlier on today. And they have to make sure, again, that it's kind of a different look. Because you know already that Speedy White Men are going to expect certain things out of them. They've seen what they can do. But will they actually be punished for allowing this to float into the pool?
Yeah, as you said it, I mean, you can never write off the comeback from the Speedy White Men, but it just feels like the Crown Crusaders have them right where they want them. But again, they probably had that case be the same thing in the past before, and they've never been able to seemingly close. So for the Crown Crusaders, if they don't take this Vista hardpoint, things start to get very dicey. The turns can table very, very quickly into the favor of the Speedy White Men.
Maybe that's just an exaggeration, Quinn, of the obvious implications of the series. Or maybe it's just a complete truth, and you're just sort of saying it how it is, hitting the nail on the head. Speedy White Men already, important to mention, not just your Bear Claw Major 3 champions, but for the first time again in another grand final against a similar rival, which we saw only 2 weeks ago. But this is not the look in the series score which we were expecting. And maybe it's a nice change of play and a nice showing of how much state of flux Call of Duty has been in, especially after champs.
I mean, so far, if things hold, it's a complete reversal of the script on what we saw on the LAN. And we talked about, hey, how much does that roster change potentially factor into all this? I mean, it could be the thing that completely turns the tides when all is said and done, at least within this first best of 5. And again, we are making some assumptions there. Crown Crusaders could close things out, make it a 3-1 and completely reverse that script. Speedy White Men, though, still very much not out of it. It's going to have to be a hard-fought game. That being said, we did see them on the Rio hardpoint. The Rio and Vista are two very, very similar maps, so you never want to count them out, even though the Crown Crusaders have shown their prowess on this map.
Maybe it's just going to have to be a situation in which where you can't really take that at face value because they've already seen it. They already kind of expect it a little bit more coming into the series today. So I will have to say that even in the last series, we did see them on this map. They're out of control for a large portion of the first 5 hills. If you take that food for thought and apply the formula of Speedy White Men and how much they can punish in similar positions, the scoreline would be greatly exaggerated. And will it be enough of a window for them to actually come back again? I don't think so. And that's going to have to be the biggest sort of umbrella concept that you need to shield any sort of Crusader that you might.
Yeah, absolutely. For the Speedy White Men, it just feels like they have to find that player that is going to anchor this team. It feels like at points, the Speedy White Men have kind of been a little bit disconnected. They haven't really had that main anchor role, similar to what Conwa is providing for the Crown Crusaders. They're very individualistic, and when they don't take those 1v1s and win them, or when they take 1v2s, which they are very characteristically doing, it's kind of setting themselves up for failure in many respects. They have so much confidence in their gunplay. They very much do. But it's not enough in the grand finals here. When both of these teams have fought to get to this point, you have to have a little bit more than the gunplay to support it. The question is, for the Speedy White Men, who's going to step into that role and really anchor this team?
I don't think you could ask anyone more from Speedy White Men than Stewie in its instance. I mean, Stewie's had probably the most rotations of any of the players that we've seen across both maps. But equally enough, if there's too much fluidity there, then there's no system to actually go off in the first place. So I think maybe it's just giving Stewie a bit more of a lead and indication for trying to counter. But also, knowing that he has probably the most responsibility to deal with Conway in the head-to-head positions.
Yeah, and once you have a player position like that, it feels like the Speedy White Men will have the opportunity to stand on their own a little bit more and potentially even run away with this. Because, again, when you talk about the gunplay, the Speedy White Men have absolutely popped off the screen. You do have those pop-off moments from players like Mansions, like Marco, who can really, really turn a map on its head, especially if you're talking about a hard point. Again, it just has to be a player who can step up and determine when it's best to unleash those dogs onto the Crown Crusaders.
Maybe they can actually get them out earlier this time than last. I think that was one of the biggest things that was always pulled up from the series, is that when they actually can get certain players out into positions and then they can themselves be free roaming and free thinking, I don't know, it just doesn't really seem to fit them well, especially when it came to the LAN last time, because they just couldn't actively find engagement. And when things got tough, again, the mental battle began for them. So they're in a position now, again, where it's actually Speedy White Men that are dealing with these emotions and these implications. So if they can do to them what they did to them a week ago, 2 weeks ago, then I think it becomes more of a clear-cut decision, Quinn, and you open up more avenues just to kind of explore in which fashion this is going to be done.
Yeah, so many questions still lingering on, and so much Call of Duty still to be played here potentially. The Crown Crusaders can close it here, bring us into another best of 5, or the Speedy White Men are going to make things very, very interesting. We still have the Invasion S&D on the docket potentially. Obviously, Speedy White Men kind of going to have to go against the grain to get us there. But we talk about the Invasion S&D. After seeing the Rio S&D, how are we feeling between these two teams? How does maybe that map switch things up in an S&D like that?
I think the biggest switch up is always going to be down to certain things that you see in previous maps and they anticipate as like big win conditions just suddenly changing. That's for the teams that's just talking from team perspective. Like you kind of understand from series to series that the win condition changes every single time, but not every team understands that. So they kind of adopt this idea that one thing is their ultimate way to victory. Then they go to a team of a caliber that's equal to them. It's different, and they get smashed. So I think that is probably the biggest sort of like magnifying glass area of interest that you will have in Search and Destroy. And equally as well, Hardpoint too.
I think the thing that we've really seen within the series is uncharacteristically to the Crown Crusaders, they have actually shown a lot of resilience to this point. I mean, again, usually the Speedy White Men in historical sense, they've really just kind of had their way with them eventually. It gets just too fast for the Crown Crusaders to keep up with, and ultimately they kind of fall apart at the seams. For the side of the Crown Crusaders, though, I mean, you talk about the S&D where they clawed their way back down a deficit. In the Invasion Control, they really kept that momentum moving, and they had multiple instances where they were able to just swing things right back their way. It feels like they have so much momentum being generated, and it feels like even if the Speedy White Men are able to take that away from them, the Crown Crusaders have this new mentality that they are approaching things with and have done so much in the way of proving that they are a resilient force that the Speedy White Men are going to have to deal with at some point.
Absolutely. I don't really see that changing anytime soon as well, because there's just no real evolution to the theory of that. And it is just sort of adopting, the same mindset and same sort of emotional attachments in situations that you recognize. And it just doesn't really change for players where the performance is so heavily linked to that, given studies. Yeah, I can understand it completely, but there's no real change, especially when you've got a hard point coming up, and it's just Speedy White Men's worst nightmare to have floated into the series. Given the roster and given the changes, it'd be surprised if they won this one. That's just given again stats and data being such a prevalent figure when you look at storylines of a matchup like this one.
Yeah, again, Speedy White Men have a very, very tall task ahead of them. Not only do they have to go against the grain, they have to go against stats, they have to go against so many different things that are against them. If they want to keep this from going into that reset, going into an additional best of 5. Crown Crusaders, again, have set themselves up so well. I mean, we talk about it with the S&D where we were saying, hey, Speedy White Men, clear win condition here. No, Crown Crusaders came right back in, took the Invasion Control as well, and are now in the clear driver's seat to take this series as we are just about ready to hit our way into the Vista hardpoint where the Crown Crusaders are looking to close, looking to bring us in to that next best of 5, and Speedy White Men looking to hold on for dear life. Get us out.
Maybe, or maybe not. 2 big questions and 2 equally as big answers. And Quinn, maybe Vista hardpoint as soon as we get into it very shortly. That's where, we start rolling the dice and understanding exactly what the gamble and payoff is for both teams.
I'm betting it all on black. You gotta just bet it all on black.
Listen, I'm always a red guy, right? Or maybe even just a single number. But
okay,
to come off of that has always been like a 1 in 1,000 chance, and I probably spent trying to gamble that chance than anything else. So, equally as such as well. I mean, listen, did you hear about the International Esports Olympics happening next year too?
It is so great to see that. It is so great to see the recognition in the Olympic sense as well. I mean, the Olympics this year have just been insane. And now we're going to see people like that I can't remember his name, but like, I feel like we're going to see the esports equivalent now of that dude from Turkey who came out and just completely showed out for the shooting. Like, I'm waiting to see who the esport equivalent for that would be.
Yeah, his name is Yusuf Dekric, and
there we go.
Never seen a more like calm shooter in my life, but also is so. I mean, he basically just rocked up in his pajamas and got a silver medal. So I mean, everyone at home sort of understanding that and the importance of that. But equally as such, when big things happen, we must at least go to a break to get some water to refresh ourselves because a dev error has happened. So after this one, the short one, map 4 coming up for you very quickly. snapping. That's been done quite a while ago.
Dev errors cannot stop us, everybody. Map is back, and we are ready to go. Vista Hardpoint is online. P1, P2, actually. Let's get it going. Oh, my goodness.
Crown Crusaders have a small lead already. Speedy White Men are locking in 40 seconds here, or attempting to at least. That's if Choco has got nothing to say about it. And the Crown Crusaders have already set up a very good initial break attempt here. Speedy White Men are actually following through the south side of the map. Respawners, though, will mean that they are literally spawning on parallel to each other, with a slight advantage to Crown Crusaders.
Crown Crusaders, I mean, we talked about it. Vista Hardpoint is their name. It's their game. So far, so good for them as they have that early lead going their way. Speedy White Men are able to break in for some time, but the time is so late into the hill. Snappin's the only player that can contest. Millie will drop him. Now the control going the way of the Crown Crusaders once again.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're seeing Noisy leave the time. Scrap Time will, of course, go all their way. And Speedy White Men are just fighting, not just for control of Hill, but at least some sort of spawn control. But we now see Millie and Noisy here on this back side of the map. It means Speedy White Men will spawn directly in front of the crossfires set up by Crown Crusaders.
Crown Crusaders, so well, so good. Now Marco has to really turn online. 2 kills on the board to completely turn things on its head. Choco's not going to be able to get through the Stallion. Speedy White Men back on for some time. Desperately needed. They get on in time. 30 seconds left.
And a very interesting way in which they're taking this one, because the kill in the back there onto Snappin means that you're forcing a lot of pressure here on Mansions to hold this hill all by himself. Respawning players as well, throwing overhead nades, which just aren't connecting. And Conway hasn't really been involved in the picture so far at all. We have 10 seconds left, already assessing the new spawns for Crown Crusaders, and Speedy White Men have got a nice force setup here on the new hill.
It feels like the Speedy White Men are finally getting their footing on this map. It took a little bit of time. But they're going to get some time on P3. They'll have the rotation over towards P4. They'll look to fortify, gain a little bit of middle control, extending on out, getting the kills to justify as well. But you have Convo with the little wraparound who could add a lot of insult to injury here if Stewie isn't able to take him down. Able to avoid the disaster, though. Speedy White Men set up.
Nice few kills going their way. Crown Crusaders got one final 2v2 here, but the spawns just aren't favoring them at all. Speedy White Men are spawning with a full utility belt. They can just spam straight away, and Choco's got a lot to work with here. Playing his life is the most important thing for Crown Crusaders, as 30 seconds will attempt to be theirs. One last 1v1 between Snappin will decide the fate of this scrap time.
Snappin has to get this kill to go, has the trophy system down, so nades are not going to work. Just trying to hold for the scrap time, but not going to be able to get it. Does afford Marco to get back in, but Choco shuts both of them down. Rotation now, heading over towards the side of P5. Speedy White Men are set up and ready to go.
I know, Speedy White Men looking a little bit more punctual here in the end of the first set of hills, but Crown Crusaders' lead is not to be understated. They've got at least a wall-to-wall gunfight to take if they want to break through P1 to Chain Bridge, and the long wrap from Choco at least gives signs of life for how can they break this hill.
Trying to break on in, and that is one way to do it. Noisy death from above. Snappin will fall as well. It's a clean 4 dead in the Fiend. The Crown Crusaders on for time.
Very impressive look thus far. It's closing in. Crown Crusaders 0 just accelerating way with this map and could close out the series in quick fashion. Choco, 1v1 on this next hill. Sporting players and Crown Crusaders, though, have got at least headroom for utility belt to be used.
White Men able to get on for some extra time here, using all that utility, dropping the trophy systems here on P5. They desperately want this scrap time. It's going to remain contested unless Noisy has something to say about it, which he does not. Stewie will respond. Conwa will fall as well. Speedy White Men, not only do they have the map control for P5, they have the rotation into P1.
Little head-to-head here. Millie gets the conversion. 2 more players close down as soon as you can ask. But now, Crown Crusaders are really spread out here. Their fear utility is going to be used, and they're sacrificing so much important time here on this new hill, even to try and break it, because Speedy White Men have played very well. A almost fiscal game of hardpoint for Speedy White Men to try and close this deficit.
Speedy White Men trying to prove that those statistics do not matter. Let's send it into a listen-in with the Speedy White Men. Hear those comms.
Yeah, he just coaches now.
I'm holding it. I'm after fucking loot, brother.
I'm going mid.
Yeah.
Weak. Choco mid, weak on the head.
Left side mid, I'm one shot.
I stunned him.
I'm one shot.
Counter mid dead. Mid, Choco dead.
Nice.
Nice, two.
Shot
I'm in this front. I'm in
Left
the
side,
front.
left side, down, really.
I get him.
Bar 2 weak.
Bar
Nice.
dead. Looking front.
I'm hitting up vines, quick.
Yeah, front. I have trophy on. We're good.
Here, P3. I'm hitting up vines, yo.
Downstairs.
I'm going for a flip.
Rails and on time. Front time.
Front time down.
Yeah, we flipped.
Nice. Yeah, we flipped. I'm pinching P3
I'm
here.
bullet. I got one more Choco, one Choco,
Bar, comma.
They're gonna get in the mid. They're gonna hit the mid. They're gonna hit the mid.
Wait on your front.
Oh my
Nice.
god.
I'm holding mid. I'm holding mid. Hold the right.
Alright,
Hold the
I
right.
got you. Here,
Yo,
here,
follow my
here.
mid. I'm going to plat. Get my mid.
Shoot mid.
Right side,
I got
spawn
you
Millie.
mid.
Catch mid.
Back right, spawn Millie.
I'm getting time.
They're hitting to P1. They're hitting to P1 right now. I'm
I'll
absolutely.
refill time. I'll
I'm their
refill
top
time.
plat. I'm their top plat.
The rail is shit on.
Yeah, top
Stay
plat.
alive,
Top
stay
plat.
alive, stay
Corner.
alive. Stay alive.
Stay
Stay alive.
Choco P on couches hitting right now.
I'm right. Millie, dead.
Alright, we're running shit back, bro. Keep playing top.
Mid. Connor dead.
Choco pinching burger. Choco pinching burger, I think. I mean.
He's in
Alright,
time. He's in
burger.
time. He's our side time. Nade it.
I got
Be
time.
careful. Be careful.
Mid, mid.
Rails dead.
Come dead. Come mid. Come on.
Nice.
Come mid. Let's go.
Done. Have you?
I'm here back right with you. I'm here.
He's already crossed left side mid.
I'm wrapping middle spawn. I'm wrapping middle spawn. Oh shit. I'm
He's already
wrapping
on
middle
left
spawn.
side.
Mid right now. Mid right now.
Connor dead.
I'm here mid. I got.
Some solid comms out of the Speedy White Men, but the Crown Crusaders have found their way back in with the lead. Speedy White Men nowhere near this P2, instead starting the rotation over towards P3, but it's going to be a little bit late with the Crown Crusaders all the way over there.
Both teams are still fighting for control, and it feels like Speedy Whitemen have got a little bit better footing, but just fights aren't going their way. Important for Millie to win that one, because now this is the first real chance we'll see Crown Crusaders here hold at least a full 60 on a hill. But listen, great movement from Speedy Whitemen. Spawns are flipped out for Crown Crusaders.
Spawns flipped out. Speedy White Men have the opportunity to make their break on in. They'll do exactly that. They'll get the kills to swing things their way. Now just looking to fortify, looking to justify that positioning as well. You do have these players extending out to either each side of the map. Crown Crusaders now tasked with the break. 30 seconds left.
And already Mansions has the most to do. And Crown Crusaders here leave it to 1v1 for full control of the hill. The spawns are too far out for Crown Crusaders to actually set up anything. And it opens scrap time towards Speedy White Men. There's too much of an overload. Unless, of course, the north side of the map is all yellow.
Speedy White Men are not going to expect the Crown Crusaders to continue fighting on into this hill. Mansions will be the only player standing for the Speedy White Men. 4 seconds left. The Crown Crusaders will finally cut him off, but that just gives so much map control for the Speedy White Men, who are able to funnel their way over towards P4. But now the Crown Crusaders starting to apply pressure, and it's doing wonders.
How on earth has Noisy gotten out of that tight choke point? And Speedy White Men now are just spamming util, making it even easier to take these fights and control, but the Crown Crusaders have a crossfire set up, meaning it's so easy to just at least absorb all this time.
Crown Crusaders so slowly creeping out to that lead. It just feels like every step of the way the Speedy White Men are keeping up, but the Crown Crusaders are able to continue to accelerate forward. Marco will finally put an end to Millie, but you still have to deal with all these players in on the hill. You still have to deal with Chaco and Noisy, who have the cutoff angle, and it doesn't look like the Speedy White Men are going to be able to deal with it.
Speedy White Men have lost all the important gunfights here to try and control the last 20 seconds of scrap time. They're simply resorting now to one final 1v1 for new. And literally, Choco has done the most across every single iteration of all these hills to win those rotation 1v1s.
Speedy White Men banking on the rotation now over towards P5. They're going to have it, looking to fortify moving forward, extending further on into mid, into P1. You have Marco positioning himself, trying to catch some Wanderers, trying to catch some Crossers off, snapping as well from above. They're not going to anticipate it. Speedy White Men have the fortification.
And that's enough. Now, down to snapping in a situation where Crown Crusaders are not truly in control. 35 seconds can easily be theirs, but that's only if the crossfires are set up, which they're not. And there's so many players on the north side of the map here to actually cause an awkward spawn flip, but still in Speedy White Men's favor.
Marco is absolutely cooking a one-man band. This is why they have him on the team single-handedly. Is going to lock this thing down for the Crown Crusaders. Now it comes down to that rotation. The way the Speedy White Men have set themselves up, they're already into P1. You already have Stewie extending out as well, trying to continuously push the Crown Crusaders back. Speedy White Men have their in back in.
Impressive look as Millie has at least found mid-control. But Speedy White Men have closed the deficit so well from Marco's three-piece that it's still just a fight for control.
Oh my God!
And everyone is nowhere near the hill from Crown Crusaders.
Speedy White Men are continuing to get the kills to justify the positioning. Have to get that trophy system down, but no, Millie! It's the nick of time. He just rocks 2 of those players. Stappen will take him down very quickly on the afterlife, but the Crown Crusaders have done enough to get back into this hill, maintain this lead. Speedy White Men need a break.
And listen, Stewie is holding an angle, but not fast enough with weaponry, and that's how Crown Crusaders have got one last 1v1 on time. Con was all alone. Now support from Millie might assist this, and it's a very, very close affair here. And Quinn, I can't ask for more.
Thing is, the Crown Crusaders, they cannot win it here. They're going to have to hit the rotation over towards P2. Speedy White Men are going to get on in the nick of time as well, trying to secure that scrap, but no, it's going to have to come down to the rotation, and it could very well come down to this hill right here, right now for these two teams.
Last-ditch effort. Speedy White Men need so much effort and composure to hold this hill perfect. A 1v1 between Millie. And it's only now down to Conwa to at least isolate the last few kills and make this yellow.
And he's doing exactly what you need him to do in this spot. Conwa has bought his team enough time to get the rotation on in. Just need 10 seconds left on the hill, but the Speedy White Men are right back in.
So good to watch. Stewie has a nade and a stun to hold off this line. Crown Crusaders are funneling through one lane of access. Nobody's moving just yet because they're setting up for Noisy and Choco to push through mid and make this a very close contest. Speedy White Men are trying to hold this time, but if they get it, the rotation's always thought about. One last push from Millie, and maybe now you can start to see Crown Crusaders lose their footing.
Speedy White Men can't win it off of this hill. They're going to have to hit the rotation, and the Crown Crusaders, they are going to have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
And that is how you close out a nail-biter of a hard point. Speedy White Men, a round of applause, congratulations. It felt like for a moment there, Crown Crusaders and Conwa's heroics was just enough to get them over the finish line, but Speedy White Men found a way to truly turn the balance and make two perfectly chained hills to the best of their ability.
It all comes down to the rotation. It's a rotational game mode, and the Speedy White Men have proven that. Throw out all the stats, throw out all the scripts. Holy sh**, this series is insane.
I mean, there's no better way to put it. I'd use mine, but I don't think it works. Oh, it still does. Never mind, it actually does. I think that's one of the more beautiful ends to what has been a cinematic finish of Hardpoint there, Quinn. And we have got no words, simply no words for you all at home to describe just how much that meant for Speedy White Men and just how big of a fumble that might have been. In that instance here for Crusaders, but I don't want to put a downer on it. It's just a beautiful showing of Hardpoint, and everyone's feeling a lot of emotions right now.
Oh, I mean, Vista Hardpoint, we marketed it as the Crown Crusaders map mode combo of the century, and it just fell off the wagon. It was so close. Both of these hardpoints so close, but you can look back at that Rio hardpoint. Both of these maps very, very similar in how they play, with that P5 to P1 rotation being a big crux point, and it ultimately does go the way of the Speedy White Men, largely off of that, which allowed them to get back into the game. The Crown Crusaders now have to keep their hopes alive on an S&D, Connie.
I know, and it's an S&D. I believe it's an Invasion S&D. You have to give me at home, and even Quinn right here actually is the last map in the series.
Correct.
Okay, good, thank you. My inhibitions have been broken, and it's wonderful to know that we do have at least a more solid map to have in the final pick of the bunch, and we're not going to see any sort of surprises from high rise and environmental damage being the bane of existence for all these players. And Poster was here again. Nobody can fourth the map, so that right there is how you really set the table for an exciting map 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, this series, you could not ask for more. And once more, if you come to the Premier Circuit, you are going to get some good Call of Duty. This night has lived up to it and then some. Now the Invasion S&D and the script has been completely thrown out the window. I mean, chat, we got it from production. We had a script, and the script was wrong. They lied to us. So now we have a 2-2 series tie. And one of these teams, one of these scenarios, Speedy White Men either take it, win out, are your Destro champs, or the Crown Crusaders bring us into a best-of-5 rerun.
I mean, it wouldn't really be off the table. It just depends upon how either team wants to cut their cake, as we say over here in the UK. It depends upon how they want to approach the map and what systems work. And you can't establish that early on, but the bravest players in both teams will have to fend themselves away from harm's way and at least try and identify what some key weaknesses might be lurking on the opposing side.
There's so many question marks going into this. I mean, a refresher, the Crown Crusaders, they did win the first S&D, but the Speedy White Men, were so dominant in the early stretch of it. Can they rewrite the wrongs? That's the question. So we jump right on in. Speedy White Men on the attack. Crown Crusaders on the defense. Noisy already getting active.
A first blood drawn, but it wouldn't quite be as poetic if it wasn't a map 5 S&D to decide the fate of the first series between these two teams. From time and time again, it's always gone their way, Speedy White Men. With the first man down, things get a little bit more hair-raising.
He's able to get out of it with his life, able to get the turn, but not the burn. Eventually will get shut down, but Millie's able to do enough. Comes down to Stewie. 1v2 now for him. Bomb is down as well. Conwa and Chaco can just play around that. Have Conwa watching from that back angle. Chaco as well, providing some support. Stewie just has to run around like a chicken with his head cut off, looking for any opening in this scenario.
A very devastating crossfire, and Crown Crusaders know they haven't got much more to do. One last readjustment to try and close out Stewie in a very tough position.
Now Conwa's very, very barely able to get out of that with his life, but that might just be the nail in the coffin. They know exactly where Stewie is. It's only a matter of time. Still sending the shots on in. 13 seconds left to make a miracle happen. Again, shots go out to Conwa, but bobbing and weaving like he's Mike Tyson in the ring, and finally shuts Stewie down. Speedy White Men not going to get the first round.
And why on earth are we seeing Speedy White Men in a position now again where you're repeating some similar mistakes in the S&D we saw in the second map? It's just man advantages. You're allowing Crown Crusaders to be in these positions where it's just not going to favor you numbers-wise, and the experience and discipline of at least Crown Crusaders in S&D is just impressive. And they know how to close out situations by playing disciplined. Speedy White Men in a new round, defending this time around. Let's see if they can read the pressure early on and get these set nades off early. That seems to be a condition that they love to use.
This feels like such a big round potentially for the Crown Crusaders as well, because they get this. I mean, they go back to back. They start off with so much momentum even after that last map kind of fell off the seams. Chaco with the first kill on the board. Marco's down, and that's huge.
Very, very interesting look from Crown Crusaders in this spot. No plant committed just yet because Mansions has the most important position here. But Stewie, again, is just feeding too much information.
Snapping from behind is going to fall. Chaco just continues to fortify for his team. It just comes down to Mansions and Stewie. Mansions caught between a rock and several hard places. Stewie, the last man standing once again, will find one, but now the positioning completely given away. Bomb will go down as well. For the Crown Crusaders, they've set themselves up to go 2-0.
See, Stewie gets the first kill, runs back straight away, but nobody from Crown Crusaders has fed the bait. And it's even easier to spot from that distance, even call out the next avenue of attack.
Stewie sending the shots in, but just too much to contend with there on the head glitch. Too many different variables that you have to account for. Crown Crusaders maintaining their hold, weathering this ship. Now up 2-0.
Sad to say the storm has not blown over just yet for Speedy White Men. It's been a 2-0 thumping thus far. And Crown Crusaders have played exquisite S&D and always held man advantage. It's just a key theme in the way in which they like to close out their rounds. Any shining graces that nobody's on for streaks just yet. Although now we're into the mid portion of the logistics in S&D. The rounds are thickening out. Plays are starting to get drawn out. Speedy White Men have given up lots of mid control here for Noisy to run through and spot a few players. Great discipline.
So much information gained from Noisy. He's able to just funnel that, let his teammates know that they are coming, and they are coming quick. Millie's going to send some shots in, not going to connect for any, but that's just going to give him the opportunity to regain the cover, reposition. First kill on the board, but Marco will eventually shut him down. Now comes down to Chaco to continue to lock things down, but you blink, the Speedy White Men are going to find their first round.
And the first round has been at least a round that we've waited two for, in my opinion. Speedy White Men played exquisite. The Crown Crusaders had no real idea what to do, and they had the right idea to start off with. With Noisy's run, the information drawn out, the call for two players pushing over to the north side of the map. Yeah, I don't think that it was just contained well enough. So in this next one, on the attacking side, can Crown Crusaders get the utility off early and then make their way over towards B? I'm seeing the arrows float there. Speedy White Men will have positions to start off with in the better portion.
Conwa setting some shots in, trying to catch any crossers, any information that he possibly can gain. Positioning over towards that B side, but you do have the bomb flushed over towards A. Might just be a mid hit. Try and figure out where they want to go from that point forward.
Very tough 1v1. Millie already trying to bait out Stewie in that position. But if it's dropped, it's a detrimental round for Crown Crusaders. Smoke those key from Noisy to actually allow space to push.
Noisy's trying to set up, trying to get things going, but so ring around the rosy, and the Speedy White Men are going to be reduced to ashes. Mansions and Snap and fall. Marco and Stewie, last two standing, trying to exchange some shots, but there's just not a whole lot that you can find. Marco will get active for one, but Bomb's going to go down at A.
Last two players haven't got any real access here because of a strong defensive position from at least Conwa to find the necessary kills. Marco's in a 1v2 situation. With 33 seconds left, enough time for one last big adjustment.
Last big adjustment could be the name of the game, spotting out Millie, but he's wisely going to be able to use this door as his cover. It's just being the boogeyman for Marco. It makes him have to chow this out. 20 seconds left. And all of these Crown Crusaders players playing hide and seek so unbelievably well, but Marco will find the first. 13 seconds left. All you need is one check. If you are Millie, not a whole lot that Marco can do in this spot, as time is going to be the additional factor. Crown Crusaders will get the round to go.
Oh, Marco, a killing constellation. 4 streak is currently what he is toying with, but the rounds are just sort of, you know, falling out of their own hands. They're getting too far away from them Speedy White Men, and the only real consolation has to be centered around the discipline in which Crown Crusaders have in S&D. I mean, the defense was played to a T, and Millie had no more work to do. Now, the setup for this new round, we've seen them in the last time that they actually, that bomb carrier, run away from themselves. That's Speedy White Men's tendency. But towards B, I think the commitment there is a bit stronger, and two players in Noisy's same position are actually going to take at least another hash on their original strategy.
This is a very aggressive mid approach from the Crown Crusaders. Also a very versatile positioning here because they can very easily wrap into B, which is exactly what Noisy is going to try to do, but he gets cut down on the cutoff. Choco will find one as well on the crossers to even things up, now sending in that utility, trying to make things happen. Speedy White Men will be able to gain site access, but they're going to be down a man, 2v3.
Oh, hit markers are just enough to scare away Crown Crusaders in a spot. The smoke, though, has actually benefited Speedy White Men a lot here in this position, and Mansions has got a great idea of a stun, which needs to be used perfectly.
Marco just getting a little bit too active, a little bit too early. 27 seconds left to work with here. Mansions has to hold the world on his shoulders. Spotted out. Choco's going to have the shots to go, and Conwa's going to have the additional ones to send straight on into the dead body. Crown Crusaders off to a steaming hot start, 4-1.
It's just the perfect formula from what has been one of the more interesting rounds of S&D. And the way in which it was, I mean, that right there was the defining round kill. When Marco was sliding, Conwa gets him, and the call for two players hitting the back. I mean, there's not really much more you can do other than hold your ground. You can't check, but risking getting traded out straight away. Crown Crusaders now are fully in commanding pole position, 4-1. A round and a scoreline you don't often see comebacks from in this stage of the tournament, but we've seen it multiple times throughout Premier Circuit.
Crown Crusaders were able to pull off a 4-2 comeback on the Rio S&D, so nothing is necessarily out of the cards here, but you did allude to it. It's going to be very tough for the Speedy White Men to find their way out of this, and again, starting on a defensive round, they haven't been able to notch one of those on this map quite yet. Slow and steady for the Crown Crusaders. So trying to figure out where they want to take it.
1v1 for Bomb, Stewie, Billy. Again, it's the same thing we saw from that round number 7. And Speedy White Men this time actually employed 3 in mid because they're expecting Crown Crusaders to make a massive rotate. But I don't really think it's going to be met well with any sort of pressure. Noisy there's got enough information to start pulling players away. And it just helps out the ideas, the formulation in which Speedy White Men can hold control of the map.
Smokes go down. Speedy White Men are going to sense that pressure, backing up, giving that way for the Crown Crusaders. Noisy in the smoke, trying to make something happen, but no, Marco's going to get the kill on the board. Conwa from behind is going to pop out. Not going to be able to get more than one, though. Speedy White Men, player personnel advantage now gained towards this A-bomb site. Is flushed the bomb. Crown Crusaders getting active. Choco with 2. Stewie, last player standing. The Crown Crusaders are going to get that bomb down.
Stewie's nowhere near the controller at this point. So, Crown Crusaders, I believe, gifted almost a free win in that one. And I do actually have a little bit of a suspect as to why the round folded out that way, and it's just simply down to Choco's positioning. And already there's such commitment towards trying to take care of Millie on the side of the bomb that it was just easy to block the V model and get yourselves at least away scot-free.
Speedy White Men are going to drop the round. Crown Crusaders now on map point, series point, to reset us, bring us in to that next bracket. We are going to get a little bit of a reset. Do believe that Stewie was a little bit more than away from the controller there, potentially. Nonetheless, though, good looks out the side of the Crown Crusaders there. 4-1 at the very least. If that one does get counted, 5-1. Speedy White Men just in the back end.
And you should walk away with that lead if you were Speedy White Men. I mean, obviously, the biggest problem is that, I mean, it's not your win, it's Crusaders. They had full control, and Combo was having an absolute blinder for the first 6 rounds of that. And there wasn't really a situation in which they were putting themselves in jeopardy. But I think in the last round there, it was very indicative of what we should have seen from Speedy White Men. Their control and a 3-2 advantage. But Choco just made a hero play and used the view model to his advantage. And the game sense was such a high level in terms of taking those 2 kills and forcing awkward positions to be taken from Speedy White Men.
It just feels like we're seeing the best of the best out of the Crown Crusaders. I mean, this is them in their best form. When you have all of these players popping all at once for the Speedy White Men, I mean, you're going to have Sonic-like speed to keep up with the Crown Crusaders when they are all on. It's so difficult. They have so much gun prowess. And again, you talk about it with Choco there, basically putting the round on his back, closing things out. Now 5-1 if it stands. And still, even if it doesn't, 4-1, very, very sizable lead for the Crown Crusaders currently.
I mean, regardless, a 3-4 round advantage going into a replay is going to be, very, very much a tall order. Although we've seen it before, I mean, across challenges, across all tiers, if a restart happens, I don't really count against them in a situation where they do not have the possibility to chain 3-4 rounds together for Speedy White Men. That just has happened before in Call of Duty, and now is the time when they need to get a summoning key and try and pull something out similar in fashion that Crusaders have done to them.
Yeah, and for the Speedy White Men, it just feels like they're going to need one of these players, a player like Marco, a player like Mansions, to just make a big play to open things up. They've been seemingly just unable to make anything happen, and a lot rides on those 2 players specifically to open up the door, to get things going, to get that momentum shifted over to the Speedy White Men. Again, would have to be a Herculean effort to get themselves back into the mix of this. Crown Crusaders on the precipice of sending us in to a bracket reset, into another best of 5. And again, they've got to get that monkey off their back. The Speedy White Men have consistently been their boogeyman. And it's finally time, feels like, for the Crown Crusaders to start fighting back.
That time, I mean, listen, if you want to fight back and if you're going to make any sort of possible adjustment, I mean, the biggest thing that you have to understand is what might happen. I mean, we have one small thing for you, a short break, only a short one to allow Stewie to get his PC back and working. But when we do return from that break, it will be a continuation of the S&D, a deciding map, a definitive map for both teams. But Speedy White Men really need to pull it out if they want to stand a chance of taking it home, because the bracket reset looms for everyone.
All right, everybody, here we go. Back into the mix of it. Speedy White Men, Crown Crusaders, 5-1 in favor of the Crown Crusaders. Just need one more round. On the defense they go.
And Millie
no.
already is just, you know, singing beautiful songs of heroism. It almost feels like, again, Crown Crusaders already continue where they left off.
It's no pause whatsoever. The Crown Crusaders, they want to force the bracket reset. Marco and Stewie are going to have to stand tall to prevent it. Stewie coming in from behind is going to be able to find Millie, but it's going to have to come down to Marco. 1v2 for him now. Bomb in hand. Where are the other players? No information to work on.
And I mean, both at least Marco and Conway adjusting at the same time.
Whoa.
To isolate a 1v1, 40 seconds left here. I think a larger play call will be called in. A-bomb is really looking very tasty for Marco in this stage here, Quinn, don't you think?
It looks like Choco might be reading it. Choco's going to get the information, but so will Marco. It's an old Western standoff down mid. Choco with the high ground. Going to drop lower. Smoke is going to go down, gives Marco a little bit of room, but he's going to make the wraparound over towards B. Looks like Choco's going to read it, but Marco's got the shots to go. Speedy White Men still alive.
2-5 is the current standing score. And maybe this could be a round that really tells the tale of Crown Crusaders and their beautiful love relationship with Momentum. I mean, and listen, Marco Stallion take lots of compound V to even pull that round out. Let's be realistic here in terms of isolating the 1v1s. Yeah, some sort of tomfoolery that you just couldn't write here, Quim.
3 kills on the board. Marco keeping the team alive. We talked about it. They so very much do need a player to stand up, keep things mobile. Crown Crusaders, though, just on the precipice. Only need one more round.
Lots of wall-to-wall audio cues to define when they should move.
Slow and steady. Both teams not willing to give up a whole lot. Crown Crusaders do have that cushion. The Speedy White Men not going to play into it. Very, very slow. Very good holds. Getting comfortable. But the pressure starting to be felt.
Snapping, draws the first blood. Already, Crown Crusaders, look at how they behave in a 3v4. Bunch together. And they're just making sure crossfires are made in the correct head glitches.
Crusaders still trying to make the approach in straight through mid, but gonna get aggressive. Snapping. It's not gonna be able to get the kill to go. Mansions will be able to get a refrag out. Still maintain control for the Speedy White Men. Bomb is down as well. 28 seconds left to work with here. Crown Crusaders have not made a whole lot happen in this round. They've been so very slow. Marco coming in straight through the smoke like he's Batman himself. Catches Choco. Round he goes. Catches Noisy as well. This man is doing everything. Speedy White Men, slowly but surely, keeping their hopes alive.
The effects of Compound V can't go understated here, Quinn. We're simply witnessing a magnificent masterpiece in the form of Marco Stallion on our screens tonight. And for some reason, Speedy White Men have completely injected themselves with newfound confidence and belief that after this reset is truly allowing Marco to flourish in the harshest of climates.
5-3 now. Keep you honest at home, but the Crown Crusaders still just need one more round to go their way. It will be A-okay. On the defensive side now, lots of pressure soon to be felt from the Speedy White Men as they're taking it straight through B.
Marco, again, leading the line. Smoke will cover a lot of information. More of a setup again where you got to try and find your way through the north side of the map and cover yourself in the smoke to make it even challenging. Because Crown Crusaders are 4-2, 4-1, and it's all down to Noisy.
Noisy, last player standing, coming straight through mid. So much to deal with. The world on your shoulders. Speedy White Men. Another round on the board. 5-4 now.
5-4 now, and once this kill cam fades away, I'd love to see if Marco has a streak in his back pocket. That right there is going to potentially swing the huge favor to Speedy White Men. The way in which Crown Crusaders have looked at this series and have assessed every performance so far, this is the one time where you can't say that they are doing well. This is a really, really tough start for them, and they can throw it all away here if they lose 2 more rounds.
Again, all they need is one. They just need one more round to go their way. But it's starting to feel like that they don't have that same moxie that we saw before the reset. The Speedy White Men have come out kicking and screaming, not willing to send this into the bracket reset. Feels like it comes so much down to who's going to get that first pick.
Yeah, Noisy's dodging bullets in this stage here as well. The bomb's floated towards A. And ultimately, again, Stewie's got the most information to call out here for the two players to cross mid and dodge Noisy in the process is such a hard ask for Speedy White Men.
Now, trying to take the bomb over towards A. Do have a lot of players lurking and working for the Speedy White Men. Marco's got the first kill. Noisy drops. Crown Crusaders still over towards A, but they don't have the fortification. They don't have the opportunity to really get this bomb down. You have so much presence here from the side of the Speedy White Men. Another one spotted out. Just barely able to get out of it with his life. Choco's going lurking, but it's maybe not the best decision when you're already down a man. Mansions will find him. Snappin' will fall, though. Crown Crusaders, Conwa and Millie have to do everything for the team. Marco will fall, but coming in from behind, it might have just bought him enough time. Mansions! It's gonna come down to this. Stewie, 1v1 with Millie. 12 seconds left.
Has to play around time so perfectly here. And look at Stewie already.
Oh, Stewie sends us into round 11. This is the Destro showcase from the Premier Circuit, and when you come here, you are going to get some good Call of Duty.
And not just around 11 for the bracket reset, around 11 for the entire series, and the champions of the Premier Circuit. Oh, so much rides or dies on this one defining round. Mansions, though, did manage to secure a cruise missile. Interesting to see just how and when it will be utilized. Because Crown Crusaders, again, they're looking right back in the mirror of previous matches, of days of future past against Speedy White Men. And are they going to fall to the sword of a similar fashion and a similar story?
So much has happened in these last rounds. Millie is going to have to get aggressive here. He's going to pop the dead silence, has the opportunity to turn things around. First blood on the board, now going for the second, but he's not going to be expecting the player from behind. Exchanges things out. 3v3 now. Speedy White Men, a little bit of pause. Noisy trying to play the cutoff. Conwa from the other side. Spots one out, but luckily able to get out with his life. Now Noisy going into action.
Oh, Manchester's still alive. The cruise missile is still the factor that Crown Crusaders have to keep in mind. But they're completely boxed in. And the rotation's a little bit too early from Crown Crusaders. They're trusting Choco here to line up information. Nobody's watching the cross. They've freely entered onto Forklift.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Marco Stallion and Mansions, they're getting all boxed up though. Choco is going to have the information to go. Bobbing and weaving, sending the shots in. This is the opportunity for the cruise missile that you mentioned. Noisy spots one out. Gonna send some shots in. Not gonna connect for any though. Marco trying to keep his life alive, but no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory.
My goodness. This series has been everything that you could ask for and more. We're going into another best of 5. The Crown Crusaders stay alive in the nick of time. Speedy White Men almost had their number once again. Almost repeated history. But here we go. Heading on into a break, we will be back in a matter of moments with the second best of 5 in our grand finals for the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase.
wanna see me with no limits. Rise to another level, dream to the finish with a team, independent, yeah. We moving like a steamroller, really, we extreme with it, feel me kinda mean with it, better duck. Like we hit you with a cyber truck. Been through the dirty, seen a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. We put in work, you on a pile of luck. We on another level, better move and know your time is ticking. We bout to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's gold, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep on top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, give the haters some distance. We bout to change the channel, me, we bout to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Ready for the rise? Yeah. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised.
Chains on my soul, you just fear what you can't control. I know you wanna keep me caged, but baby I'm a renegade. You know I'm a renegade. Baby I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. After mine now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal, it's something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep.
Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now.
I can't be minimized. On the throne, you've been advised. Wanted me down, but I switched it up. I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up. Over the way, had to lift me up. What a shot, look how it rolls. Even if nobody knows ya. On my own wave, I am gold, yeah. You was trying to block me on the low, yeah. Took the high road, let me demonstrate. Cause the old me gone like I've been erased. I'm the boss now, I'm the boss now. Wiped away my tears, got the sauce now. My back was on the wall, now I'm up. When you were claiming I was soft, I had a rough. Outcast left in the cold, outcast left in the cold. The in crowd would block me out. I had to kicking doors, forcing to a plan. Been evicted from my land. If you wanna see me now, I'm not giving you the chance, yeah.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that. Everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed. Frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves. Someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it. 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 Still got a little fight. 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 I'ma finish it.
Well, folks, it wouldn't be a grand finals without a bracket reset. We've already seen these teams go at it once. Now it's time for them to go at it again. Speedy White Men versus the Crown Crusaders. One of these teams is going to be your grand finals champions for the Destro Gaming Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind. Connie as well is here. And, Connie, we're taking a look at the maps now. Talk to me. What are we thinking?
Well, the first one, of course, is a Rio hardpoint. I'm genuinely curious to see exactly in this current game what Rio might stand out to be, because that is right. I'm fairly confident we're about to load in almost instantly to a flashback from the previous series. We're starting on a similar home territory, but different sides for both teams this time around.
250 to 222 was the last score line in favor of the Speedy White Men. Now the Crown Crusaders trying to right the wrongs, already forcing the bracket reset in round 11, game 5. P1 online, already getting the kills to go.
Only a small advantage, and Crown Crusaders are actually playing really well here. Imposing a setup early in P1 is a very, very interesting way to tackle the biggest question of all in hardpoint. That's right, the time differential. No one's setting up yet for an early P2, but 3 dead is actually enough of indication to realize that Speedy White Men are boxed in the south side of the map with 2 split spawns occurring.
White Man, those spawns not looking too great, but they're going to be able to recollect themselves. They're going to be able to recenter for P2, but Conwa's going to switch on the rival 9. This man is absolutely deadly, frying out. Finally gets shut down by Mansions, but in the afterlife will deal his deck. Crown Crusaders making the rotation into P2 now. They've got it.
I know, last player up is going to be eliminated in O snap him, meaning all 4 players are centered. Millie been given the task as well on a 4-foot streak, but just hold down positioning and spawns in itself.
Oh my goodness, the Crown Crusaders are coming out rearing and ready to go. All of the kills justifying Speedy White Men trying to make a hit straight through on in. Mansions will find the first, but Chaco providing that extra support. Millie will do the rest. Crown Crusaders are going to hold for the time.
27 seconds left in this hill, and the last 1v1 actually will go to way of Noisy. Meaning that Crusaders are looking at an 80-point gap in the first few hills. And this is not just a showing of excellence, but also a rotation instinct has kicked in, and Mansions is the last player to at least touch time on the new hill, and Speedy White Men really struggling so far.
White Men don't even have a second on the board to the Crown Crusaders, 76. We talk about the rotation. Crown Crusaders look like they might have it if they can clear out snapping over towards this outside portion of the map. They do exactly that. Crown Crusaders are in for the time.
Interesting concept. And the Crown Crusaders at this current portion have actually got 1v1s centered directly, dotted directly around the hill. And on the outside again, it's just down to Millie. They've stuck a player in already. Speedy White Men just trying to get 40 seconds in and close the gap, which again is the core focus here, Quinn. But they're only really focusing now off the respawners, and they're running right directly into the util, which Speedy White Men have lined up for that purpose.
Speedy White Men, finally an opportunity, it feels like, to breathe, but the Crown Crusaders, just as we say it, breathing down their necks. Millie spawns in, and he's able to get at least into the back lines for a little bit, but no, it's not going to be a whole lot going their way as Mansions still reigns supreme on this hill. Turn our attention now over towards P4. Crown Crusaders are going to have that early rotation, but Mansions has also started to hit the left foot, right foot express on in. Now it's going to be a head-on collision for the control.
And so far, Choco is actually lined in there quite nicely. Down to 12 HP, a trophy in hand, but simply put, not really adjusting to the largest extent that Crown Crusaders need to retain lives and at least avoid the pressure here for Speedy White Men. It's all four up and taking firm control. Never mind.
Oh my goodness, Conwa! 3 kills, Millie will do the rest. Crown Crusaders get a clean 4 dead in the feed. Full control going their way, 35 seconds left on the board.
It's very rare we actually see dominating starts in Rio at this stage of the tournament, but Crown Crusaders are truly riding momentum and just applying every single execute they can onto Speedy White Men. They haven't had a single good look thus far. Nobody's positive, barring Mansions, and it's been a very slow start and almost lackluster given just how powerful Crown Crusaders have been, and Noisy truly coming into his own.
The beat down and then some. Stewie will respond and respond for 2. But the Crown Crusaders, I mean, every step of the way, it feels like they have the control. They have a more than 100-point differential, but we're not even into the second set of hills.
And this is actually just a testament to how good Crown Crusaders have been here in the reset. They were menacingly so diligent in round 11 in the last series. This one for the championship. You understand just how much it means for all these players. Conwa and Noisy especially. This is more than anything to them. Speedy White Men are truly held to the sword in the first map.
The Crown Crusaders, they just want to get that monkey off their back. The Speedy White Men have hit them time and time again, but they still stand strong in the ring. P5 online, nobody collecting the time, but the Crown Crusaders are going to get the kills to justify. Still going to be staying out of the hill. No, actually, it's going to be Choco into the hill to collect some time. And again, increase that lead just that much more.
Speedy White Men are moving in blocks rather than units. They are very stagnant in the mid push. They're actually running directly into crossfires and lines of sight, which really, in terms of movement, shouldn't be a key pattern that we are seeing in the first map. But above all else, I think Speedy White Men have actually got the last real break attempt here to try and establish a good hold on P1.
Stewie with the first, but Speedy White Men, they continue to matriculate the kills their way. Crown Crusaders, nobody really home. Still trying to make the approach on in as Choco, but he's eventually going to get shut down after 2. Crown Crusaders will have enough time, though, off of those 2 kills to buy a little bit of room into the hill. Eventually, they'll finally break it off the back of Conwa, who makes up for the team nade and then some. Speedy White Men are getting absolutely pile-drived.
Noisy only really is supported by Millie there to finish off the trades. And listen, there's 24 seconds that will cross 200, which feels almost like a cataclysmic level of disproportion between Speedy White Men and Crown Crusaders. Only 8 hills passed so far, ladies and gentlemen. And again, Snapping is playing for the scrap, but unfortunately, again, the rotation will have to do a 1v1 between Mansions and Choco, which is just held on by Speedy White Men.
Rotation beginning now. Crown Crusaders trying to break on in. Speedy White Men are finally going to have maybe a hill they can try and contest on. Marco is going to try and extend. Will find one. You really need to see him start to stand a little bit more. 13 and 20 currently right now has really not been the same Marco that we've seen up until this point. He needs to go big. He needs to regain his footing, but the Crown Crusaders are applying so much pressure.
That was a well-timed break attempt as well, and just so easy now to allow Millie to run forward and be a nuisance and be not just a rat, but maybe it's too far up because Speedy White Men have had 3 players spawn in the back, and that mid push there as well, originally from Stewie, has just kept them in a nice position to re-break. But it's just such a challenge to do it all by yourself, but still 2-10-52, and I'm going to move on to the next hill because Crown Crusaders are in touching distance of a map number 1 victory.
Speedy White Men, I mean, to say that they need to play this picture perfect from this point forward is an understatement. It might already be done for the Crown Crusaders. If they get 1 clean rotation or even just 1 clean break, it is just about Jover for the side of the Speedy White Men, who have come out completely flat in this first map.
And it's just a very challenging tall ask for Speedy White Men to try and get themselves into a positive light. And I think Crown Crusaders in this position here, Quinn, have got at least 1 more punishing setup up their sleeve. The spawns, though, be flipped out heavily. And actually, no, the final kills were found onto Mansions, meaning that Crown Crusaders hold the line. They're going to have numbers directly positioned on the hill.
They can win it here and now. There's plenty of time for them to do so. Just got to hold for 1 more push out the Speedy White Men. All of their players just evaporating in front of them, checkerboard things out in the feed, but nobody is anywhere near the hill for the side of the Speedy White Men. finally going to find a break, but you still have so much presence from the side of the Crown Crusaders, and it's a clean break right back on in. 3 clean dead, and the Feed Mansions has to go big. Instead, he gets sent 6 feet under. The Crown Crusaders come out with a 100-point club to kick us off in the bracket reset.
Well, they are here to play, Quinn. In the final series of the entire tournament, Crown Crusaders not just reset the bracket, but they're currently leading already after the first map, not just in any old-fashioned, though, a 200-point plus fashion. There was no real fantastic look from the start, and it was only really 2 hills out of the 8 or 9 we saw where we actually saw time go to where Speedy White Men, 2 blocks of 25. And what made it more impressive is that throughout all of the 7 hills that pretty much were Crown Crusaders, it was 40 plus seconds, making it probably one of the most dominant performances we've seen so far in the Premier Circuit. One for the history books and one for our eyes to truly engorge and love.
I mean, Connie, at one point, we were looking at, what, 78-0? I mean, the Speedy White Men didn't even spawn in for the first couple of hills. That was an all-out disaster class. I don't know what to say after we saw that series that went to a map 5, round 11. To come out looking like that, I mean, it looks like the gas tank is just completely empty. Obviously, still a lot ahead. Don't want to count them out by any stretch of the imagination, but the mental regain that is going to require is next level.
And Invasion S&D is not the best map to have in your pool. If you were to ask kindly, please, sir, let me have a regain, please. I want to really feel good about myself after that half point, because it's a map that demands so much technical expertise that it will punish you if you play it wrong. And this now is an in-form Crusaders against Speedy White Men, easily one of the weakest positions they've seen so far in the whole tournament. They've lost not just the first series, but the last series now. This one coming up is their last chance. Again, blessing the winners bracket, but equally as congratulating the position in which we're seeing Crusaders now, because Quinn, this is just incredible what we're seeing here unfold in front of our very eyes.
I feel like the S&D here could be the deciding factor, I would say. I mean, you go back, obviously we have a different control. Finally, we're not playing invasion control, we're playing high-rise control, which is going to be a lot of fun, but nonetheless, Crown Crusaders, they looked so good on that control, the invasion control in our last series, 3-1 there. If they can take the S&D, I mean, they've set themselves up for success to potentially 3-0. Obviously, again, we're thinking a little bit too far in the future potentially here, but that's just off the back of that map. You really don't have a whole lot that you can say other than the Speedy White Men need the mental regain of the century.
Well, after a quick map like that, I mean, it gives you more time again just to have it, because you weren't really dealing with too much in the map. Immediately that really could have given you a condition, win condition. My apologies, everyone at home. So they have to just kind of momentum shift it in a sense from then to now, where they got 50 points, but it's okay. Like that was a fluke map in a sense. You know, you don't see it often across the entire chart of hard points played in all tiers of Call of Duty. So I think it'd be actually a position for them to easily just move on to the next map and not carry too much baggage.
Memory of a pigeon, resilience of a tiger is what is needed for the Speedy White Men if they want to find themselves back into the mix of this. For the Crown Crusaders, again, it was very close on the Invasion S&D, but it feels like the Invasion S&D was where they really made their mark. They ultimately did kind of have a little bit of a skid, but they were able to cement it in that round 11. Expect this one to still be close regardless of how that first map did have its outcome. But nonetheless, Crown Crusaders looking like they're going to get that monkey off their back potentially.
I mean, I don't think that's going to be a situation in which it will benefit Speedy White Men. I think they've actually seen a bit of a dichotomy of 2 lesser evils here. I think Speedy White Men are in position again where after the land win, the cooldown effect hasn't really blessed the core roster so far. They've had a very, very indicting last few maps where we've only really seen them look positive in both hard points again, but it was in clutch circumstances. They weren't at all ready for the S&Ds, and it was only really when a replay and a reset happened in the final and last invasion in the series previous. I mean, yeah, gave them any sort of room there just to start bullying any sort of Crusader that might want to say something about it and the 5-1 lead that they had. Although, again, the Ice Bucket is out of ice in terms of their composure and their idea to kind of set traps and set tempos across the map. But the Invasion S&D reversing it again. I mean, we had about 11 rounds last time, Quinn. Who's to say no to a second portion?
I mean, it is the grand finals. You expect that much and more. Invasion S&D on the docket. You talked about it, though. In that last best of 5, Speedy White Men, I mean, the maps that they won were so close. When you look at the grand scope of that, Crown Crusaders did kind of have their number. So it's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility for them to really have the marathon in them. Of course, it's not a sprint. What the Speedy White Men are trying to do is a marathon. Might not be living up to the namesake. Here we go, everybody. Invasion S&D. Crown Crusaders kicking us off on the attacker side.
And they've got pretty much a good look into B. And the biggest problem, again, though, is the angle which Marco Stallion wants to install, and the cross is timed perfectly.
Oh, so much information gained. Shots going either which way, but it's just a matter of time until Marco is going to be outdone by Millie. Now, Crown Crusaders still applying the pressure. You got Conwa in the back lines as well, spreading out across the map, instilling their will. The Speedy White Men reduced to 1.
Millie, again, calling in support for Noisy, making the crossfire super easy, and Crown Crusaders with a textbook finish in the first round. And, well, I mean, listen, we saw it previously, and we know just how good they are, given that they've beaten Speedy White Men already today on around 11 on this map, and it was a 4-1 start to them. I have to complete, actually 5-1 start, excuse me. Quinn almost forgot my scores for a second. That was only a few minutes ago. And Crown Crusaders were in a nice little position again where maybe we can see similar patterns occur, but Noisy and everyone getting a flawless round and a team ace for the start of this one.
Oh my goodness. I mean, not much more you could ask for out of the Crown Crusaders. Didn't even need to get that bomb down. Now on the slightly more favorable side, defense wins championships. Crown Crusaders looking to do exactly that. Speedy White Men, uncharacteristically slow already. But it's going to work out. Mansions will find the first kill onto Noisy, and that's going to give them the opportunity to start pushing ever so slightly. Do have to deal with Millie on the cross, though.
I do like the way Conwa has actually positioned himself in a position now where you have to listen to audio cues and play around the backside of the map, because Bomb has been gracefully gifted to Speedy White Men on a free site. And it's just a very difficult 2v3 for Choco and Conwa. We're taking the Lion's Den approach from the longest route and the easiest crossfire for Speedy White Men to set up.
Speedy White Men, once they see the first, they can read it through and through. Stewie will find the first. Choco will be getting the exchange, but it's just a 1v2. Time ticking away as well, and Marco will have his number. Speedy White Men will respond with a round on the board. Back and forth we go. I do believe this was what we saw in the first 2 rounds of our last Invasion S&D before the Crown Crusaders just absolutely started having their way with it.
But will fiction become non-fiction? Will reality suddenly prevail and present itself to us? As what we saw last time, maybe the script, as you all know at home, is being recycled rather than rewritten. And Speedy White Men are in a spot now where they can at least optionally seek out different avenues of attack. And this time it's in mid. Albeit the angles are very tight to clear now if you are Crusaders, and it opens up Mansions now for a nice long range angle to get an AR out and post up.
Now the approach out of the Crown Crusaders, a lot of early aggression here. Trying to figure out they have the clearance to start making that approach through B long. Do have Marco watching the cross, though, and you have an additional player that could kind of swap in if Marco does get taken down, at least in the early spots out. That first player by the hairs of his chinny chin. Noisy is going to fall. That's going to give Crown Crusaders a little bit more pause in this round.
Millie already has a rough idea on one player, and has definite clue to the second, but still, Stewie has another kill to the collection. 2 players left. The remaining Speedy White Men swarming around the B site.
Crusaders really just have no room to operate here. Marco with the rotation over towards the head glitch on the tank. Just waiting for them to chow him out. Millie will do exactly that, and Millie will find the kill. Still, with 21 seconds left on the board, Choco has to provide the support here and now. Spots one out, heading straight into mid. At this point, you just have to hit ignition if you're the Crown Crusaders. Get on in. They do have the opportunity at least to do exactly that, but the Speedy White Men have performed the complete wraparound here. Spotting out Millie, sending the shots in. Mansion's going to get very, very aggressive. Millie will find the first. Hold on. 2v2 now. Choco has the support from the backside, but he's going to be the lone player standing. Knows where Snappin' is. Doesn't know where Stewie is.
And he wants stun to defend off this bomb. I don't think it's planted just perfect. mean, that check might be in vain because the aggression needs to be present if there is a chance for any sort of 1v2. But Stewie held the defuse, snapping there with support over the top. Speedy White Men now are chaining consecutive rounds here, Quinn, and it is actually looking a little bit more their favor. They've done very well in retaining man advantage, but also above that, keeping their utility in the belt until a retake situation is presenting itself.
I mean, that was so good out Snappin' and Stewie. Snappin' just telling Stewie, hey, get on the bomb, get that defuse popping. I'll provide the cover fire. And hey, I mean, even if Snappin' doesn't get the kill, it's so hard with the bomb the way that it is planted for that play to be made onto Stewie, for him to be taken down. He's already got so much of it defused. I mean, Speedy White Men, it's just textbook out of them.
Impressive angles always have to be at least adjusted to, because Millie, already a few crossfires down, 2 players at least called out in that situation, where now Crown Crusaders have to swarm around B to try and fend off Speedy White Men, who've already gotten there in quick time. A post-plan situation is almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders. Conwell will find 2, reduces it down to Stewie. 1v2 now. Stewie doesn't have any clearance over towards the bomb side. It's only a matter of moments as Conwell trying to connect for his 3rd of the round. Get that kill on the board. Stewie, such low HP. Just buying his time ever so slightly. Does exchange some shots in, but it's ultimately going to go the way of the Crown Crusaders there.
An impossible retake for Stewie in that situation there, Quinn. Had no utility left in the belt, but neither did Crown Crusaders. So really, it was just a tussle. Real patience of holding down ADS and then praying to God that the Pixel Peaks were just a little bit off. So I said that round for Crown Crusaders was, again, just a showing of how disciplined they are in the S&Ds, and it also adds to the fact that that round was another 2v1 in their locker. So both teams here are assessing the win conditions, being the man advantage, the primary focus right now.
And advantage has consistently been that deciding factor because it gives both of the teams so much of an opportunity to really lean into what they do best, is get aggressive when they do get that man advantage. And now, Crown Crusaders with exactly that. Expect them to get a little bit more aggressive towards their chosen bomb site, that being the B bomb site. At least at this point in time, Conwell will find another. Just gives them even more clearance to work with this map. And no, they're actually going to gain mid-control and take it straight into A.
Hold on a second here, Quim. There's 2 players lurking around the outside. Mansions, snap him. Easy to pick off players in these positions because they can duck and weave and hide into cover and isolate 1v1s. And the timing here is just simply gorgeous. Given, though, that Noisy wins a very important, crucial 1v1 to split snapping away, they themselves are in a spot where I don't even think that they've played this in a true sense of a T, because bomb hasn't really been collected yet. They're still waiting for Snapping, and Snapping's made a long route here, which has completely turned the round's favoritism on its head for Crown Crusaders.
Going to have the opportunity to collect bomb. 21 seconds. It feels like Snappin' thinks that they're going to be trying to make the B hit now, trying to catch him lacking, but no. They're just going to keep calm, cool, collected. Crown Crusaders plant over at A. Now Snappin' had so much control, and it feels like it's all been vanquished. Thanos snapped away. Does spot 1, does spot 2. But they're all collected together. Playing around that time as well. Noisy's with the wraparound, and Snappin'. He's not going to read it. Crown Crusaders,
Snapping.
Another round.
I have to forgive Snapping in that situation. I mean, as soon as the first bullet was fired and the jiggle peaks were happening from Noisy, I kind of did the round was over, because the regroup is just so easy to route back, and the pathing in which was available to Snapping was behind tank, in a spot again where Crown Crusaders are literally playing for jiggle peaks, and they can swing out both of them at any time and just spam crossfire as much as they want to Snapping in that situation. So now 3-2, comfortable lead. Streaks aren't really the focus right now here in this round because both teams are trading out each other like wildfire. And the main sort of center of focus is down to the Setonator mid and the immediate Trojan horse. The Speedy White Men want to immediately play towards B.
They are sending so much pressure over towards that side of the map. Choco's going to be the first line of defense. Luckily, Conwa very close to provide additional support. Smokes down, guns out, stuns out. Conwa is already out, playing his life. Will eventually be reduced to ashes, though, as Snappin' will shut him down. Bomb down.
Speedy White Men as well have got a very difficult situation at hand because they are slowly getting pinched by Choco in the back. And at least the remaining players are Noisy and Millie in front. Stewie there. Had a great...
Whoa.
Yeah, I was going to say a great line of sight. Quinn in its 2v2. How do things look?
Well, you're seeing a lot of aggression out of the Crown Crusaders trying to get in because that time ticking away. They've got to make a move. They've got to get on this bomb. He's got on in time, it feels like, but it's just going to be a matter of the coverage. Did he get it? No. Marco is able to play his life to perfection. The kill does go the way of the Crown Crusaders, but it's not going to be enough there. Oh my goodness. It's a matter of milliseconds. What a read out of Marco.
Marco got it in time. But that kill, like you said right there, is, frame by frame, you would not perfect it any other sense than what Marco has done just there. So Crown Crusaders, again, now level, Speedy White Men. 3-3. And I feel like after this one, these two teams are going to have invasion out of their map pool for quite a while, Quinn. Given just how close it's been and their own mental stamina being tested. Conwa, that first blood will be drawn. Speedy White Men in position now. 3 players left to try and isolate 4 more on the other side.
Crown Crusaders, that gives them so much room to operate. What a crosser kill from Conwa. They're just going to take the aggression straight to him, but Mansions will find the first. Mansions the second as well, standing on his all. Oh my, how the turns table. You blink, and it comes down to Conwa. Had that first kill, needs 3 more. Bomb down in no man's land. Such a tough spot to operate from when they know where you are.
And Conwa's actually played the timing super well here because look who's wrapped around late, Stewie. But can you call in a play with snapping? Because this right here is prime positioning. I'm pretty sure bomb's been called out as well though. And that's why we're seeing the readjustment here and snapping's in a very punishing position. But doesn't even need the help, that's all. I mean, you saw it right there. A head glitch played to perfection. Speedy White Men get around, take the lead for the first time thus far.
Oh my, I mean, that was such a good round out of them. Calm, cool, collected, but when they need it most, like a boa constrictor, they just suck the life out of the Crown Crusaders. Now as we switch sides, Crown Crusaders on the back foot for the first time, as you said, on the defensive side.
And it's very interesting right now to understand why Crown Crusaders here in this round go for 2 towards B. Don't have the luxury again of the mid spam, but Bomb is equally only going to have 1 player and an overload timed perfectly by Speedy White Men on the south side of the map.
Slow and steady, Speedy White Men just trying to inch their way towards that map control, but it looks like Noisy has a Q. Sound Q comes through, door open, snap, and gets snapped 6 feet under. Noisy giving his team a little bit of room to breathe, giving the Speedy White Men a little bit of pause.
Noise has got a full utility belt here as well. Throw either one of the 3 items there in mid, and you're going to have loads of information on who's crossing.
Oh.
But maybe Mansion's kill onto Millie might just ring the alarm bells in Crown Crusaders camp. Because positioning's everything. That's why Conwa there equalizes and makes it a 3v2, draws a distraction towards the original set play from Speedy White Men.
Marco's in a tough spot here as he's trying to navigate his way back to Mansions. Will do exactly that. The regroup is in, stuns out. Chaco's holding strong though. Nade comes through, and it might be the nick of time. Noisy as well from the other side is going to shut down the bomb carrier and shut down the rest of the Speedy White Men. Tied 4-4.
4-4. Now, I'm not going to repeat more than what we are expecting, but in similar fashions of today, I think that Crown Crusaders have seen a 4-4 before. And if they have the same goal as that time in the last series, maybe they'll get 2 rounds in their side. But hey, I think an invasion, given this current state of play and just what Speedy White Men might have on offer, you have to give them at least some form of perspective. Crown Crusaders here in this position. What's their break-off looking like? Already, mainly towards B. And minimal resistance heads on. Just get the trophies down, play the set nades, and avoid the smokes, and you've got a free route to B, my friend.
Speedy White Men so aggressive straight through the smoke. Marco is going to push. He's going to catch Noisy completely off guard. Pants are down and all. Oh my goodness. Speedy White Men, knowing that they have to do something crazy, is going to stick. But Chaco responding in kind, 2 kills on the board. Evens this out.
It's a very slow play here. Look at Stewie as well. Has a rough idea on Choco's positioning. They both have bomb, and this right here is almost like a death wish for Crown Crusaders. Trucker thinks the long route here might pay off, but in almost brutal fate, that information and bus station allows Stewie to press forward, and almost now it could be all over for Crown Crusaders in what has been a very punishing round.
They know exactly where he is. Stun comes in. Choco just barely able to get out of it with his life ring around the Rosie. Reduces Stewie to ashes. 1v1. Spots out Mansions, but not going to be able to get the shots to go. Speedy white men on map point.
I mean, listen, you saw the HP there. I think it was 39. There's no way in hell the Mansions was losing that fight. Albeit, though, I feel like the shots, again, weren't as connected as they were, and it would have been at least one of the more crucial 1v4s that would have ever existed. Well, actually, 1v2 ace. 1v2 ace. Yeah, we'll say that. That's only if, though. 5-4. Speedy White Men. They're on a map point. Need an equalizer in the series here, Quim. The Crown Crusaders, on the defensive portion, are actually going to pit towards heavy B. And bomb is floated towards mid this round. Definitely an A on the cards here for Speedy White Men.
Taking over towards that A side of things, and a lot of player personnel flushed a little bit towards the left side of mid, and that's just going to give full clearance for Mansions to get that first kill on the board. Khan was trying to mitigate the disaster, but it's time for the Speedy White Men to make their execute on in. They're going to take full advantage of this. Choco trying to provide some support, but there's not a whole lot that he can do from that angle.
It's punishing, and Conmar, despite any sort of availability of pressuring the map, is almost taking a knife to a gunfight with that position. In 2v4, 25 seconds left on the clock. Speedy White Men bunched together. And no chance of any real possibility can Crown Crusaders rely on Choco. Because look at what Speedy White Men are doing right there. They've boxed him in. They've sent him away and packing from that map. And it's going to be 1-1 overall in this series. I can't ask for a more tighter affair in the second best of 5. But I would definitely say that map right there has the plaudits for being one of the most competitive thus far, barring the last invasion S&D that we just saw.
Oh my, I mean, the invasion S&Ds are the general point that we are seeing these two teams hit head to head. I mean, off of that Rio hardpoint to respond to the way the Speedy White Men did, it again is the memory of a pigeon, the resilience of a tiger. They are not going away easily, despite the fact that the bracket has been reset. They still have the win condition. They still have a very clear path to victory. For the Crown Crusaders now, I mean, of course, yeah, that first map, now momentum may be shifting the other way.
Momentum is only going to be carried over given the standards of Respawn. And the biggest question mark for this particular series and who's going to win it in the control, as mentioned on the desk many times in the CDL, is always going to be your telltale signal for who is going to take the whole series. The swing factor is incredibly potent when you look towards not just the high-rise control, but any control on the map. It carries too much weight. It bears too much fruit. But on this one, haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen it against these two teams in a while. And that last time it was faced off, I mean, Crusaders had a really rough time, Quinn. So we have to always set the tempo, set the table, high-rise control, and the environmental factors that always carry over on that map. You just have to understand one thing. Do not shoot the barrels. Do not shoot the gas tanker.
Definitely going to want to listen to you if they are listening in on the stream. We're going to go ahead, send it to a very, very quick break. But again, high-rise control coming up next. Do not go anywhere. This is the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase.
You can't stop me. Racks, 100 racks up in my safe, nigga. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith, nigga. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say, nigga. Down bad, was praying for better days. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, nigga, you man.
High Rise Control is up next, currently tied 1-1 in our second best of 5 between these two teams. We have really seen them go back and forth. It feels like this High Rise Control is going to be the X factor, Connie.
I mean, High Rise has always been any sort of excitement you look for in life. The game just puts you in a state of flux because how many times have you seen this map particularly kill players in the most creative ways possible? Spoiler alert, usually flammable explosions. And it's just a classic as well. I mean, not just 13 years of love and trick shots and phase montages, but High Rise Control, it's actually giving players at least a new float into the meta, because Invasion has reached its, I think it's reached its sell by date, Quinn. You know, I think High Rise might just be the new kid in the block, which either will cause lots of love or lots of pain for all these players.
Sources are telling me FaZe Banks is currently watching, looking for the next Ilcam's clip. I know we can't bring snipers into competitive, but hey, can we break some GAs just for this occasion? High Rise Control coming up next. Let's get things going. Speedy White Men, Crown Crusaders, what could be the fork in the road for our series, for our grand finals. Connie, let's get it on.
Not a lot to say. I mean, listen, there's words that you could use to summarize what High Rise Control could be, but just understand where these two teams are currently sitting, 1-1 in the series, and this map is the swing factor. This will decide ultimately who takes a driving seat in the series, and who sets themselves up for series points.
It's out already. Trying to set those propane tanks off. Sources are saying that they don't explode. Those sources very, very wrong in the past. Here we go. Already the B hit from the side of the Speedy White Men, starting off on the attack, looking to get things going early on. Want to make all that progress. Kills so far, though, not going to be able to justify. Choco does drop, though.
And the remaining players of Speedy White Men, at least praying for a second tick on the remaining portion of B. Noisy, very trigger happy though to find players, including his own teammate. As now the reset of play forces Crown Crusaders to actually start aggressing into Speedy White Men's spawn. And on the extremity as well, Choco is trying to win control of Helipad with one last 1v1. So we'll look over across the map.
This is where things can start to get a little bit dangerous if you do get spawn camped. It's not going to be a fun time for the Speedy White Men. Currently lives evened up. Crown Crusaders, though, you're starting to feel that aggression. You're starting to see it go. You're starting to see things pop, and you're starting to see things turn green. Hold on. Wait a minute. Speedy White Men back on for that B time. Extra minute earned on the board. Now the attention turns over towards A.
Oh, it's impressive to look at Crown Crusaders in this state of flux, where now, again, Speedy White Men have got at least 18 lives here. The first real instance on touching the most difficult point on this control. Controlling every single aspect of spawns, and Crown Crusaders have had no real say to Mansion's power thus far, already on for that cruise missile.
Crown Crusaders, this hit becomes very, very important for them. Time is ticking away. Speedy White Men getting so many kills, but no! Crown Crusaders gonna come in. Noisy and Conwa, 2 key kills. Conwa will add the third, mitigating the disaster. Still a tick gain for the Speedy White Men. Still a minute 30 left on the clock. Now live start to become a factor, 10-12.
Impressive look for Speedy White Men, especially in this position where they have to focus all their efforts onto A, and they're not even using the lower ground just yet because it's a very impressive position in which Millie has kept the forces at bay. Snapping is actually the last sort of hope here, albeit now Crown Crusaders are respawning up, spamming utility onto the A site, and they're just, you know, breaking the middle line, separating Speedy White Men and Crown Crusaders, and Helipad seems to be the main control focus. As now in 6 lives apiece here, Quinn, we slow it down. We keep the game at a very slow 3rd gear.
Teams exchanging blows, checkerboarding things out in the feed, but it's not very favorable for the Speedy White Men as they're going to drop their first. The no respawns remaining, and Marco is out of the equation. Now just Mansion, Stewie, and Snappin' remaining, but for the Crown Crusaders, they only have 1 extra life. They have to play things very, very careful. Millie is going insane! Snappin' last player standing. Crown Crusaders are going to pick up the round.
And by the skin of their teeth as well. Speedy White Men, who felt like when they controlled at 18 lives apiece and they were looking so strong, the simple heroics is all Noisy needs that round. And 9-5 in the first round to kick things off in map number 3 is just an indictment and just showing you how much this means to the boys and just what sort of performance is required early on to keep Speedy White Men, the talents they are, at bay.
Very, very difficult to do, but the Crown Crusaders have been able to handle their own. 4 ticks the way of the Speedy White Men. Now for the Crown Crusaders, what is their response? Already very aggressive over towards the A side. A little bit uncustomary as you expect the team to maybe play over towards B. No, they're going to be trying the harder site first, and Speedy White Men going to take advantage of that and then some. 3 kills in the feed, basically shutting things down. Now Crown Crusaders, early reset.
Loving the actual ideas in which Speedy White Men are looking to try and defend these points. They're setting players high and low, and they're really forcing lots of extravagant gunfights to take place. It's just by swinging for defenses that you really just create an unpredictable aura, and that's why Crown Crusaders are really struggling to even break out of spawn in some instances. But they do have at least Millie, being in a position where Speedy White Men have got more than one task to deal with when it comes to these points and just how much time they can have.
Millie doing everything for his team and then some, but the unfortunate circumstances presented for the Crown Crusaders yield them no time over towards B. Noisy finally able to get on, but he has to fortify for his teammates. He's got to gain a little bit of control. Conwell over towards the A side as well. It's going to create a little bit of noise. The Speedy White Men, though, will deal with him very swiftly. Crown Crusaders, not a whole lot that they're really able to find with 40 seconds left on the board. Now over towards A once again, though.
Loving the way in which Speedy White Men, not just down here, but also the players surrounding the point at this stage. And the kills are actually enough to keep Crown Crusaders in a very tough spot. Not to say again that visually speaking, that Speedy White Men have been poor. They've actually been very, very good at just grouping off into 2 players, our group, and taking control of all the high positions and power positions on the map.
3 seconds left. Crown Crusaders just trying to find some sort of opening again. The high ground trying to be attained by Choco to try and give his team a little bit of surveillance, but eventually will be taken down. Not much more to be gained after that first kill. Mansions as well will take death from above. Noisy will fall. Crown Crusaders with 7 seconds left on the clock are set back to their respawn. For the Speedy White Men, it's a very, very good hold on the defense.
Now that is just a way to inject yourselves, the right way to inject yourselves back into the series, I should say. So Crown Crusaders are in a very convincing position. But no, I think Speedy White Men there, relying solely on Stewie in the final portions, despite having a very slow game to start off with. Getting the important clutch kills in the end just to squeeze out the round. There's enough convincing now to know that defense is clearly taken in 2 different lights for Crown Crusaders and Speedy White Men, but Speedy White Men are actually in control of the tick so far, so I'm very impressed with the play at hand.
4-2 in favor of the Speedy White Men in terms of those ticks. 1-1 is your current scoreline. Now Crown Crusaders back on the defense. Speedy White Men have the opportunity once again to get some ticks on the board. Noisy! Stewie was not going to let him even fall to his death. My goodness. Speedy White Men already making the approach over towards B. Very different strategy that we have seen from these 2 teams. Obviously, Crown Crusaders made the hit over towards A, did not work out. Speedy White Men's hit over towards B is working out and then some. 2 ticks already.
Loving the way in which Mansion's claiming that kill, and already is just centering any sort of pressure. But Millie's been the core focus. The core focus on actually trapping the players, Although the stack is still very good for Speedy White Men, Mansion's actually repositioned out of the original focus to take care of pressure and the fluidity and the state of flux, and Speedy White Men is just a little bit better than Crown Crusaders right now as their first progression goes their way.
2 minutes left as time is hit. 25 lives to work with here. Speedy White Men have them right where they want them. 3 dead in the feed. Noisy will fall as well. Sent back to the respawn, and now Stewie trying to play the cutoff from the respawn, sending shots in. Not going to connect for any kills, but that's going to do quite a bit of damage. It's going to be the thorn in the backside that they so desperately need. 2 ticks of progress already being made. Crown Crusaders are in for the contention, though. Conwa trying to keep his life alive, but Mansion says no. Mansion shuts him down. Now it just comes down to Noisy, who has to go big. Not going to be able to get much more. The Speedy White Men are going to take it outright in their second attacker side round.
Very, very impressive to watch, and I just love the way in which Speedy White Men utilized any sort of control they could find in that third round. But simply put, Marco Stallion is the only player and the consistent variable that doesn't change for how good Speedy White Men are, and should be thankful for just what performance is going to crop out of him this time. And I'm really especially looking directly at what Crown Crusaders have to do to respond. And albeit they have to find a way again to just break the pattern and break the mold, slow down Marco Stallion as fast as possible. The set nades through mid might be a key indication as both players across both teams attack aggressively through the mid portion.
Crusaders, I mean, there's so much that has to be done to even recover, make this a possibility. For Speedy White Men, they just have to center themselves in what they've already done, keep the momentum moving. Crown Crusaders trying to send a player in over towards B, but he has nobody to work with. Noisy is all alone, calling for his teammates to come on in, eventually will be dropped. Crown Crusaders just have not had a solidified attack in the early stretch of these rounds.
Their attack has been undeniably changed, from the sense of which Speedy White Men are only really looking towards B as a focus. They think that's more of a threat, that Crown Crusaders haven't got any real chance on A. And while we're just snapping, just finding unnecessary kills, setting apart an helipad, and almost calling for the crossfire now into spawn. And it's just Crown Crusaders stuck in terrible position time and time again. But Millie and Conwa have been very consistent there in finding 2 kills. They isolate not just Mansions, but another teammate, which, again, maybe the call now has to be towards Mansions and understand that here's a streak to change the pacing of the overall game here, Quinn.
Yeah, and again, for the Crown Crusaders, that's the last thing that they want to have to deal with. They're finally on for some time, but it just feels like Speedy White Men are quick in tow. First tick of progress being made. Crown Crusaders actually having the opportunity to gain some high ground, gain some elevation, and gain a little bit of map control. 29 seconds left on the board with the pause. Stewie coming in from above, making things that much more difficult. Crown Crusaders are eventually going to be wiped off the hill once again, wiped off of time. Now for the Crown Crusaders, it's just about the regain, but with 18 seconds left, going to be very tough.
All green kill feed. And listen, there's no real option now for Crown Crusaders to start chasing the dragon. They've only got to try and touch 1 point, and it's a head-to-head between Stewie and between Conwa, which makes it even more of an impressive showing to say that Speedy White Men have converted 3 rounds back-to-back, and they have also took the series lead 2-1. They are now in the driving seat, and it's a lot of questions to ask for Crown Crusaders, who looked so strong the last series. This series again took the lead, but it's just shaping up to be one of the more exciting spectacles that you have, because you can't predict either team to win a certain given map, whether it's their pick or not, because these teams are going blow for blow in the most intense moments.
Connie, I'm afraid we're starting to see a little bit of deja vu here. Obviously, Crown Crusaders on land started off with the first map, but Speedy White Men took it the rest of the way, 3-1 to close the Bear Claw Major 3. And now we're starting to see that timeline kind of reset once again. Obviously, Vista Hardpoint coming up. This is where Crown Crusaders have the opportunity to breathe a little bit. We saw the Rio Hardpoint maps that play very, very similar to one another, but it feels like all the momentum, regardless of that, is towards the Speedy White Men.
I think Speedy White Men have actually got a lot of questions to ask, given that Vista, they were in control for the final third. They were the most in control, but they gave up the final 2 hills to Crusaders. Actually, no, I'm telling a lie. What am I on about? I've completely forgotten the series that happened now. Speedy White Men were the team that actually came back on the last 2 hills and took full control and won the series with about a 30-point gap when they were down 20 at 192.10. So aside from my own little mental break there, apologies everyone at home, it's been a long day. I'd have to give that Speedy White Men have truly bossed out here. They've managed to float this map into the pool, and given how it was last time, I think a stark change in style and play is needed for Crusaders. That's the biggest threat so far that will face Speedy White Men in the rematch.
And the thing that you alluded to, I mean, Speedy White Men, they did have that comeback, but it was so very close. So heading into this map, even though Speedy White Men have the history on it, the Crown Crusaders might have an opportunity to potentially rewrite that history again, 250 to 238. And it did come down to that last hill where they were able to swing things right on back. But still, I mean, you talk about the momentum within the series itself. Speedy White Men off of the last two maps, especially the high-rise control, pure dominance there, looking real, real good to be our champions. But again, still two maps potentially in the play.
Okay. And I think the biggest thing that needs to be considered thus far is the final S&D. I mean, it will be the 10th map in the series, and just exactly why the format that truly broke the ground in 2020 and 2019 is making a triumphant return. My favorite one for sure. But it also is just giving enough of an idea on how deep the map pool is for both these teams and why the heads-to-head has, evolved the way it has. It's not been a clear-cut instance of one team truly having a larger dominance. I mean, yes, the numbers and the series head-to-head might show you otherwise, but when they play, it's just so competitive. And it feels like the smallest margins truly cost Crusaders in the last couple of weeks. So it's just a nice change in play. But the hard point, again, it's their time to shine, their best map, Quinn. And I feel like that's the only way you can truly write a script that has been broken so many times.
And again, once we get past this map, if the Crown Crusaders are able to rewrite the wrongs of their last Vista hardpoint, we go into the Karachi S&D. We are yet to see that between these two teams, so no history to be built off of there. That being said, things have been pretty good for the side of the Speedy White Men within this series. We also did see the Crown Crusaders, though, take two of the S&Ds in our last series. Again, S&D wins championships. You all at home know it. I mean, we could not ask for more within these grand finals. We've got a bracket reset. We have everything shaping up to be as close and competitive as possible. Connie, this has been fantastic.
No, I have to agree. It's just a particular... The state of play has changed so much, and both teams are in a constant state of flux in terms of who is having the upper hand. So it builds all these exciting tensions that you at home and us in the casting booth can ultimately agree on, that what we expect to happen in the series always hasn't really gone the way in the last two series between these two rosters. So I'm more or less just sort of taking a backseat from, crystal ball predictions. And I'm also taking a backseat as well from overgassing what might be the correct solution to a formula, to a plan that could potentially go horribly wrong or super well. I mean, we just have to say map for mode combination, Mr. Hardpoint. I mean, listen, we do get into it. If we get stuck into it, if we get thrown back to the casting booth, Vista Hardpoint is truly one way to potentially close out a beautiful set bracket reset.
Well, Connie, Vista Hardpoint coming up in a matter of moments here. Speedy White Men, Crown Crusaders. And you talked about the crystal ball. Obviously, don't want to, cast or curse anybody, but you know what? Yeah, we do. What is the crystal ball saying on your end of things? Let's make this a little bit more fun.
Speedy White Men do the unthinkable, and they do a photo finish replica from the land final. It's a 3-1, and it's going to be a more dominant 3-1 in the final map rather than the nail biter that it was set to be in the previous best of 5.
All right, Connie. Well, I'll be a contrarian. My crystal ball is telling me Crown Crusaders are going to have the Scream back. Bring us to a map 5. Get the monkey off their back. We're going to go ahead, send it to a very quick break, get everything ready for our Vista Hardpoint coming up, but do not go anywhere. It'll be a matter of moments before the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase returns.
the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Hey, yeah, go. I mean, really, I ain't the greatest. Don't be silly. I know they hatin', send it hits, they out to get me. I got no kryptonite, I ain't got no Achilles. Hey, let's keep it on 100, I'm the realest. I spin a rack, double back, flip a bill quick. I walk in, whole party on tilted. I cock back, take a shot, hit the kill switch. Lead a party with your chick, man, I'm lifted up. Feeling kind, I might give her back, gifted up. You heard a word around town, don't you twist it up. Drop the ball on me, you better pick it up. I'm saying, give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke, look, give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke, yeah, look, hey, you ain't get the invite, who you know? Got the homies on my side, down to do the most. I'm on the front line, I'm never laying low. And I'm a boss with it, so what I'm saying goes. You better know your place, you better get in line. Cause if you cross that, nah, it ain't no alibis. This ain't a game, my GC, you out of lives. Ain't no comebacks or respawns, you out of time. And what I'm saying goes, yeah, you must obey it. I just hit them with a look, and I ain't even gotta say it. Yeah, nobody finna move, unless I okay it. Okay, you best stay on my side, don't make me demonstrate it. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke, look, give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke, give me the smoke. Smoke. Give me the smoke.
Here we go, everybody. Vista hardpoint here and ready to go. Either the Speedy White Men are going to be crowned your Destro Showcase champions for the Premier Circuit, or the Crown Crusaders are going to prove they've got a little bit of steam left in them. Bring us to the Karachi S&D. Connie, let's get it going, man.
This map is for all the marbles. The Speedy White Men are leading 2-1. A conversion in this will secure themselves the title, Grand Champions of the Premier Circuit. And above all else, this first hill will tell a tale of two twisted halves. How are we going to see Crown Crusaders break through a barrage of utility? Well, a trade which leads towards Speedy White Men holding on for dear life, but more control over time as the first 4 seconds go their way.
Speedy White Man off to a good start here, of course. Not going to want to sell your soul for P1. You do want to start to prioritize that P2 rotation as early as possible. Get that bottom side of the map under your control. It's exactly what the Speedy White Men are trying to do, but Noisy just cuts them down every step of the way. 4 dead in the feed. Crown Crusaders have control.
Difficult look, especially that team nade. Speedy White Men have actually still somehow come out worse for wear after those engagements. But 1v1 hip rotation. Leading now down for a very interesting route from Mansions. But still, Crown Crusaders have positioning already alerted and control of the spawns. But still, Speedy White Men, the last row attack on this Quinn, is actually separating the map in half.
Noisy, a one-man band into P2, and his drums are not going to play too long. Marco's going to shut him down. Still have some players for the Crown Crusaders, though, attacking in from the left side of the map, trying to get vertical, trying to get horizontal. Do exactly that. Millie on for time. Speedy White Men locking things down.
Choco's positioning there was actually crucial to keep Speedy White Men at bay. And Noise is relying so heavily on an over-adjustment. But Crown Crusaders, though, 3 kills, it's enough to break through onto time. The next 30 will go their way, and Speedy White Men now have to respond in quick fashion.
Speedy White Men, what is the response? Not going to be a whole lot as Millie just continues to be that unreliant force on this hill. Currently on a 4 spree as well. 7-1. Really starting off on a hot streak. Now, though, turn our attention over towards P3.
Interesting to see just how Nappin has worked this position. Marcus Stallion playing in the back. But I think that the push from Crown Crusaders is just good enough to hold any sort of pressure away. And the cut in mid is actually blocking spawns to a degree. A 1v1 between Noisy and Stu will at least swing full control all the way over to Crown Crusaders.
Feels like Noisy has been such a thorn in the backside in the early stretch of this map at the very least. A lot of key kills here, a lot of openings being provided by him, but still the Speedy White Men gonna stand tall on the hill until they don't. Choco cuts them down one by one, they fall. One player standing, Stewie, waiting for his teammate to hit the rotation back on in, try and continue to collect this scrap.
Oh, beautiful to watch. And Conway trying over the last 23 seconds here just to extend the lead. Speedy White Men now just playing pro, not even adjusting to a rotation call yet. Because I'm just seeing all the aggression from Crown Crusaders and even the team kills. You stack them up, it's so many in the first half. And it's just almost a mistake if you were to point it out to any other team. But Speedy White Men are just finding only really scraps and glimmers from what could be a huge 30-point deficit. And this rotation to new is that a last shot of holding some real map control here, Quinn.
Speedy White Men with the first opportunity, it feels like, on this map to really make their stake held. That being said, Marco's going to find one overextended a little bit, trying to create a little bit more space. Now it's Mansions up to bat, trying to do the same thing. Gets shut down by Millie. Trades go out. But you turn your attention over towards the hill. Things are going well for the Speedy White Men as they have this locked down, looking for the full 60.
They've played it beautifully. Crown Crusaders have actually now got to respond. No hill's been touched in the last 2. Speedy White Men are throwing trophies, coordinating the subs, holding spawns, even though it's very far push out for Marco Stallion. It's just in time with the rotation. They give up 15 seconds to Crown Crusaders because now the important 1v1 here is between Conwa and it is between Mansions, because this right here opens up the first line of contact for that new hill.
Mansions is going to win it. Speedy White Men now have the opportunity to chain the hills. Crown Crusaders back in the lead, but for how long is the question? They've got this break potentially in the cards here. Marco's going to have to be the big man to stand up strong, be the stallion that this team can rely on, but Millie is going to shut him down from behind. Crown Crusaders are on for time.
Loving the way in which Crown Crusaders have just fought their way through, muscled in. Millie's playing a pixel-perfect head glitch, meaning that only a contest will be the best possible outcome. The Speedy White Men are literally dropping like fries. No one from Crown Crusaders has actually been traded out. Millie has had a star performance, and it's just winning every single contestation. And it's just at least 50 seconds from this is Crown Crusaders here.
Chaco is putting people on skates when Millie drops. It's just the Chaco show. Crown Crusaders looking so good off the bat of that P5. Now just a hop and a skip away and they can be in P1, but they're starting to feel the pressure from the Speedy White Men. They're going to need a couple of kills to find their way into this hill. You do have Mansions already collecting that time. Millie is going to fall down below. That might give the Speedy White Men the opportunity to really fortify in here. Trophy systems down.
Impressive look. 50 seconds for them to get big wins from Marco Stallion and Noisy, the last player to win a 1v1 against Mansions for control of the point. And it just sort of teeters. You know, this is like a pendulum between these two teams and who has control.
Speedy White Men trying to lock this thing down, trying to win off of the engagement from the Crown Crusaders, but it's not going to be enough as Chaco comes in for 2. Mansions will respond, though, for 2. Speedy White Men have the scrap to go, but they have to start turning their attention over towards the rotation. You do have 2 Crown Crusaders players positioned towards the bottom of the map for that.
And it's not going to be an easy one to break. Speedy White Men looking to stack as much time as possible. Rotation needs to be quick for Stewie, because that kill, despite onto Millie, look, he's there already. Conwa for the rotation at hand. And it's almost a picture-esque situation. Trophy will drop, and you can't throw anything onto every Speedy White Man.
Conwa playing good. Tony Hawk Skater. My goodness, he's just breaking ankles here. Speedy White Men so far, not any responses. Conwa with the kill on the Mansions as well is going to buy his team just enough time to make the rotation on in, continue to hold these really key angles, and Speedy White Men just don't have a response.
Last 1v1 in the back there, snapping. I mean, I respect the ideas because Crusaders have got 2 players stacked in hill. The remaining players are funneling through the middle of the map and no one's really meeting Speedy White Men head on. But Snappin's making at least a good maneuver. Of course, a contest is the most you can play for in this situation. There's too much yellow around the hill, but maybe Speedy White Men are getting too distracted from the play here. Look at the routes here in the last 10 seconds, Quinn, because this new hill is going to be right on top of Mansions.
Yeah, Mansions is the only player that's really going to be able to contest, and he's going to have to go up against Conwa and Millie. Those are the last 2 players that you are going to want to have to chow out. Luckily, some players rotating on in, but it's not going to be in time. Conwa and Millie are going to get control. Now for Speedy White Men, they've got to break in. Let's go with a listen-in.
Crossy buffing you, Ian.
I'm dead. Nice.
Come back steps, Ian. Come back steps to me.
Got you. 2 rails.
Come on. Rails are dead.
Dead.
Nice. Come on.
Looking for 1. Rails, let's go. I'm going P1.
One in the back zone. They're forcing time.
One's mid. He went
Noisy low.
Nice. Good fucking win, Ian.
Rails,
Rails, Millie, dead.
Chaco.
Yo, Vines, dead.
Chaco, I need P1. I'm in P1.
Let me shoot Chaco. He's going
I'm needing low.
Going dead.
Chaco.
Here, might back me.
Kill Chaco. Nice. I got.
Heard it.
I'm heading to mid.
Getting right side. I have initial. Play kills.
What's gonna be top burger?
Mid. Dead.
Nice.
No one close to me.
Oh, he's one HP. He's like 50. Nice.
They're in the back.
Yeah.
I'm pushing this up. I'm holding your big steps.
In time.
Front lines. Come on.
Right now.
He's 1 shot, bro. He's 1 shot in the back. He's gonna push us. We're good. He's gonna push us.
Vines top. Big steps on you.
Alright, we got my 30 when you get together. We're good. We have time.
Yep, I spawn P2 here. Top burger, comma.
Oh, yeah, you got me. Nice, good trade.
Here to front. Come on.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Playing time. John, I hit anything. Palm tree's good. Collapse. Need the corner.
One's in music. Music weak.
You buy it.
Close pillars.
Music, Chaco, dead. I'm trying to stay alive.
Nice, come on.
Millie, weak in time. Absolutely.
Rotate.
Rotate.
We're doing a row.
One already on mid.
Currently 192 to 192. Both of these teams going back and forth. Speedy White Men have gotten back into the mix of this, but the Crown Crusaders collecting that last bit of time. Speedy White Men with the rotation that cannot win it on this hill here, though.
Impressive to see that Millie's the first one up to bat. 3 players from Crown Crusaders are actually attacking from different angles, so this is really to reinforce the front, but also find the necessary kills onto Snappin and Marco Stallion.
So good from the Speedy White men to continue to fortify. Marco going big for 2. Mansions will eventually be dropped, though, but it's going to give enough time for Stewie and Snappin to get right back on into the hill. 2:15 on the board for the Speedy White men. So they're looking to lock things down, but the Crown Crusaders applying so much pressure.
Not just Millie there in a situation where Marco Stallion can find 2, but also a situation now in which Speedy White men 20 points, 30 points away from the entire victory of the whole entire thing. Crown Crusaders hitting to perfect hold, which they do in fact get thanks to Noisy Conmore and Jocko.
4 dead in the feed. The respawn's in for the Speedy White men, and they are spawning in Narnia. Noisy is perfectly equipped to take it, but no, Stewie's going to shut him down. Rotation into P1. Folks, it could come down to this. Speedy White men trying to contest on in, but the Crown Crusaders are proving to be too much to handle.
Not just Stewie in a situation now where you can't expect Crown Crusaders. They've taken the lead in this instance. They've created a beautiful funnel. The trophies are blown up straight away, and you can't break it in flawlessly with Speedy White men. A hero play from Snappin is the last real effort.
Speedy White men going to need this here and now. Marco going big for the first, Stewie with another, but the trophy system is going to take Marco down. That is absolutely horrible for the Speedy White men as the Crown Crusaders are starting to make their approach on in from the bottom side of the map.
But they're breaking easily. 2 players from the Crown Crusaders. And only chip damage is only that Marco Stallion can install. Is the contest enough? I don't think so. Still victory here for Crown Crusaders and the final embers.
Crown Crusaders. Oh, Speedy White men are back in, but it doesn't look like they can win off of this hill. 7 seconds left on the board. Chaco's going to find it clean for dead in the feed, but the Crown Crusaders are going to have to hit the rotation. They luckily have this side of the map in their favor. Just need 4 more seconds for the Speedy White men. They've got to go fast, but they're not going to be able to. We go to map 5.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to truly say that that's the only way you can close it out with Crown Crusaders. But above all else, what a close and what a beautiful finish. It's only fair, though, that in order for us to get ready for this map 5, a quick break. We'll go into the final decider between these 2 teams. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on that final map for the champion of Premier Circuit.
I need a bag, a couple rags, I spend it fast, I'ma make it back, don't need an ass, I need that cash, I'm out here doing what they thinking is irrational, get into the bag, 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 get into the bag, 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 get into the bag, 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 fuck it, spend it fast, I'ma make it back, I'ma make it, I'll make a rack, spend it fast, wake up then make it back, mama told me make it last, wanna know how much I spent, don't ask, just know cash, only thing that's on my mind, yeah, time is money, money is time, yeah, gotta spend it wise, I've been advised, ain't no telling, might just spend it all tonight, yeah, I've been out here wildin' with the money, I can rent, I know I'ma make it back tomorrow, I don't sweat, fit on drip, wrist on luminescent, ballin' out here, ballin', know you see me with the flex, I need a bag, a couple rags, I spend it fast, I'ma make it back, don't need an ass, I need that cash, I'm out here doing what they thinking is irrational, get into the bag, 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 get into the bag, 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 bag,
Folks, it truly does come down to this. We've gone through 9 maps. Just one more separates us from having our Premier Circuit Destro Showcase Grand Final champion. Between the Speedy White Men and the Crown Crusaders, they have given us all the fireworks and more. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie. The rest of the way we go is Karachi S&D. It's the last map up to bat.
Everything lives and dies on Karachi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's been the story that has been told numerous times throughout the last 9 to 10 months. If you have enjoyed watching Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, then this isn't a surprise to many. It's more of an elation and at least an understanding between what separates these two teams from greatness. Well, it's simple. 11 rounds of search and destroy and only 6 needed to win.
Oh my, and going the distance to this extent, I would not be surprised if we use the full 11 rounds. I mean, we did last time we were in a map 5 to send us into the bracket reset. Crown Crusaders did win that. Now the question becomes, does the Speedy White Men complete the upper bracket assault, or do the Crown Crusaders come up from that lower bracket, get revenge from the winners finals, finally get the monkey off their back? Karachi S&D is where it all goes down.
And you can only build so many players up and then eventually topple their towers down. That's why it's so special to watch it on this one, because neither team can be confident in their strategy until they dodge these set nades.
Nades out, stuns out, guns out, Noisy just barely out of the fray from that nade. Crown Crusaders on the attacker side, pushing the bomb over towards that B bomb site. Do have some Speedy White Men over towards that side of the map. The Crown Crusaders, slow and steady. They are going to have to deal with Mansions and Co.
Manchester gets a couple of shots off, but that's information that you don't want to give away if you are Speedy White Men. Crown Crusaders, though, playing wall-to-wall. Stewie is the freest for pickings. Has stuck out of harm's way. Take position in balcony. Not for a re-clear. That smoke, though, will do nothing. Millie has a freebie in the first blood is drawn.
Talk about those first bloods being so key between these two teams. It gives them full right to run through the map. Millie with another. He has been the X factor for this team. Millie a third on the board and looking for the ace. Right around the corner awaits him. Marco Stallion, full HP now. Have the opportunity to go, but does he check it? I don't think he does. The trigger discipline out of Marco is big to shut down Millie, but now he needs 3 more.
Marco, take your time here in this one. Choco's positioning there has been too disciplined for the last 60 seconds, and it's going to be a free round. Crown Crusaders kick off the S&D, and they take the first one, but definitely a response in which Speedy White Men there have been stretched thin and ringed through the cheesecloth of Call of Duty. A long round with no real answer to any sort of heads-up play.
Now as we switch sides here, a little bit of momentum for the Crown Crusaders starting to be generated, especially off of that last Vista hardpoint as well. We have so much carrying to this moment. These players want this so desperately. Here we go.
Speedy White Men, Stallion carrying the bomb. The remaining players from Crown Crusaders here are equally trying to match pace, but that stun was perfect, and Noisy has to fall down, sacrificed a powerful position over to Speedy White Men.
Noisy's got the information. Marco is just going to slide on in, but get 10 straight down. Millie with the second kill on the board. Bomb is down. Speedy White Men starting to fall apart ever so slightly. Mansions and Stewie up above. Still trying to keep things manageable. Mansions with 2. Stewie's going to have to go big for the rest.
Stewie can be quite easy to spot. Never mind. Perfect slip in the net. Crown Crusaders have no idea on this information. The door is closed, though, which does benefit them. It's an audio cue that Stewie can't afford to give away this early on. But the wrap is just perfect. One last jump, and maybe we'll have some information to give.
Oh, it's a matter of timing. He just runs straight into the room with Crown Crusaders. And it's just a clothesline finish. It's Crown Crusaders. First 2 rounds on the board. Speedy White Men trying to find their footing. Have not been able to do so to this point.
It's been a struggle bus for them to actually establish not just control in the series, but at least a good look into what the perfect system should look like for them. I feel like they're Noisy getting stunned off in that position would almost have been one of the more challenging ways to lose that round, but I think the remaining players did a great job to instill some wonderful confidence in a tough position. But Speedy White Men now, 2-0 down, trophies in hand, defending B heavily, and it is a wonderful prediction as Crown Crusaders had ideas from the get-go.
Crusaders very aggressive over towards this B side. Just trying to get as much of clearance as possible. Noisy with the first kill might give them that. He's really found himself in an interesting position, trying to gain that high ground advantage as well, trying to give his team that much more control. Manch's just trying to get anything, but running around like a chicken with his head cut off is not going to find a whole lot to work with. Crown Crusaders, man advantage.
Interesting look, though, especially given that Speedy White Men have only got a few more options to exhaust before they have to make the next move. Crown Crusaders, though, numbers alive, 40 seconds left. Of course, the bomb lingers in your mind like a beautiful record. The only problem, though, again, is that Snappin has played this perfectly and not given away any sort of information just yet.
This could be so big, especially if the Speedy White Men can play the wraparound. Bomb is going to go down. Snappin might have an inkling that that is what is happening. He does. Noisy drops. Now this just gives the Speedy White Men the opportunity to get the go. But Marco's not going to win his 1v1. And now, Snappin and Mansions are the last two standing. Snappin's not home. Mansions from behind. Mansions with 2. Comes down to Millie. 1v1. And he's got the read. Speedy White Men. First round on the board.
A way to win a 3v4 and a way for Speedy White Men to systematically dispose of Crown Crusaders. And now Snappin has at least restored a bit of confidence in the team. And I think their strategy is going to drastically change, knowing now that they can kill and they can win rounds. And that's always the biggest question when you come to the final stage of a bracket reset. And both teams now have battled their way into what has been a photo finish.
Crown Crusaders, Speedy White Men, they have given us the show of a lifetime. Not soon to forget what has happened here tonight. But only one of them is going to be immortalized here as the champions. Now, Crown Crusaders on the defense. You only have Conwa flushed over towards the A site, and it looks like that's where the hit is going to be, spawning out a couple of players, but there's not a whole lot that he can do when the entire assault is on in. Millie from up above has to play Batman.
Spots the legs. In terms of conversion, it's only just a number in the glimpse for 3v3. The post plant which Speedy White Men used the bait. And now have caught themselves a beautiful trap. Millie cannot at least add any more confidence to their team than what is being converted by the two most important players in Crown Crusher history.
Marco's just going to get absolutely bodied as well. Crown Crusaders right back in the driver's seat. Not going to let that round snowball out of control. In fact, they are going to retain control and do it in a dominant fashion. Bomb gets defused. Crown Crusaders now switching on to the attacker side and now starting to gain some steam once again.
Oh, alarm bells, of course, are ringing over in the camp of Speedy White Men. The Crown Crusaders, hey, they can continue exactly what the S&D is, then things are perfect there. Rosie, they're hunky-dory. I don't have any real additive Crown Crusaders in their position in which now where they can control the map. They are not on for streets just yet, neither are Speedy White Men. But with this belt of utility, again, the set days in mid will be a huge indication as to control and pacing of these two teams.
Starting to feel like the Crown Crusaders have a little bit of room to breathe, but how much room is really afforded in Game 5 of a best-of-5 bracket reset? S&D is the question. Calm, cool, and collected, the Crown Crusaders must retain. Speedy White Men trying to find their in. That might just be it. Mansions with 1, Mansions with 2. Completely opens the round. Crown Crusaders, what do Millie and Noisy got?
Oh, difficult round. Noisy, though. This is just adding a few more kills to the collection. Millie, though, positions alerted. It's easy to spam a few shots over. Noisy here is playing one of the hardest tri-peaks to defend for him. Kill down low. Easy to reposition now on top of this, but I think the swing is just a little bit too much. And Speedy White Men to get the second round here, Quinn.
Back and forth we go now. Speedy White Men starting to find their in. Still down by 1, though. So it's a little bit of a disadvantage nonetheless. Question is, will they be able to find this next round? Can they potentially put together an attacker side round?
It's always in the cards. It's just how you formulate your ideas to even get there in the first place. And with this much of the gas tank used, and especially Crown Crusaders now entering their 6th hour of competitive play, yeah, the scrapbook really isn't on the focus right now. It's just primitive defaulting towards B.
Speedy White Men going to be at B, right there to meet them. So it's a really good read out the side of the Crown Crusaders. They're going to be ready to meet the resistance. Chaco with one. Mansions will trade him out, though. Back and forth. Stuns out, guns out. Chaco trying to regain consciousness will do it in the nick of time, but not going to be able to get Stewie, who finally does pull the trigger. Speedy White Men still feel like they don't have enough clearance with Noisy in this, though, to get that bomb plant, and Conwa showing up in the nick of time as well to provide the support.
Conwa has actually put enough of a cross here. I don't think, again, Noisy can't time this just perfect, but needs to rely on the distraction in which Crown Crusaders can provide, because Stewie here is going for a very, very interesting hard clear.
Does Stewie know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notch the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. He's gonna find the round. That is nasty.
Oh, 4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be the effective solution to the problem. Crown Crusaders in this instance, though, in 4-2, in the driving seat. Noisy, having a wonderful time so far on the map. I mean, Speedy White Men are in a very good mood. At least now to try and counter this. I think dopamine hits might be the problem. And Crown Crusaders use too much of them.
All the utility being dumped over towards B. Crown Crusaders letting them know that they are home because they are starting to feel that confidence. They can smell it. They can feel it. 2 rounds away. Getting that monkey off their back. Beating the Speedy White Men. Marco, first line of defense, is not going to be able to get through Noisy. Noisy's going to get out with his life as well. That gives the Crown Crusaders the opportunity to make the hit on in.
That's well timed. And listen here, Quinn. Mansions has got the high ground on balcony. But albeit, it's just down to how well can the Crusaders understand the push. I mean, the pathing here is perfect. Choco's positioning here is just so well disciplined. Doesn't even spot Stewie, though, in this instance. And that wide area could be a very detrimental kill. 2v2. As plant goes down, Mansions at least has an audio cue. Stewie here is in a very, very interesting position. In the 1v2 alone now, it's just down to what more can you do with your Mansions.
This is such a pivotal round for Mansions. We've seen him clutch things out before. Going prone. Can he do it again? Gets the shots off onto Conwa. Now Noisy. Regrouping up above. Mansions hopping on in. Trying to get the shots. First one will go, but Noisy swings right back. Tournament point for the Crown Crusaders.
And this is where things become just that little bit more interesting. And even ISO can't anticipate exactly what might happen in this instance. But you must say one thing here as well. We will crown ourselves a new champion, given the next few rounds. But this one right here, it could be just all in one for our wonderful Crusaders.
Crown Crusaders want this so badly. Noisy has absolutely turned up. 7-3 now on a 4 spree. Defensive round. Millie with the first. Millie with the second. Conwa as well. Enter the feed. 4v2. Mansions and Marco. Last 2 players standing.
A difficult round, a tournament round as well. But Marco Stallion, with one last rotation, one last push here, Quim, is the final ember in what has been a beautiful songbird for Crown Crusaders.
1v3 for Marco to keep the hopes and dreams alive for the Speedy White Men. But it feels like things are so quickly slipping away. First kill onto Conwa. That A site is clear. The Crown Crusaders know where he is now, very roughly. Gonna have his positioning.
Marco here is waiting around with so much time. It feels like he has 10 more angles to reclear. With at least all these 27 seconds. Crown Crusaders just bunching together, and they're going towards B. Yes, but that's what it's been the entire time. Although, is it really one big bluff, one big ruse for Crown Crusaders?
Noisy up above. Might spot out Marco. Marco sliding in for the plant. Noisy gets the check here. Could close it out. Noisy sends it. Crown Crusaders take it. A bracket reset and all. 10 maps. And they are your Destro Gaming Showcase Premier Circuit Grand Finals champions.
Oh, that's what we love to see. champion crowned this way. Not 5, but 10 maps to decide who was going to be crowned our grand champion. And of course, the team in lowers had more to say. More bark, less bite. I mean, that right there was Speedy White Man, finally, for the first time in what feels like forever, losing not 1, but 2 series to their bitter rivals, and at least a change in the winds, we shall say, and a change in which the ship is now sailing towards our best team here in the Premier Circuit.
Crown Crusaders, they're able to deal with the boogeyman. They're able to finally get the Speedy White Men off their back, and they live up to the name. They are crowned your champions here today. And my goodness, I mean, what a way to do it. Fighting to the very bitter end. It's the Karachi S&D to close after performing the bracket reset. You said it. They've been playing for 6 hours. And ultimately, they are able to close. Do believe we're going to have an interview coming up here in a matter of moments. It will be noisy. Connie, we got a lot of questions to ask.
Oh, noisy. Well, of course, one of the better interviewees that you could ever ask for, especially when it comes to personality and showcasing some excellence in the game. I mean, Tyler's probably got a lot of input as well, because 10 maps is no short feat to win, but in the same sort of token of gratitude, equally as such, 6 hours of play, as I've mentioned before, is quite a long time, and I'm surprised that nobody here has actually passed out yet from exhaustion.
Well, we have him here. He is ready. Noisy, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. You know, a little bit of a grueler, but, you know, we pulled out the dubs, so can't complain at all.
Good stuff.
Wonderful work.
Great stuff.
I think I'll go first on this one. I'll go first
ahead
on this one, Quinn, and then to you. I want to ask you, Tyler, in terms of actual stamina and endurance, 10 maps is no easy feat, really, when it comes to Call of Duty. But in the way in which this tournament has went so far, I mean, could you have asked for it in any other way? Do you feel like maybe you've grown or learned a little bit more in a situation where, from the lower bracket to now, you've just won 2 best of 5s in map 5? And I feel like there's no real room to grow unless, of course, you change perspective and think differently.
I mean, yeah. Winning map 5s is great and all, but if we could have closed out in 3 both series, that would have been nice, you know. Instead of having the 6-hour days, like you were saying, having a nice little 2-hour day would have been nice, so I could have a good rest of my night as well. But, you know, I can't complain about the dub, so.
Of course.
Take me back to that Invasion S&D in our first best of 5. Obviously, went the distance there as well, but you guys started kind of falling on the back foot with the Speedy White Men coming back in to the mix of that. Talk to me a little bit about what that mentality was to finally close that out in round 11.
I mean, we were at 5-1, and then the reset happened, and then they just got reset cheesed. Won, what it was, 4 rounds straight. So, I mean, I wasn't worried. I don't know about my teammates, but I was fine. Because I mean, Marco absolutely went nuts on the reset, but I mean, there's a reason why he was thrown on a cam the next series. I guess he might be cheating. Who knows?
I mean, listen, it wouldn't be the game itself if nobody was throwing out an accusation here.
Yeah, of course.
It's just healthy. It's healthy. It's not satire. It's healthiness towards the scene. I'll actually ask you, Tyler, as well. In terms of your overall scope in the year, how would you assess 2024 as a Call of Duty year for yourself personally? Because Black Ops 6 is coming out over the horizon. That's where we'll at least have a re-injection of more competitive play. But overall, in a Treyarch game, everyone's more excited for that sort of scope to come back and relive the Cold War era, if you know what I mean. But I mean, how has 2024 been for you?
2024 has been nice. Had some ups and downs, you know. Had some good land placings, had some shit land placings. Same thing for the Elite, you know.
Respect.
Could have been better online for sure. Went to the Premier Circuit event in San Antonio and didn't come out with the victory, unfortunately. But, you know, I got it back in blood here. So looking forward to Black Ops 6. I haven't really been historically the best at Treyarch games, so maybe this year we'll turn it around. Because I feel like I've been growing as a player from year to year. And if I can keep that up, you know, sky's the limit.
Amen. Looking forward to seeing what you've got next year. One more question for you. Obviously, you're at the caster's desk here. Any words that you have for the Speedy White Men or anybody that you guys have competed with?
I don't know. Shout out Crown Crusaders. They're great to us. Shout out all my teammates. They're great. We were getting chirped quite a bit in that series. I don't know if you guys could hear it in the casters, but it was getting a little rowdy, and I don't know why people were chirping me. You know, they were getting a little rowdy, and I don't know why. I mean, I guess they thought they had a chance, but I don't think I was ever really worried.
Calm, cool, and collected. Thank you so much for joining us here, Noisy.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, that just about does it, though. For our coverage, we have crowned a champion, and living up to the namesake, the Crown Crusaders are our champion for the Destro Showcase from the Premier Circuit. Connie, it's been a grueler, but it's been a fun one, man. I appreciate you joining on the caster desk.
Oh, you too, man, as well. It's been a beautiful 6 hours and a beautiful showing of Call of Duty. 3 teams in 6 hours feels like, again, one of the gorillas, like Tyler mentioned, right there on the desk. But at the same token of gratitude, you do just have to love these moments and love the enjoyability of the other series. I mean, again, credits, of course, go out to Cheeto, go out to Anthony, our director, and everyone as well behind the scenes, just making everything rolling smooth and just actually getting everything together to showcase all this beautiful Call of Duty for you here.
Big shout outs to everybody working behind the scenes. Big shout outs to everybody who's been in the chat for the last 6 hours, giving the gas to the premiere circuit. Of course, we appreciate all of the great words sent in there and, even maybe some of the not so great ones. It's always great. Any support is good, but that will just about do it for our coverage of the Destro Showcase. I've been Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie. We'll hopefully see you guys very soon.